little bit of cushion into your plans.
With a record number of Americans on the move, how your Thanksgiving plans may be affected. Al's got the full forecast. Then 60 years later, John F. Kennedy's Secret Service agent at the time of his assassination, now speaking out ahead of that major milestone.
How often do you think about that day?
At least once every day, maybe more.
Why he wants to set the record straight about that fateful day. And voice lessons.
Is this the part of the show where you take questions from...
Is this the part of the show where you take questions from the audience?
Jimmy Fallon crashes the set, pranking the coaches of The Voice.
When I come home to you.
Woo! So what did they think? Carson's got the story coming up in Pop Star. Today, Tuesday, November 21st, 2023.
Getting ready to perform in the parade. From Little South Carolina. Sulphur Springs, Texas. Lawrence, Kansas. And Clarksburg, West Virginia. Girls trip from Birmingham. Go Bulldogs.
I was hoping I could get
From Prairie City, Iowa. Celebrating our 25th anniversary.
Today, Grandma turned 76.
From Bond Grant, Iowa. How did my parents watching in Corbin, Arkansas?
You bugging me, and Pop?
From San Clemente, California. Here for Colin's 34th birthday.
Back 8:12 now, and tomorrow marks 60 years since President John F. Kennedy was assassinated, one of the most significant days in our nation's history.
Yeah, there are only 2 Secret Service members who witnessed that moment who are still alive today. NBC's Jacob Sobroff, he got a chance to sit down with one of those men to reflect on this. What a fascinating conversation,
It
Jacob.
was fascinating, and it was nice to see Clint Hill again. As the Secret Service agent assigned to First Lady Jacqueline Kennedy, a then 31-year-old Mr. Hill was just feet away from the president when he was assassinated on that fateful day in Dallas. As the years pass by and new theories emerge about the events of that day, he is more determined than ever to set the record straight. 60 years later, the images of the assassination of President John F. Kennedy are just as haunting. But 91-year-old Clint Hill can recall every detail without opening his eyes. How often do you think about that day?
At least once every day, maybe more. Still there embedded in my brain, and it never leaves.
Hill was trailing the presidential limousine in the motorcade as the Secret Service agent assigned to First Lady Jacqueline Kennedy. When 3 shots were fired on that November day in Dallas, Texas, the young agent jumped onto the back of the limo in a desperate attempt to protect the president and Mrs. Kennedy, cementing his place in that dark day in history. There was no thinking there, you just did it.
Yeah, just reaction.
Do you recall having any thoughts in that moment?
Just get there. Get on top of the car. Get your body above theirs, between them and any possible person that's trying to do them harm.
The 91-year-old has written a new afterword for his book 5 Days in November, ahead of the 60th anniversary of the assassination. What is there that you're saying in here that you haven't already said?
Well, I was very concerned that the general population still has not accepted the truth about the assassination. It's hard for me to believe that the numbers of people who still believe in conspiracies, they don't really accept the actual fact of what did happen.
Hill's recollection has never wavered. 1 man, 1 gun, 3 shots, all from the 6th floor of the Texas Schoolbook Depository. But he worries about those who give credence to conspiracy theories that suggest otherwise. You said, I fear that once all of us who were witnesses to history are gone, the truth will be buried along with us. I'm sure it's not lost on you that there's only 2 surviving Secret Service members from that day. You worry about that time when neither of you will be here?
I just hope that people will read this and believe it, because it's truth, and not listen to the other garbage that comes out.
Of late, those conspiracy theories have been fueled by a new account of the assassination made in a recent book by Hill's former partner, Secret Service agent Paul Landis. Landis telling the New York Times he's, quote, beginning to doubt myself about Lee Harvey Oswald being the lone gunman. Hill dismisses Landis's account as fiction.
What Mr. Landis had written in his book cannot be true.
You think he's being dishonest or just has a different recollection of what happened?
I don't know.
What does it say to the American public that the two of you don't have your stories aligned?
Well, it just gives them further reason to believe in the conspiracy theories. And that's unfortunate.
That's a deep, deep concern to you.
Very deep concern to me.
Conspiracy theories are now conspiracy facts.
Hill also takes issue with how director Oliver Stone's feature film and documentary about the assassination have further fueled those theories.
It was not fact. It was fiction. I mean, if you're going to make it fiction, announce it that way. This is a made-up story. Don't tell people that this is fact when it's not. And that's what he has done.
Did he ever call you?
No. And don't bother now. It's too late for that junk.
Hill says he's accepted that his actions on that day will likely be how he's remembered. What does that acceptance look like or mean to you?
Well, people keep thanking me for what I did, but I appreciate that very much. But I didn't complete my task, which was to save the president's life. And that's what's bothered me all these years, 60 years now. Job was to keep the president alive and safe. And I was not able to do that.
Your legacy, what do you want it to be?
Well, I just, I tried. I tried to do the best job I could. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough.
Do you ever think about how, had this not happened, what your life might be like?
Oh, yeah. It would have been much calmer, much simpler. I wouldn't have had the experiences I've had, though. I was a lucky man to be given the responsibilities I was given. I'm very grateful.
And we're grateful for him. To this day, Clint Hill believes if he had moved faster, he could have taken those bullets and saved the president's life. While he cannot turn back time, he feels that it's his duty to set the record straight about the facts of the assassination while he is still alive to do it. But ultimately, while he's made such huge contributions to American history and society, the thing he says that brings him the most happiness these days is his wife, Lisa, and spending time together with her in California. It's always, you've spent time with him. It's always a joy to spend time with him, but the weight that he carries is so monumental.
For so many decades. It's nice to see him have some peace, but he still feels this responsibility to get the truth out there. Yeah.
He sure does, especially with conspiracy theories, still out there. And he wanted to make that a point that he pushes back hard on all that.
And at 91, sharp as that.
Yeah.
Right?
Sure.
Right?
Indeed. All right, Jacob, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
The sound of the Olympic music.
Yes.
They just knew I was going to say that. It can only mean one thing: the countdown for the Paris 2024 Olympic Games.
Yes.
It is on with the opening ceremony just 248 days away. Excitement is building, and we're joined now by somebody who knows a thing or two about the games. This is Tony Estanguet. He's the president of the Paris 2024 Organizing Committee. Tony, good morning. Welcome.
Good morning.
Wait a minute. Is that the actual Olympic torch?
Yes, this is the torch, the real one of Paris 2024.
Can we pass it?
Of course, it's my pleasure to pass it to you.
I'm a little scared.
Can I drink out of it?
Exactly.
Stanley Cup?
Exactly. Can you describe the color?
gosh.
Can you describe the color? Because you
Champagne.
have
Yes.
champagne. This
Yes.
is the official color of Paris 2024 torch.
Wow,
Tony-
this is what they run with, the whole thing.
That's
Wow.
the coolest. Tony, you have a lot of things I know on your to-do list. You have 200 plus days. What's on your list now to do before the Olympic Games begin?
It's to prepare the best ever Olympic Games. Paris will be transformed into an iconic Olympic capital. So we will have competitions at the foot of the Eiffel Tower, in the Château de Versailles, on the Champs-Élysées. And the opening ceremony will be for the first time ever onto the sand, on boats. Athletes, 10,000 athletes will be on boats to be celebrated the games, as you can see on screen. So it will be
gonna be
fantastic.
awesome.
And we are really looking forward to welcoming you. There will be new tickets available at the end of November. So please welcome to Paris next summer.
Yeah.
We're so excited.
Yeah.
We're so excited.
And-
I would imagine everyone over there is just as excited, right?
For me, it's just, can you imagine? I was an athlete before. My life completely changed through sport. And today I'm the president of the organizing committee of the Olympic Games in my country. And we will welcome the world next summer. And I think everything is ready to celebrate the games. And we need those games
Yes.
to be a success,
Absolutely.
definitely.
You're being humble, Tony. You're a 3-time gold medalist. You,
Yeah.
Yes.
you bore the flag for France and Beijing.
Yes.
Now you're planning Paris. So congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So
Thank
guys,
you
let's
so
pass
much.
the torch one more time.
Pass it back to Tony.
Esther.
Very cool.
Thank you so much.
You have to
Thank
train,
you,
huh?
Tony.
Torch.
Cool, right? You can catch the Paris Olympics July 2024 on NBC, streaming on Peacock. It's going to be like no other.
Thank
No
you.
other.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Celebrating small businesses is sponsored by American Express. Let's go shop small this Saturday with American Express.
Well, with the holiday shopping season well underway, we want to take a moment and highlight small businesses that offer special one-of-a-kind gifts. So I had a small business Saturday founded by our sponsor, American Express, 13 years ago. We brought Main Street to the plaza, a little windy plaza this morning. We have 4 small businesses to check out this year. And we start with married couple Faye and Chris Breedlove. They're the co-owners of Terminal B. Good morning.
Good morning.
Should we step into your shop?
Absolutely. Yes.
Faye, tell me about these beautiful candles.
Yes, so our candles are all inspired by the places that we travel to throughout our relationship. Our background is not candle making, but we actually met as students at Howard Law in DC.
You're lawyers and now you're making candles. I just love that so much. So Terminal B is such a cool name. Tell me where that came from, Chris.
Yeah, so Terminal B is actually the international terminal at LAX, our home airport, given that we're a Los Angeles-based brand. And each candle is named by airport code for the corresponding destination.
That's so fun, especially for travelers. That's such a great gift idea. What does it mean? What's your pitch for people to shop small? Because it's so easy these days to do something online. It means so much to small business to get people's business.
Absolutely. For us as a small business, we are so blessed to have the support of American Express, especially this year for their Shop Small Saturday business activation, and we're so incredibly thankful. As you can imagine, it is very difficult as a small business to communicate your brand to a larger audience, and these are all made with love, and especially now that I'm moving into more of a perfume space from law, to have that support from American
You
Express.
should sell these in the airports, don't you think? In each airport for the one named after. It's such a good idea. Thank you so much. Check out these candles, Terminal B. All right, Carson.
I'm being Tom Morello from Rage Against the Machine right now. Sorry. This is right up my alley. I'm here with Frank and Sean Gorlick, co-owners, Brothers Guitar Shop here on the Upper East Side of New York City. This is where you want to go, boys. Good to see you. Sean, tell me, how did this guitar shop with your brother start?
Well, we come from a long line of entrepreneurs, and we own a number of businesses on the Upper East Side, in particular hardware stores.
Okay.
In the back of the hardware store, we were fixing our own guitars, repairing guitars, and people came to us to fix their guitars, and we saw a demand, so we decided to open up a shop that's more than just a guitar shop. It's a music haven for people to come, community
So
to
much
come.
of small business can literally be that, Frank. Just like whatever there's a demand for in your hood, that's a viable idea that you can flourish from.
Oh.
What else do you guys do other than just sell guitars?
So besides selling and buying and selling used guitars, we also do lessons, and we have extensive lessons, and we have a full service repair shop. where we do everything, repair everything on guitars.
And you guys bring a lot to the community on the Upper East Side. It's an awesome thing.
we're kind of like a hub for musicians to come and meet and create bands and kind of network at our store. So it really
that makes me happy, man.
Yeah.
Thank you. We're very thankful for you guys, and good luck. All right, Craig, over to you.
All right, see, Daly, now we've got something sweet here, buddy. I'm here with Andrew Chan and Paul Choi. They are the co-owners of Sweet Churros. And let me tell you, the churros look sweet, guys. Like a lot of small businesses, I would imagine that social media has really helped take your idea to the next level, huh?
I mean, as a small business owner, it helps us a lot to,
It gets out to more people than we would normally do.
And
it's very photogenic, as you see, so people love taking pictures with those.
And how was the idea itself born? How did you guys come up with the churro idea?
Well, Paul, he was in his traveling to Taiwan and Korea, and he saw lines out the door from the churro shop. So he came back here, and he made his own dough formula based on the Korean and the Spanish churro.
By the way, this Fruity Pebble churro, fantastic. You've got quite the variety of flavors.
Yes, we are. We have the Fruity Pebbles, we have the plain, which is very popular. We have Oreo, we have chocolate almond, we have matcha, and strawberry crunch.
Well done.
And
Well
coconut.
done.
Thank
Well
you.
done,
Thank you.
gentlemen. Hoda, over to you.
All right, Craig, thank you. Finally, a place where you can find something for every single person on your list. Lynn Freitas, she's the owner of Random Accessories. Aptly named, you can find anything and everything. I love this store has been in existence for 20 plus years. Why do you think it has this kind of staying power?
I think we have unique items for everyone on your list at a great price, and the locals know that they can stop on the way to a party and get whatever they need for whoever they have.
First of all, coolest stuff. I love this because this is the kind of stuff that you don't know when you walk into a store. You're like, oh my gosh, I didn't even know I needed that. Talk about some of the items that you have here.
Okay, so Jellycat, the softest plush we have, adored by young and old alike. 20-something-year-olds are obsessed with these. Candles of your favorite stars.
By the way, these are hilarious. Okay, yeah, talk about these.
There's always someone new. Bad Bunny, obviously, these days, but we have from Betty White to, Harry Styles.
Okay, all right. You got beautiful hair accessories that people love. Yep, You've got it all covered. And this thing started out kind of as a jewelry store, but it morphed into this, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, tell us about that.
So, doing Silver Jewelry for a while, we thought, let's have more fun.
Yes!
And let's do a little novelty, and then home decor, and then literally barware to baby gear.
Well, Lynn, a lot of things change in New York, and sometimes you go back and you go, this is where my favorite store used to be. This store is still in existence and will be for a long, long time.
Thank you so much.
Lynn, thank you. You guys go to the store if you're looking for some very cool gifts, and we want to thank all of the small business owners. And also, can I quickly shout out the crew who was out here since midnight setting up this incredible small business setup. We want to appreciate them. All right, Carson, over to you.
All right, Chef Laura Vitale's here serving up a tasty twist on the traditional Thanksgiving turkey. There's some alliteration. Job well done. Showing us how to make savory, check this out, turkey pot pie. Cannot wait for this. But first, this is Today on NBC. right, this morning on Today's Table, we're giving Thanksgiving turkey a delicious and possibly much-needed makeover. Joining us, chef and cookbook author Laura Vitale. And if you want to cook this recipe with us, it's easy. We got a QR code right there. Just scan that sucker. It'll get you all the ingredients that you need. Chef, happy Thanksgiving week.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Great to see you. I mean, I'll be honest, I'm not excited about just the turkey as a protein at Thanksgiving. I'm more of a red meat or ham guy.
Yeah.
But I love this application for a turkey. Walk us through it.
So I'm not a huge turkey person myself. I think it's necessary on the Thanksgiving table.
Yeah.
I think we can improve on it. And one of the things I love about this recipe is that you can actually use cooked leftover Thanksgiving turkey to make it. So if you've got leftovers, this is great.
Like, just give me the ideal Friday brunch situation right here with this.
It's so easy, but I like to start by poaching some bone-in, skin-on turkey thighs and turkey breasts. I feel like it's going to get moist and delicious and flavorful. So you're going to put that into a large pot, fill it with water. Then to it, you're going to go ahead and add all of these aromatics. You're going to have half of an onion, a whole bulb of garlic, parsley, celery, and the most important thing is salt. You want to add a good amount of salt because if you don't add enough salt, it's not going to taste like anything.
Gotcha.
So you'll bring that to a boil. It does it. It just like really brings out all the flavors. And once that comes to a boil, you'll reduce it down and let it simmer for about 30 minutes. While that happens, you're going to go ahead and slice up a bunch of leeks. I love leeks. I feel like they're mild. They're in the allium family, onion family, but they're mild. They're lovely. They don't compete. They don't overpower. And you can use a lot of them. The only drawback is that they're very, very sandy and dirty. So you want to make sure that you wash them really well. So you'll thinly slice them.
Is that why you're soaking them?
Yeah.
To wash them out?
So you'll throw them in a bowl of cold water and then just kind of go like this to really loosen up that
Where does the
sandy
sand come
rubble.
from that gets in the leek?
It's the way that it grows.
Just from
like
the earth,
it grows under under the earth and like every single leaf.
They go to the beach.
Okay. Is that what you said?
They got little chairs. That's great.
I thought that was my Jessica Simpson moment.
Yeah.
Of like, where does the sand? How does the sand get in there?
I love it.
Do you know how vegetables work?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, I think
Not really, actually. I would have had that in the celery family long before the onion family too.
So you'll
Sorry,
cook
chef.
those until they caramelize,
Yeah.
which is really all that you're looking for. And then once you do that, you'll just add a little bit of flour, let that cook out a little tiny bit. You'll add a little bit of wine. And then once you have pretty much your liquids in, which is going to be your wine, a little bit of dairy, could be milk, could be cream. And then I use the stock from the turkey, right?
Do.
You use that up. You want to add all that flavor
smell that
in.
wine cooking
I know,
off.
it's good. And then you add carrots. I like to add some cooked bacon
Love it.
because it just gives you a nice richness. A little bit of parsley, and then your shredded cooked turkey.
Use
Let that
pancetta
cook.
too, maybe.
Absolutely, you could. Pancetta,
Shredded
speck,
turkey. I mean,
a little bit of garlic and herb
Yep.
seasoning. That's going to cook down until it reduces. In the meantime, you'll take some puff pastry. You'll roll that out a tiny, tiny bit.
I mean, look, this is your leftovers. Think about Friday morning in
It's
the Tupperware
really
in the
not-
fridge.
Some
All the
leftover
turkey,
carrots.
you break it apart and you make this pot pie.
It's easy, and I like to lay out my puff pastry and roll it out so it's a bit thinner. And then I like to use a pot that can go right into the oven so I don't dirty anything extra. Place that right on top. I like to tuck in the corners.
You can just buy that pastry, right?
I'm not making puff pastry.
Okay, thank you.
As much as I love my people and I love my family, not enough to make puff pastry.
Yes.
Because it's very time consuming. Brush it with a little bit of egg wash so that it becomes golden and beautiful. I also like to put a little bit of fresh thyme, black pepper in a 375 oven about 20 minutes or until it looks a little something like this.
I mean, it looks gorgeous.
And
How does it
really
taste, guys?
beautiful.
Yummy.
That inside is great.
I love a pot pie.
I love a pot pie too.
Chef.
And I don't love turkey, but now I love turkey vis-a-vis pot pie.
Yes,
Yes.
exactly.
Vis-a-vis.
Yeah.
What are you
Vis-a-vis.
doing for
It's
Thanksgiving,
true.
Chef?
I am always welcome for extra people at my table, but I'm always hosting. So I'll be having 20 people. And we'll be doing a turkey and we'll be doing a ham, and it wouldn't be my household without a pot of sauce.
Oh, yeah.
Love it.
Did you do
Chef.
this ahead
Thank
of
you.
time?
Yes, you can absolutely do it ahead of time, but bake it right before you serve it so it doesn't dry out.
Guys, let me just remind you, I can get these ingredients by scanning that QR code to go to today.com/todaytable. We should mention Today earns a small commission from purchases through the QR code or links on today.com. Chef, happy Thanksgiving. This is a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Well done.
Drink up, everybody.
Are you
I've got the only wine in the building. We'll be right back. This is Today on NBC. I found the beaker of wine.
Hey, everybody, we had to come back outside because we got such a lovely, beautiful, gorgeous crowd. Mr. Roker, you have got to check of the birthday.
Hey, and this just in, Craig Melvin is going to be in the revival of Newsies. So that's going to be fantastic. Let's spin those Smuckers jars, show you what we got coming up. First up, we got a happy 100th birthday to the lovely Barbara Baker. She is a loving grandmother from Lawrence, New York. She says the secret to longevity, drinking coffee and tea. Gladys Henderson is just in at 100. She's an axe, this is great, an axe throwing champ from Columbus, Ohio. That's fantastic. She's sharp. She had a splitting headache. She said her secret to longevity, lollipops. Happy 100th birthday to Ted Hovoris of Morristown, New Jersey. He's got a PhD in chemical engineering, the proud graduate of 6 universities. Anita Seberg of Buffalo, New York, celebrating 105 years. Hobbies include handcrafting, jewelry, and collecting coins. So let's stay in Buffalo with our Smucker's jar, and we'll find Levi Gaston. This bowling champ is 100. While bowling may be his sport, Levi loves rooting for his Buffalo Bills. And how about a little love in the air? Happy 75th anniversary to Priscilla and Hunt Weber. These lovebirds are from Gwynedd, Pennsylvania, met at a dance camp when they were 13. And then years later, Hunt asked Priscilla to marry him. After the fifth time, she finally said yes. So there you go. If at first you don't succeed, try again. If you've got a loved one celebrating a big milestone, let us know. Today.com/celebrates.
All right, Mr. Roker, thank you. Wow, this crowd is it, everything. All right, coming up on Hoda and Jenna, we got a fun game. We got John McEnroe in the house.
Cool. Coming up next on the third hour, Allie Love will be here with some small fashion tweaks that could remake your entire wardrobe. But first, your local news, some weather.
Show that crowd.
More people!
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
This morning on the third hour of Today, a day in the life of a plane.
A typical narrow-body plane holds about 280 pieces of luggage. They've got 45 minutes on a domestic flight to turn it before it has to go back out again.
Tom Costello bringing us a unique perspective on how our holiday travel plans all hinge on this carefully calibrated system. Super Bowl revenge. The Philadelphia Eagles pulling off a big win in Monday Night Football against the Kansas City Chiefs as Taylor Swift takes to the stage in Rio. And Travis Kelce giving us more insight into his high-profile relationship with the pop star. Then, love your mornings. Allie Love upgrading our wardrobe staples, giving us go-to outfits, a fashionable twist. And crowd pleaser. Forget the marshmallows. Chef Laura Vitale has an even better topping for your Thanksgiving sweet potato casserole. Today, Tuesday, November 21st, 2023. Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
Oh, happy Tuesday, everybody. Welcome to the third hour of Today. The whole gang squeezed together at one little table here.
That's right.
Just a few days to Thanksgiving.
It's Thanksgiving Eve.
That's right.
Well, actually, we're celebrating on Friday.
And we're also celebrating
Eve,
if
Eve.
Chanel's got somebody else's lipstick on and she's freaking
stop
out
it.
right
I'm
now.
like, I had two, my makeup lady gave me one and I put it down. And then I went back to put it on and I just grabbed one. And I came upstairs. She goes, that's not the color I gave you.
Whose is it?
Oh, can't even take a sip of somebody's drink. This is her nightmare. So we're going to let you fester in that world.
Fester.
I was like,
It's like you kiss someone else. Yeah.
That you don't know.
No.
A stranger.
No, she knows they work here.
Anyway.
It kind of looks like Dylan shade.
we have so many
No,
correspondents.
mine's all tucked away in my little
I don't
space.
kiss any of you guys.
Anyway, Thanksgiving's close by, and we are keeping a close eye on the weather, Mr. Rocha.
Yes, we are. In fact, Thanksgiving Day travel rush underway, but for a lot of folks, as we've been telling you, weather's not going to be cooperating. We've been watching storms brewing just in time to throw a little messy weather monkey wrench into some of those plans, including a big one making its way across the country, spawning tornadoes along the Gulf Coast overnight. The system now heading east, and as we take a look, show you what's going on with that system. It is going to be pushing east today. Rain, heavy wind toward the east coast. I-95 Carter is going to be a mess, especially the airports. Then for tomorrow, the rain will get out of here by afternoon, but there's still going to be gusty, windy conditions. We're talking about airport delays, New York, Chicago, probably D.C., upwards of 2 inches or more from Charlotte to New York. So along the I-95 Carter, I-80, I-90, going to be a real mess. An icy glaze of up to a 1/10 of an inch from the Appalachians all the way up into upstate New York and New England. And speaking of New England, some places in down east Maine could see upwards of 8 inches of snow. But by Thanksgiving Day, once everybody's put, everything will be fine.
Well, we'll just keep our eye on that. Well, with those messy conditions expected today, we want to bring you a different perspective on the holiday travel rush. So a record 30 million people are set to take to the skies over Thanksgiving. We know flights will be full, packed with passengers and their bags. But how do the planes stay on such a tight schedule to keep us all moving? NBC's Tom Costello got a firsthand look at what it takes to get travelers and their bags where they need to go. Tom, I know you have a cool story for us, but first let us know how things are looking today at the airport.
Just checked FlightAware following Al's forecast, and take a look at the FlightAware misery map. We're doing okay right now. We've got nationwide 585 delays. I got 18 cancellations. That's not bad. But here are the areas that we're watching closely. Atlanta, the New York City area, we got delays building because of weather that's incoming. Chicago O'Hare, we watch closely. So all of those areas where we're expecting the weather to move in, as Al suggested, they are going to feel the effect in terms of air traffic delays and cancellations. But you're right. We decided to see a different perspective. We wanted to know, what does a typical day of a plane look like? Because American Airlines operates 6,000 flights a day. People are coming off. Crews are coming on and off and on again. We decided to stay on all day.
Good morning. How you doing?
5 a.m. in Baltimore. And American Airlines First Officer Jared Ziobro is prepping the flight deck.
Every flight we're out here testing, making sure every system works properly.
Flight crews will come and go, but planes get very little downtime.
Group 2 customers are welcome to board.
This plane came in last night at 11 o'clock, spent the night in Baltimore, and it's got a very long day ahead.
Biggest priority is just being ready for our passengers and staying in the pleasant mood.
It's still dark as Flight 1403 pushes back from the gate, then lifts off the runway just as dawn breaks. Thousands of flying miles lie ahead. Baltimore Washington Airport to Dallas Fort Worth, then DFW to Miami, Miami to New York LaGuardia, and returning back to Miami before the day is done. John Krikorian and John Urso beating the rush to Hawaii.
There's a lot of people moving around. There's a lot of stress.
3 hours later, we touch down early in Dallas. Like clockwork, passengers deplane, the crew moves to another flight. And with the clock ticking, baggage handlers start loading up for the next flight.
A typical narrow-body plane holds about 280 pieces of luggage. They've got 45 minutes on a domestic flight to turn it before it has to go back out again.
With planes flying full this week, American's chief operating officer says there's a constantly evolving backup plan for every flight and airport should weather-related delays start to ripple across the system.
But put a lot of energy, a lot of technology, a lot of things in place to make sure that we can manage the unexpected.
Flight 469 service Miami.
10:25 a.m. we're off to Miami. While passengers work, watch, and rest in the back, the crew encounters heavy rain in Florida. We land 11 minutes late. The cleaning staff, then catering, quickly move in. Next stop, New York with a full flight. Every day, American goes through 1 million cans of soda, 500,000 cookies, and 350,000 bags of pretzels. The sun has already set as we land in New York, then reboard for the flight back to Miami.
The boarding process is very hectic just because of luggage. Everyone wants to bring gifts.
Alessandro Tomas plans to work from her parents' home over Thanksgiving.
I don't like to call it a vacation because I will be working from my childhood bedroom.
But first, Miami is socked in with more rain.
It's like a whole weather system right there.
Our plane is able to land, ending a long day, 5 stops, 4,500 miles, and it all starts again tomorrow. Now, you know, planes cost an awful lot of money, and they don't make any money for the airline if they're sitting out there on the ramp. They only make money when they're flying. That's why they've got to turn them so quickly. 45 minutes for a typical domestic flight, 90 minutes if they're going international. If it's going coast to coast on the red eye, that means that plane will likely be touching every hour of the day in the air at some point. It just goes and goes and goes. Guys,
Wow.
back to you.
Tom, I find it impressive that you travel and flew all day and didn't get anywhere. That's good.
I know, exactly. And here's the thing, full disclosure, I had to jump off in Miami because I had to go to Chicago for another story. So my great producer, Jay Blackman, he kept flying and flying and flying and flying.
Right.
So, you know, in fairness, I did about 60%, he did 100%.
There you go.
Jay Blackman always gives 100%.
We love Jay
I
Blackman.
love that.
And I
Thank
also
you.
love the fact that Americans now giving off
Yeah.
Biscoff cookies too.
I just
So you have a weird obsession with Biscoff cookies.
Hello.
I would like them in the air.
Thank you,
You
Tom.
like dip them in lime juice and make yourself a little key lime pie.
Exact. Try it. Rub a little lime juice on it, and it's like having a key lime.
That is the weirdest thing I think I've ever heard
You
of.
met him?
Yeah, and that's saying a lot. That's anyway.
Thank you, Tom.
So also this morning, by the way, the Kansas City Chiefs star Travis Kelce opening up about what it's been like dating Taylor Swift. There's this revealing new interview with the Wall Street Journal that he did, and Kels called the experience, quote, mind-blowing. That was before he took the field last night in that Super Bowl rematch with his brother Jason. Would have been nice if Taylor had been at that game instead of at the concert because the Chiefs lost last night. Probably wouldn't have lost had Tay-Tay been there.
I don't know that the Eagles fans would agree with you.
That's true.
Exactly. I'm like, wait, what?
It's true. Emily's back. That was quite the revealing interview with the Journal.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a pretty in-depth interview. I don't know if you noticed, there were no cutaways last night to Taylor Swift in the stands. That's because we were so familiar with her cheering on Travis Kelce at his games whenever she can. But last night, the superstar was more than 5,000 miles away, performing a rescheduled show in Brazil. This as we learn more about how their budding romance came to be.
In motion. There's Kelce. There's a touchdown, Kansas City.
Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce scored a pivotal touchdown in last night's game.
Just right off the hands.
But Kansas City fell short after the Philadelphia Eagles rallied for a Monday night victory.
A moment for the Kelce brothers.
The loss giving big brother Jason his first ever NFL win over Travis in a rematch of last year's Super Bowl showdown. While the Kelce brothers' beloved Mama Kelce was in attendance.
There's Donna Kelce, who, she may have an empty seat somewhere in that suite.
Notably absent in the stands, Travis's main squeeze, Taylor Swift, who was performing a rescheduled show in Rio de Janeiro. Swift still devastated after a fan collapsed in sweltering heat at her concert Friday and died. The Brazilian event organizer distributing free water at last night's show.
Hey, Travis. Hey, Taylor.
And this morning, fans getting new insight into Swift's love story with Kelce, who spoke to the Wall Street Journal, calling her hilarious and a genius. I've never been a man of words. Being around her, seeing how smart Taylor is, has been mind-blowing. I'm learning every day. He says they share compatible worldviews and family values. His mom, Donna, also chiming in, addressing her comments about Taylor last month with Savannah and Hoda.
What was she like? What was it? I mean, so you got to know her a little bit, got to sit with a couple games. How was it?
It was okay. Yeah.
Donna apparently was trying not to sound too enthusiastic, but came off underwhelmed. Mama Kelce now clarifying, he's happier than I've seen him in a long time. God bless him. He shot for the stars.
Okay, so back to the game. Overnight, the Eagles having some fun, and they posted a friendship bracelet after their win with the caption, get this, in our winning era.
That's cute. All the like
very clever.
Stuff.
Yeah.
Really we like it.
And I can't wait till we get the bigger table. It'll be great.
I know. I'm
we're doing the
getting
kids.
close before Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving
It's like we're at
table.
the kids' table, and then, well,
I know. I'm like barely in it.
No, you're very much a part of it.
very well. I told her cute pants, though. America gets to see those pants.
Thank you.
Thanks, Emily.
Thank you. Well, Thanksgiving is right around the corner, and many Americans are getting ready to cook, eat, shop all week. So here with everything you need to know ahead of the holiday is NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung to break down all the numbers you need to know. Brian, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
I'm good. I'm picking up my turkey today. I'm finishing my grocery shopping. So what do we need to know when it comes to the food at Thanksgiving?
Yeah, well, broadly speaking, some good news. The cost of your Thanksgiving dinner is going to be down this year compared to last year. $61.17. That is the average meal cost. That is
Per person?
down. That's for the whole family, actually.
whole family?
Yeah. Well, I mean, one big reason
right.
is because, well, it depends on how big your family is, of course, right? But that's because turkey prices are down. So $27.35 per 16 pounds of turkey. That's not per pound. Don't freak out there. But that's down 5.6% from last year. We also saw cranberries, $2.10 per 12 ounces. That's down 18% from last year. So we're actually seeing deflation in some categories. And then lastly, though, not everything is going down in price. Pumpkin pie mix is up this year. So $4.44. Maybe go
For a can of
apple
pumpkin pie mix.
Yeah, maybe go apple or cranberry pie
All right.
this year.
Or get the canned cranberry and it's like buy
there
one, get
you go.
one.
That's smart.
All right, so let's talk travel now. How are we expecting the roads, the air, everything?
Yeah, it's going to be very busy. AAA says 55.4 million people are going to be traveling for the holidays. That's going to be very, very busy. And actually, they say the highest that we've seen in a few years. Now, when it comes to the prices, though, to travel, it is down across the board, like we saw with food as well. $268 is the average for domestic flights. That's down from last year. And then rental cars, even if you're not flying, $42 per day. That's down from $52 per day last year. Not bad at all. And then even if you are driving, gasoline, $3.31 per gallon this time last year, $3.60. So it's going to be a little bit cheaper to travel. But again, be careful about the time that you travel. Tomorrow's going to be really brutal. Morning, late night would be best.
Right. Okay.
All right, B. Hey, how are you?
I'm good.
Good to see you. Good to see you. Plenty to watch and do with the family over the holiday. What are the numbers there?
Yeah, so we've got a lot of stats here. First of all, focused on the Thanksgiving Day parade. That's going to be right here on NBC. 31 floats and 25 balloons that are going to be in the Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade. I don't know if you have a favorite. I like Snoopy. That's my personal favorite.
Now, I don't know if you know the answer to this. Is that pretty much on par with every year? Or?
I don't know historically over time, but
that's about average.
We got the expert here in the house. So, yeah, on average, so that's good right there. We also got some other entertainment throughout the day, right? We've got NFL games, 3 of them on dock. I'm still traumatized as a Jets fan from the butt fumble a few years ago. I don't watch the NFL on Thursdays.
It's been far worse since the butt fumble.
Yeah, but I still don't forget. We also have the National Dog Show at noon on Thanksgiving. Over 2,000 dogs are going to be paraded through that show. It's going to be a lot of fun. And in 1973, this is a fun fact, that was when a Charlie Brown Thanksgiving first aired. So it's been, it's a 50-year celebration of that iconic movie coming out.
All right. Mr. Roker remembers it well.
I do. I really do. Brian, of course, we've got spending going on.
Yeah.
Starts the holiday season. What are the numbers?
Absolutely. So again, people are going to be out for Black Friday, out for Cyber Monday. 57% of people are going to be buying gifts on Friday or Monday through the holiday. So again, if you want to try to get that good deal, this is going to be the good weekend to do it. 29% say they're going to use those discounts to get a big ticket item. So maybe a PS5, you can get your hands on one, maybe even a small appliance for the home. It's going to be a good time to buy that. And then also, we got to think about the small businesses. We had the small business showing on the plaza today. $184 billion, according to American Express, spent on small business Saturday since 2010. So a lot of money spent there.
Good numbers.
What's the big number?
We do have one big number. The big number, yes, we do. This is a fun one, too. It's 42 minutes. We don't usually do time. 42 minutes is the nap time. That's optimal. And this is according to one poll in terms of what you needed in terms of rest after you get that Thanksgiving meal. So 42 minutes seems a little long to me.
Before dessert?
You could do it in the breaks. A lot of people do the afternoon nap.
Yeah. We've been using tryptophan as an excuse for years.
Loosen your pants and just take a nap. There you go. All right. Brian, thank you so much. Coming up, how a group of college athletes helped inspire a young cancer patient while she was going through chemo, and their special bond that grew from there. The inspiring story in our Thanks and Giving series. Then later, Steals and Deals. Jill's got a handy way to stay relaxed over the weekend and the holidays. More of her favorite gifts for the men in your life. Third hour of today is back in 60 seconds.
This is so creepy.
This is creepy. This morning, we are celebrating 20 years of thanks and giving, shining a light on the life-saving and remarkable work that's happening inside St. Jude Children's Research Hospital.
We're going to talk with National Outreach Director Marlo Thomas in just a moment. But first, the story of a little girl from Louisiana battling a rare cancer. So rare, in fact, St. Jude's treats only around 4 or 5 cases a year.
But as her family tells us, miracles and the magic of community played a huge role in helping this young girl on her cancer journey.
All she wants to do is play with her siblings, her friends, her cousins, every day.
Duke and Allison Daigle's youngest child, Madeline, was only 6 years old when her life was turned upside down.
Late November, December of 2022, Madeline started running low-grade fevers and had blood in her urine, pretty consistent. We went to a pediatrician. It was something that, of course, was alarming to us.
She was being treated for a UTI. I really did feel like there was more going on.
Allison's intuition was right. After more examination, a surprising medical result.
Madeline on March 9th was diagnosed with kidney cancer and had a tumor sitting right there on her kidney and a few spots in her lungs as well. 5 days later, we were sitting in St. Jude's in Memphis.
Doctors at St. Jude Children's Research Hospital got to work right away.
First thing we needed to do was figure out which type of kidney tumor this was. So we pretty quickly scheduled Madeline to get a biopsy. When I found out it was rhabdoid tumor, I really had to figure out how we were going to treat Madeline. It's a more difficult tumor to study and often a more difficult tumor to treat.
Dr. Dylan Gretz came up with a plan. First, chemotherapy to shrink the tumor.
Her oncologist walked in on that Tuesday after 6 weeks of chemo, just looked at us and had the biggest smile on her face. Madeline's tumor in her kidney had reduced to around 40%. And her 3 to 4 spots on her lung were down to 1.
Surgeons were then able to remove Madeline's kidney and any remaining tumor.
Love you.
And in between continued chemo and radiation, a happy distraction. Duke's friend Allison Habits, in her final season as associate head softball coach at the University of Alabama in Tuscaloosa, told players about Madeline.
Betty, we're praying for you.
She got the whole Alabama team involved, and they started sending videos to Madeline.
Hey, Maddie!
I just want to say I'm so proud of you for putting up the band with you.
Alabama at that time started making their run through the SEC tournament into the College World Series. And Alabama did a great thing, but within a week, when the players started sending Madeline videos, it reversed. Madeline was inspiring their softball team to make a run.
We are gonna win tonight. We'll tie.
Hey Madeline, we're out here warming up for our game and we're just thinking about you.
Especially touched by Madeline was player Ashley Prangy, whose jersey Madeline wore while in the hospital. She asked the young patient to design her cleats. Then Madeline got a shout out on TV.
Your cleats really inspired Ashley last night as she hit those 2 home runs.
After the team played in the SEC tournament in Arkansas,
Coach Allison called me and said, do you want to get in a car in Fayetteville and drive to Memphis to see Madeline?
She brought a blank pair of shoes with her, and Ashley colored one while Madeline colored the other.
Hey, 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 you're down with radiation.
In June, Madeline returned home. She's 7 now, and Coach Allison has arranged for her to toss the first pitch at a local Louisiana softball game.
Just seeing a child who is battling for her life, it just really puts things in perspective. I'm proud and honored to be a part of her journey.
As a surprise, Ashley drops in to support her.
How are you? Can I have a hug? She's touched more lives than I think she realizes, mine included.
Asian fans, bring out tonight's first pitch is Madeline Davis.
For the family, this is the time of thanks and giving that they've prayed for.
We're most grateful for St. Jude and the team that they have working towards healing Madeline.
She's been through a lot in this 8-month period. We pray that Madeline can start returning to being a normal girl.
Wow, what just every story that comes out of St. Jude Children's Hospital is so touching. We loved meeting Madeline and everything she's going through. So, Marlo, how is Madeline doing now?
She's doing very well. You know, there's only like 10 or 12 cases of this disease a year. It's very rare, so it makes it hard to go after it with the traditional clinical trials. So what St. Jude did was it got tumor cells from previous patients, put those into and grew those cells, and then tried to get drugs to see which one would best attack that. And that's been a real game changer for Madeline, and it will be for children worldwide who have this rare disease. She had a scan last week. She's doing well. There's no evidence of cancer. Isn't it just, it's so exciting. I'm so happy to be able to report that.
That's wonderful. And what is St. Jude's doing, Marlo, as far as lessening the after effects and the outcomes when people are suffering from, say, cancer, these kids and their treatments?
Well, you know, when there's a cancer like this that's so rare and they're really attacking it in every way possible, St. Jude scientists are really the world leaders in trying to pursue lesser toxic treatments. And with her, she had one tumor removed, so they had to be very careful. You know, they had to be constantly guarding against her kidney function, also to be sure to make adjustments to her chemo, everything to be sure to protect that other kidney. So that's what we spend our time is really spent, first of all, save the child's life.
Yeah.
Second, figure out how to give them less toxic treatments. That's a great question. That really is always top of mind.
Well, by the way, it's 20 years of this wonderful work you guys have been doing. So we wanted to celebrate a little happy birthday toast.
Oh!
Because it's never too early.
Little birdie told us it was your birthday.
Thank you. I've
20
never
years.
been known to pass up a glass of champagne.
20 years of thanks and giving.
Thank you.
All you do.
Aw,
And for a
thank
wonderful
you.
birthday.
God bless you.
That's right.
I'm
Happy
happy to
birthday
be your
to us.
friend.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, Marlo is back tomorrow on the 4th hour with the inspiring story of 2 families who've become lifelong friends after doctors at St. Jude gave them hope. You're doing so
Thank
much
you.
good. Enjoy your
Everybody
birthday.
at home, drink up.
Yeah.
That's it. Yes.
Never too early.
Noontime
Marlo
somewhere.
says so.
Coming up, steals and deals for men. Jill with some great gift ideas from sweaters to tech gadgets for the guys in your life. And then a little bit later, Allie Love is here, stopping by with some fashion hacks to upgrade your style like a pro. Third hour today, right back after this.
A
like
twirl.
a boss.
Jill's Steals and Deals is sponsored by Wells Fargo Credit Cards. Credit cards made for the way you live. That's real life ready.
Are you okay? We're back with a new batch of Steals and Deals. Part of our gift.
Ooh, that was
We're
wacky.
ready to get you ready for the holidays. This morning, we're here to help you get the perfect gifts for the guys in your lives with deals of up to 87% off.
Wow.
Joining us today, our good buddy, Today Lifestyle
friends.
contributor, Jill Martin Brooks. Make sure you scan that QR code to access all the great deals.
Okay, these are all a triumph.
Okay.
And so I want to start with the one that everyone's always obsessed over. It sells out really fast.
Meat.
The Omaha Steaks gift collection. The retail price is $262.93. Roll the B-roll. Okay, here's what you get. It's 16 entrees, 16 desserts, and 16 sides.
Wow.
So 2 bacon wrapped filet mignons, 2 butcher's cut top sirloins, 2 boneless pork chops, 2 boneless chicken breasts, 4 filet mignon burgers, 4 jumbo franks, 4 creamy filled scallop potatoes, 4 flaky caramel apple tartlets, and 1 Omaha Steaks seasoning.
And a
You'll get
partridge in a
and yes, yeah, you get that too. And the deal price is $89 for all that with free shipping.
That's a lot.
Wow, free shipping.
Drop,
Free shipping.
drop the mic.
And everybody wants it. Okay. Everybody wants
Everybody.
food.
Nobody doesn't like that.
Yeah.
Nobody.
Okay, now it's time, Invicta's men's and women's watches. I know that was a tough one. The retail $495 to $695. High quality stainless steel and scratch resistant crystal. All these watches are brand new for the 23 season, and they're individually packaged in a gift box, so they all come ready to gift in gold, silver, rose gold, and black. Retail price $495 to $695. Deal price $89 with free shipping, up to
Free shipping.
87% off.
Free shipping.
Yeah.
Cutter and Buck. This is a great brand for me.
You know what? This is a great brand for everyone. The
Yes,
Cutter
yeah.
and Buck men's knit pullovers and outerwear. The retail is $100 to $180. So it's all different styles. You have the pullover, you have the zip up, but they're so great for at home, for golf, on the go. Brand says fabric is both comfort, comfortable, and performance. It's moisture wicking.
Okay.
So it's good for you're golfing. It's
I
for
know,
good
I'm-
to
this
throw
would be
on.
great for
yeah.
golfing.
So sizes range from small to triple XL,
free range
and styles and colors on the. So it's about to be a steal and deal. The deal price is $35 up to 81%
With
off.
Craig, it's just steel.
That's a great gift. Would you guys like that?
True.
Yes.
I would like
I
that.
love having a digital picture.
And I think this one.
This one plays video.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
this plays. So this is Right in Stride digital picture and video frame. This is beautiful for anybody. This is the retail price is $199.99. What you do is you download an app, and then you give someone a frame, and then you upload videos and it has sound and photos, and so that person knows you're thinking about them at that moment, and you put it somewhere. I think
Grandparents
this is
love
such
this.
a beautiful
You beat me
gift.
to it. This was what we gave our grandparents.
Can you-
the kids,
Let's do.
and we send pictures to it.
Yeah. So
Yes.
you automatically update
Right.
it for them.
And if you don't send one in a while, they complain.
Yes.
The
And
deal
then all they
price.
have to do is plug it in, Jill?
It's an app, so everyone downloads to it, and they could get $69, 65% off. That's
great.
Wow.
ABC.
Always be charging.
Always be charging.
So this one matches
I love acronyms. You know what?
Look.
That is
Oh my
very
gosh.
unusual
What are
that
the
matches
odds?
like that. That is. You're camouflaged with that. The leather wireless charging power bank.
Okay.
The retail $139.99. They're leather. They're gorgeous. They're elevated. They give you juice. I mean, what more could you want? 2 additional USB ports. 3 devices simultaneously,
You can
and you
also
can
use
match.
it as the magnetic where you just pop it on.
Yes. And it matches Dylan directly.
That's amazing. Yeah.
So let's see if that one sells out first. The deal
All right.
price is $32.
Very cool.
77% off with free shipping. Okay. Enjoy, my friends.
This is nice.
Man,
Hold on.
the fireworks she has
we
a
should
pillow
probably share.
massager. Who doesn't love to give or get the gift of relaxation?
Oh.
Oh, I thought you were going to
I was going to show.
Let him
I wanna
see
sh-
it.
No, I want to show them how it works.
Okay, so it delivers circular kneading massage
your
with
back,
heating
Al.
features. It could be for anywhere. It could be for your lower
Sure.
back, your upper
Try those
back,
glutes.
your neck, your shoulder. Try your glutes.
Don't break it.
I don't know if those
Deal price.
I don't know if it can handle those size.
The deal price is
that's nice.
$29. I'm going to mask this next. 71% off.
Wow.
That's
Hey, Jill, can you take us
One of these.
take us
These are
through it
great.
one more time?
Yes. The Omaha Steaks gift, the Invicta men's and women's watches, Cutter and Buck men's knit pullovers and outerwear, the Right in Stride digital picture frame, the Let It Ride matching Dylan leather wireless charger power banks, and the Flexworks Shiatsu heated pillow massager.
Oh, it's heated
That's
too.
great.
Yeah, it's heated
This is
too.
nice.
Make sure you shop this by scanning the QR code. Head to today.com/deals. We have even more exclusive deals there.
So funny.
And if you act now, you can get Craig's right now.
Just
Don't miss tomorrow's Steals and Deals. In our 8 a.m., Jill will be sharing gifts that the kids will love.
You guys like that?
Oh, yeah.
99% off if you get cracked.
Oh, this is nice.
Coming up, Allie Love. Lucky her. She is here with us this morning, jazzing up these basic outfits, showing us how to tweak the go-to items in your wardrobe for a more fashionable look. And later, Chef Laura Vitale is making a sweet potato side dish that will steal the show on your Thanksgiving table. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Time now for Love Your Mornings. There's a new TikTok trend of wearing versus styling your clothes. Taking a basic outfit, if you will, and then jazzing it up with layers and accessories. You want to understand what that's all about?
Nope,
Your basics.
I think we'll find out.
Yes, so we call in our wellness wingwoman and fashion inspiration. Today, contributor Allie Love. Allie, good morning.
Hey, Allie.
What's up? Happy to be back with y'all. Absolutely. Okay, so let's get right to it. I love this idea. Okay, so our first look is a black tank and black leggings. It's a blank slate. It's a blank. Zhuzh it up a little bit, Allie. What do we do?
All right, so we see the before of Katie, just like a full black outfit.
Okay.
Katie's gonna walk out right now. What we wanna do is we wanna take something basic and we wanna add some layers, right? Tis the season to layer up. We actually borrowed this checkered, oversized shirt from Jacob. So this is his from his wardrobe.
Jacob's overall?
Yes, it is. And then a sweatshirt, right? We think of wearing sweatshirts indoors because it's a little cold. Now, right now, Katie has it over her shoulders. Another way that I like to wear it or rock it is crossbody. No longer are the days you take your sweatshirt and put it around your waist. You go ahead, crossbody. She's pairing it up with some chunky socks. And then what we did instead of flat shoes, we did like some platform sneakers.
I love the socks over the leggings, too. I've tried to pull it off. I don't know.
Princess Diana moment. You know what I mean?
Very nice.
Way to go, Katie Stilo.
Okay, next up, a white T-shirt and jeans, which everybody kind of does, but we all get in a rut.
Yes, we get in a rut. So we have, here we go. Jackie's gonna come on out. We paired these with, I love your face on this one. Thank you. So what I've done is I paired the jeans and the white tee with some cowboy boots tucked in the boots. Tucked in the jeans so you see the boots. And then I've done an oversized red kind of faux leather shirt, and she's rolling up the sleeves. Chanel, this is your scarf. I'm not gonna lie. This was a teamwork makes the dream work moment.
That's why I used the whole bunch. So
we'll take it. That is
you guys remember you guys were clowning me wearing that scarf when we were in California?
I thought it looked nice.
Yeah, I don't think I.
So instead of wearing it on their head, I put it around her neck. White tee, she's tucking in. She's giving us a belt. Again, mixed raw materials, and she looks fantastic.
All right,
very nice. So this
Jackie,
next,
thank you.
this next one,
All right.
next is perfect for the season. We're gonna style up flannel. I love flannel.
Yeah.
I like it.
And I love our next model too.
So you see Brandon has on jeans and just a tee. What we've done is we've unbuttoned the tee. We've unbridled him at the top. We have the black tee coming out. This is all about layers, my friends. Monochromatic look pants and the oversized shirt underneath. We're going for green this winter.
Nice.
And then we've done like a subtle flannel on top. And more importantly, we've done a satchel, which some people call it a man purse, a merce.
A merce.
No longer do we want those pockets to be bulky. That is not the looks, my friends.
Yeah.
So put everything in your satchel, have a place for it, easy access. Brandon looks amazing.
kind of like the satchel.
I like the whole look.
Yeah, I think it's great.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Brandon.
Get in there. Get in there.
Craig's going to touch you while we go to our next.
Keep moving.
The next one's an office-approved outfit.
Okay.
We have Tiara here.
All right, Tiara, come on out.
You
so
worked magic with this one. See
this
before?
one. So these are my moments right here, right?
Yes.
We want folks to get bold. No longer do we need you to just wear all black. If all black is your thing, then you do Katie's look. This one is now we're mixing prints. So I've given her a bodysuit underneath, which is a mock neck or turtleneck, printed dress, belt, chunky boots at the bottom that go all the way up. You're stylish, you're fly, you're a boss in the office, my friend.
It's so cute.
That is adorable.
That's how you know you're like, you got
Thank
the
you
style.
so
Let's bring everybody back out.
No, we have one more.
we have one
I'm
more.
sorry.
Look.
I was trying to move along for Greenie.
Nope.
All right, we're gonna keep it simple. Travels monochromatic sweatsuit. Come on out. There's Dana. We've done chunky boots.
This is so.
Oh, hey,
Chunky
Dana.
boot. There we go. We've done a mock neck. Purple
this is
lilac is in,
adorable.
and then we did a crossbody bag. Again, this idea of traveling, everything's easy, accessible. It's great because you have your biggest item on your feet, not in your luggage, and you look fantastic and warm. So now we can bring all of our models out.
There you go.
Great.
Allie, this is really good.
I'm so uncool because I am all the before outfits.
Me too.
Shut up.
No,
It's
Because
not
everyone's
true.
wearing Jacob's shirt, I wanted to show you one last look for bonus. This is a skirt.
Yes.
I've taken his shirt and I'm tucking it in halfway, and I'm
that.
giving you a moment that's a little different in the
Look
outfit.
at
Look at
this.
that.
You know what I mean?
Wow.
Wow, Allie, you're
been all our
great.
lives.
I got your
Thank
back,
you.
girl. I got you.
I love
Craig and I both have our shirts tucked in already.
so cute. Like we love it. Allie, thank
Jacket,
you
do
so
a
much.
cross-
You guys all
go
look really good.
crossbody.
If you want to get all of these looks, like Dylan and I said, we're both before
We do
outfits.
crossbody
Go
with
to
it.
today.com/shop. We should mention a lot of these items are on major Black Friday discounts. So
Something like
Our
that.
floor manager, Zach, is like a helicopter. Okay, coming up next, Chef Laura Vitale's cooking up a Thanksgiving crowd
Be a
pleaser.
model?
Sweet potato casserole with
that?
streusel topping. Everyone is going to be fighting over just like Craig's look. Third hour of today. We'll be
You're
right
not the
back.
only ones that can be fashionable.
Ridiculous.
A satchel?
This morning into today's table, the food's all gone because everyone started. Big day, it's almost here, and we have a classic Thanksgiving side dish you can start making ahead of time. So joining us is chef and cookbook author Laura Vitale, and to make this recipe along with us, just scan the QR code below to get all of the ingredients. Laura, everyone is a huge fan of this sweet potato dish already.
My favorite thing on the Thanksgiving table. You
Mine
can take
too.
the turkey and the stuffing and just give me this and I'd be happy. And I'm going to show you how I make it, and you can do a couple things in advance because I feel like if you leave it all up to the day of, then it
That's a
feels
lot.
really overwhelming. So I like to roast my sweet potatoes. I just pierce them with a fork.
Okay.
Roast them in a 350 oven about an hour,
Do you
depending
put them
on
in
the
a pan
size.
or anything, or
I
just right
put
on
them
the
a
rack?
baking sheet.
Okay.
You know, and then they become really soft and tender. You can use like a can of sweet potatoes, but here's why I don't. Because it introduces a lot of moisture and it makes my sweet potato casserole really liquidy and not fluffy and souffle-like.
Okay.
And then once you have that sweet potato nice and soft, you want to mash it.
Okay.
And then it looks a little something like this. And then
Nice.
to that, you are going to add some brown sugar.
Laura, did you know that was Chanel's nickname in high school?
That is not, but
sugar.
I love it.
That train's never late.
She is quite sweet, so how
That's
can
just
you win?
that's just softened butter.
Softened butter,
Okay.
brown sugar, granulated sugar, 2 eggs.
Actually, softened butter was Craig's nickname in high school.
a bit of a softie.
Was that heavy cream? We're trying to stay on track
here.
here.
A little bit of milk. Just a little bit of milk. And you're just going to mix that up until it's really well combined. And then I like to make a streusel topping because I am a texture person and I don't like all mushy foods.
Okay.
So to make that,
this is going to go in
this
the
is
pan.
all good. This is going to go in the pan. And then to make that, you're going to take a little bit of cold butter, some flour, and some brown sugar. And you're going to mix that with a pastry cutter, although you could definitely just use a fork.
Or your
and then
hands.
you'll mix that with just like literally takes maybe 30 seconds.
Okay.
And then once that's done, you're going to just sprinkle that, which is this,
Okay, good.
all over the top of your casserole, along with some pecans. I love lots of pecans, pecans, whatever you want to call them. And you're going to put that into the oven.
And I keep
I
doing
know.
little slivers,
It's so
and it's almost
hard.
gone.
It's so hard.
This is a side dish that could be a dessert.
So do you put the marshmallows on
Not
now?
yet. So you're going to put that into the oven. Once it's got the streusel topping and the pecans, 350 oven for 30 minutes. At the last 5 minutes, you're going to sprinkle on some marshmallows if you like that sort of thing, which I do.
Who doesn't?
And then you let that cook for literally a couple of minutes until it's puffed and golden, and the interior is like a
don't walk
souffle.
away
Don't walk
when
away.
the marshmallows are on.
I do not turn your broiler on to get it going faster. And then literally takes a few minutes at that point, and it's perfection every time.
Seriously, this is
one of my favorite
I take my sweet potato seriously. This is top
This
three.
is delicious.
Well done.
Home run.
Thank
Well
you.
done.
Thank
Right up there with your sweet potato poon.
Oh, my mother's.
Yeah.
This is
Moving on.
delicious.
You can buy all the ingredients for this recipe by scanning the QR code or heading to today.com/todaytable. We should mention Today earns a commission from purchases through the QR code or links on today.com.
It's like we're in third grade.
We'll be right back.
Why couldn't you just take the compliment?
Right in.
Why couldn't you just take the compliment?
Because it's funny.
Put this on
It's
your
so
table for
good.
Yeah,
Thanksgiving.
absolutely.
This is delicious. Coming up on the third hour of today, we are celebrating some ladies of the 80s as Donna Mills, Nicolette Sheridan, and Morgan Fairchild stop by to tell us about their new Christmas movie.
Really fun.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, a toast to Thanksgiving with delicious cocktails for your celebration.
What a surprise.
We've had such a good time with you today. We hope you'll come back tomorrow.
Please come back.
That was so sincere.
We're not
We
our
had a
worst
good time.
selves.
They're going to come back tomorrow.
Today, a tennis legend, the one and only John McEnroe is here. Plus, we'll help you navigate the holidays and family get-togethers with etiquette expert Elaine Swan. And Jenna stops by the Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon with our big holiday announcement, and we're talking about it.
From Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, it's Today with Hoda
And Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Well, hi. How are you? It is the 21st day of November. It's Tuesday.
Thanksgiving is 2 days away.
Families are starting to get on trains and planes and driving in cars to go meet up.
Isn't that fun?
Fun. It's a fun time of year.
It's
a fun time. If you've never come to New York, coming around Thanksgiving is actually a beautiful time to come because you can see the Macy's Parade. You can go see the Radio City Rockettes.
Well, everything is already decorated for Christmas.
Saks, the windows at Saks Fifth
Went up
Avenue
last night.
are awesome.
I know. I can't wait to take my kids.
You've been very busy, Miss, because for those of you who stayed up late late last night, you saw one Jenna Bush Hager and her sister, Barbara Bush Hager. No, kidding. Her
last name is Hager.
sister, Barbara, who were on the Fallon show. Look, first of all, let's pause right this minute. You guys look so good.
Oh, thank you.
Wait. Where'd you get these dresses?
I don't know. Can you
No,
move
where
on?
did that? No.
Why do you like
Look
to
at Barbara-
embarrass me?
Look,
Okay.
Barbara Bush Hager looks great.
Barbara Bush Hager. Okay, listen, what was so fun.
I love it.
Guess
Y'all
what
look
was so fun?
Oh wait, cute. Is that a what? Is that a?
Those
what
are
you-
some pearls.
But what are you wearing? Is that a top and pants or a
Yes.
jumpsuit? Ah, I like it, and
Thank
I
you.
like Barbara looks cute.
Barbara Bush Hager. Okay, but one of the reasons why we went on, well, we sort of went on for our children's book, but I also had to share some very special news that has to do with the two of us. Shall we roll the clip?
Okay.
Yeah. Well, Hoda and I are about to drop our first Christmas single.
That's massive. That's Jen and Mariah, watch out. Mariah Carey, watch out.
It's going to be really something. Well, I hope to come here to perform it when it drops.
Of course.
Have you invited her?
Yes, of course. She's here now. Yes,
Yeah,
of course.
so that means I'm not invited back for round 2. I'm going to tell Hoda.
Never. Are you kidding me? We love Hoda, obviously. You guys, what is it called? Do we know the name?
It's called A Carefree Christmas.
Okay. Carefree Christmas, guys. Please keep coming back to the show. Please keep writing
Okay,
books.
we're coming back on. She'll be back next week for her. I'll be
Yes,
back
a
to drop my
carefree
single.
Christmas.
Now, are you a little worried that we're going to take you and Meghan Trainor out on the charts, or no?
Yes.
No, you're not. I went
You know
all
what,
in.
Jenna?
All
You went in
in.
the deep end. We do have a single.
It is dropping.
It's a real single. It's going to be dropping next week.
And we'd like to perform it on Jimmy Fallon.
What I love about you, you just kind of go in.
Do you know what I did
gangbusters.
yesterday, which I'm sort of reconsidering?
What?
I went and got a spray tan.
I thought it looked good. I was just going to comment on it.
I went and got a spray
like it.
tan.
And
I look at myself, and I didn't shower before.
You're not supposed. Are you supposed to?
Well, I was really tan. Like, I looked like George Hamilton.
Wait, when you go into a spray tan, is it like? Tell me, I've never done it. Do you go into a shower?
No, a
kind of
woman.
thing?
We don't have to keep showing the pictures.
No, but I
I'm a
wanna
little
know
embarrassed. I'm
about the
regretting
spraying.
it. So, you get in a little box.
And do you have anything on?
No.
Okay. And a lady comes in with a hose thing and she sprays you down?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. I know.
And then it just stays on
the
even after
reason
you
I
shower?
did it is that Barbara loves a spray tan.
She loves a spray
And she's
tan.
been really tan.
Yeah.
And so I thought I will spray tan and be the same color
As Barbara.
But her spray tan person only had the lightest color. So she didn't look that tan. And I looked like Bob Barker. I looked so tan, and I didn't realize.
Wait, did they spray your face too, or just your body?
Yeah, they sprayed my face.
You close your
last
eyes?
night when I got home, I texted Barbara because I'm not a spray tanner, and I said, "Should I shower? I'm a little
what
splotchy,"
happens?
and
Yeah.
she goes, "Get in the shower immediately."
Oh, so you're supposed to shower after, but this lasted.
Yeah, but
even
this is
after
better.
The shower.
This isn't quite so dark. I'm a little
I
embarrassed.
love that you did
anyway,
that.
okay.
All right. So you guys are going to be going to a lot of holiday parties. And when you're at a holiday party, one thing is always there other than the booze and the food.
The cookies.
And the cookies is the small talk.
Yeah. It follows us around like a plague.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you're at like the office party and you don't know people, I mean, we know all the people we work with
Yeah.
really well, but you go to the neighborhood party, you go to the school function, you don't really even know everybody's full name.
You don't. Sometimes you don't know their first name.
Yeah.
Even
That's
though you've
true.
met them repeatedly.
I always am like, "Hi, I'm Hal's mom."
Oh, yeah, that's a very cute way to do it. Okay, but this is with the Wall Street Journal. They have an article called, "We Now Need College Courses to Teach Young Adults How to Make Small Talk." What? Your necklace? Oh, your mic isn't on? Oh, it's banging on it.
Okay.
I love how everyone's
They
like,
scared me and they
"Necklace."
put up a white thing. I thought maybe I literally closed my legs. I was like, what is happening? What is happening? I thought something really bad was happening, but it was just my necklace.
I like how everyone, what I love about all these shows, it's like they whisper, your necklace is blocking your mic. It's like, wait, what? What? We can't hear anything.
I was like, what is showing?
I love how your instinct is, what?
Something was showing that was inappropriate.
Okay. So anyway, this is saying that basically young people, young adults find small talk nerve-wracking because most young adults are communicating via text and
Totally.
Stuff like not even phone calls or even too much.
Okay, you have some. First of all, I get it. Nobody really likes the small talk.
Yeah.
But it is a skill that needs to be learned. And
I have a good solution. If you go to a party and you're thinking, what am I going to say? I don't know. I haven't been to a movie. What am I going to talk about? The weather's boring. If you're trying to think of what to do. And I went one time to a function with a friend, and this friend was saying, I don't know what I'm going to say. I don't know what I'm going to do. Trying to fill the air with meaningless conversation. And I think, and I do this because I actually enjoy it too, the best thing to do is when you're sitting with someone, just start asking them about their
themselves.
lives. Because it's actually really interesting and cool. And there's not a person alive who doesn't want to say, and not just where do you work, the usual things, but go in a little bit more. Why you chose that? Was that what you wanted from the beginning? And all it takes is, but that takes a lot to get, who gets to that height? Or who gets to this job? Or whatever the thing is. But you can feel.
Well, and it doesn't even matter how it starts, because it could be with the boring question, like, so what do you do?
Yeah.
Because guess
there.
what? It's going to go somewhere cool if you're interested.
Yes.
And curious.
Yes. I think you can do it. So don't worry about what are they going to think about me? Do I have anything intelligent to say? It doesn't matter.
Ask interesting questions.
Yeah, ask a couple of questions and just listen.
Yeah.
And you're golden. The whole party will be over. You'll be listening to the same person tell you stories. It's fun.
Their whole life.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so in case you didn't know, today and tomorrow are the busiest travel days of the year.
Yep.
So if you are flying or having family fly, the Wall Street Journal headline may surprise you. It says, no one should pick you up at the airport. Why is the Wall Street Journal being so mean?
I don't know why.
Because I think picking people up is a form of love.
Well, my very favorite movie in the whole world, Love Actually, and the best scene in the world was obviously before, when you were allowed to do this, but it was the people seeing each other at the airport.
At the gate.
Saying goodbye or saying hello. There's nothing better than an airport. Like, how about when you walk out of the airport, and in New York, it's hard to have a pickup just because it's chaotic and crazy and it's easier to get a cab or an Uber.
Yeah.
But I love when I walk out of I get off a plane, I'm walking out into the terminal where you're going to get your cab, and you see people with signs.
Yes.
You see people with one flower. You see a baby or a mom or a dad
or grandparents waiting for grandchildren.
Yes, we love that.
I don't know why the Wall Street Journal wants to be so mean. We love picking up.
Is it because it's chaotic?
Yes.
Yeah. I get it in big city airports where
we said we don't really love picking people up in New York because it's stressful and our driving skills are not that good.
And you get yelled at. You can only stop for a minute.
But actually, Henry's mom is coming tomorrow, and I got a text that he's thinking about picking her up at a New York airport. So it shows you that some people really will fight the traffic.
Yeah, they said
for love.
They said it's a love language.
It is.
Picking up at the airport's a love language. Okay. Coming up, Justin's got a big scoop on Queen Bee.
Yeah, rumors are flying about a possible new Beyonce residency. We're going to find out all about it coming up next.
Get up. right, it's time to get caught up on the latest happenings in Hollywood with E! News co-host Justin Sylvester.
Justin, you got the scoop.
You guys, the scoop is hot today. I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty impressed with my scoop today.
All right, well, Travis Kelce is everywhere, and including the fancy Wall Street Journal.
You guys, well, he is the cover star for the Wall Street Journal magazine, and I'll give you one wild guess what he is talking about.
What? Taylor Swift.
We have a guess.
T Swift?
Taylor Swift, okay? Yeah. Now, he says in this article, which I love because he's getting really personal in this thing, he said that he's never dated somebody with this kind of aura before. Now, for you out there, translation, he's never dated somebody this famous. But he says that he is not running from it. Now, I dig deeper into this article because I'm trying to figure out how do I date Ricky Martin? So I took a few tips from Travis in here. This is how he got Taylor Swift. He says in the article that he tried in Kansas City, but he got shut down by security. So then he went ahead and he said that he liked her on his podcast and wanted to go on a date with her, and some of her people heard about it and told him about it. And then they got hooked up in New York for their first date. So I guess if I keep on saying I'm trying to go on a date with Ricky Martin on this show, maybe it might happen.
Mm-hmm. And he did say he thought she was super smart, like he was in awe of how smart she was, right, Justin?
100%. He is in awe of this woman. But the funny thing to me is, you know, I feel like she's doing something totally different with this relationship because back in the day, I mean, she dated Joe Alwyn for 6 years and she barely said his name because she didn't want anyone to know. But now we got Travis on the Wall Street Journal. We got Donna on ABC. We have Travis's lawn man on HGTV talking about the relationship. Everyone's talking about this.
Donna was on NBC. But anyway, but you know what she is? She's like a pendulum swinger. It's like she goes from someone where she doesn't talk about it, and now it's like a relationship that is way, way out in front. Mm-hmm. All right.
100%.
So, okay, we got to move on to the Queen Bee. There's some Beyonce rumors.
Mm-hmm.
You guys, there is a rumor that Beyonce is coming to Vegas for a residency. But I'm not just talking any stage. I'm talking the $2.3 billion Sphere. You know the one where Maria Shriver went with Oprah and didn't invite us? You know, to see U2?
We remember it well. We remember it well, Justin.
But, I mean, can you
that's the one I'm
imagine
talking about.
Beyonce at the Sphere? That would be wild.
That would be wild.
Okay. You guys, I can't imagine it, and this is why. So according to the New York Post, there are rumors that Jay-Z and Miss Tina went ahead and toured the Sphere separately. Now, you know Beyonce don't do anything unless her mama says you do it. And second, we heard that the Sphere and Beyonce's people are in talks. And apparently, Beyonce wants $10 million to produce this thing. Now, translation for you guys out there, she wants $10 million to start thinking about it. So this could happen.
Wow.
Gosh,
all right,
amazing.
let's talk about Riri. She's got something to tell us.
All right, unfortunately, Rihanna has not dropped a new album or a tour date, but she did drop a new hairdo. She was in F1 in Vegas this weekend, and she came out in her blonde era.
Mm-hmm.
She looks awesome.
She looks amazing. Now, you know, for us normal people, you know, a new hairdo means a breakup or like an emotional shift. But for, you know, A-list celebrities like this, it means money. Watch a promo shoot, watch a new movie role. Something is happening in the Rihanna-verse where she went long and blonde. I'm telling you, we're going to hear about it in 3 months.
How about everyone going to F1?
Yeah.
Wasn't that so crazy?
I know.
Like all the celebs that flooded in to see that?
Oh, it was the bougiest ticket this weekend. But let me tell you something. These brands are paying millions of dollars to get A-listers in their suites. I'm talking Rolex, Red Bull. So a lot of these celebs are going for the action, but they're also going for the cash.
Okay. All right, Justin, thank you. You can catch Justin weeknights on our sister network, E!
Coming up, y'all, there is a legend in the house. We are talking about
that guy.
Great.
That
John
guy.
McEnroe.
That guy.
We're talking with him right after this.
Yeah, you. It's not every day we have tennis royalty in the house.
Yeah, John McEnroe is the only male player to hold the world #1 rankings in both singles and doubles at the same time.
Wow.
In fact, he finished his career with 77 singles titles and 78 doubles titles. An incredible legacy. John, good morning.
Johnny Mac is here. Don't tell people when that was, because it was a while ago.
It doesn't matter.
Which is why I'm here to
But you're
talk
here
about
for pickleball, which is your
it's
second.
A lot smaller court.
It's your second favorite sport.
Second favorite? I'm not sure. Tennis is my first favorite. So, no, I'm kidding. Of course it is.
Okay,
but,
wait. Now, I've heard you many times say that pickleball is not your game, but it's become your game?
Well, it's becoming more my game for
tell
a couple of reasons. One is the court's a lot smaller, and I'm not getting any younger. And two, now all of a sudden, I love when things are quiet and stuff. So I've got a racket that's a lot quieter.
Now, you're also playing.
That also supposedly Jenna has power.
Oh, I like that.
You know, and I'm a big power.
But you're
you
also playing with some celebrity pals out there.
I've been playing with some celebrity pals, and listen, I think we got a pickleball thing hopefully set up, and
we're gonna do that.
I got a little surprise for you because
What's
it's
that?
3. In doubles you need 4 players.
We
right?
do need a 4th.
So I got a special guest I brought along.
You brought somebody, okay.
One of the greatest athletes ever.
Of all time?
A tremendous Hall of Fame player who loves pickleball.
Who
His
is
name
it?
is Drew Brees.
Oh!
Here he is.
And you get to be my partner, too.
I think we surprised her.
Yes, I think we did right.
Hi, Drew. Okay, that is. Okay, you know what they told us?
Were you surprised?
Yes. They told me that I was playing alongside someone who I love here, Donna, and then I was like, Drew Brees. Drew, wait, are you guys teaming up? What's going on here? What is this situation?
The paddle, but
Yeah, but we're gonna. I think we're gonna do a little something, and if we had to pick partners, you're my partner. All right.
John, wait, just save that.
Absolutely.
Wait,
I'm
I just want to save that soundbite. I just want to save that soundbite. Wait, so you guys are together. Will you explain this? What's happening here?
Partnership?
What's
We just
going on?
happened to where are this?
Where's our owl paddle here?
Here,
we
do you
go.
want us?
You got it?
Here we go.
So
See,
wait,
we got
Drew,
a couple
you're
of
into
these.
paddleball? I mean, into pickleball?
I am. This has been my post-retirement sport. of
Wait, are
choice,
you fiercely
right?
competitive, Drew,
Yes,
just
he-
like
what do
you
you
are?
think?
Now let's say if
What
it
do
was
you think?
Wait, I want to hear. Are you competitive? Are you fiercely competitive in
So
this
you can
game?
talk and,
yeah.
and you don't hear anything.
You see, we can have this conversation just as we're sitting here tapping.
Drew, but you're playing for fun.
Yes, I'm playing for fun. And in
He
fact,
doesn't do it. I don't know him that well, but I don't think he does anything for fun.
No,
Do you?
In fact, Johnny Mac and I, we played a little celebrity exhibition
And we have
back in
highlights
August
And
at
who
the Nova
won?
Pickle Fest.
Who won?
Well, we don't
Who
need
do
to talk
you-
about
who do you
that,
think
but
won?
he beat me in singles. I did not stay away from the forehand, which would be my #1 coaching point if I was playing against Johnny Mac again. I'm going to stay away from that forehand.
You should, because the backhand, it's tough for me to lift my arm because I'm getting a little old.
Okay, so I'm going to take advantage of the injuries
Drew,
there.
do you miss football? Because we always have Saints fans outside every day. I've got
Catholic?
in my dressing room. I have the Times-Picayune, the latest article when they were saying goodbye, and it talked about you being a Saint, which you are to everyone in New Orleans. Do you miss it?
I do. Once a Saint, always a Saint. I'm still tightly connected with the organization. Actually, still have season tickets, so we make it down there a bunch to see the games and support the team.
Well, and the Saints are killing it this year, right?
They're doing well. They're leading the division right now. I'd say
What are they, 5 and 5?
They got some work. What's that?
Are they 5 and 5?
I think it's 6 and 5.
You know what? Be nice. Be nice.
They got a little work to do, but they're in front right now.
And how's Brittany? How are the kids? How's everybody?
They're great. They're here in New York.
Oh, they are?
Yeah. They're
For Thanksgiving?
Actually, just for today, and then we're heading back to see some family and just enjoy the holidays.
And how's coaching going for you, by the way?
It's
Are you
good. Just
enjoying
coaching.
it?
Yeah, coaching kids. I got pulled into Coach Purdue during the bowl game this last year as they were transitioning coaches, and just wanted to be there, provide stability for the program. But other than that, just trying to mentor young people.
You can ask me if I missed that.
Do you miss
I just
No, I don't.
Do you miss
No,
this?
no,
Wait,
I
okay,
do.
hold on.
I
So
do.
we
I-
talk about sisterhood a lot on this show. Do y'all have a little bromance going on here?
Well, we're developing one. We just met, his charity event. So I've always respected Drew, obviously, who wouldn't the way he performed for all those years, made it to, 40, which is, in my world is even like 60, and now play, these football guys. So hopefully we'll get to see a lot more of each other. Maybe on the pickleball.
Maybe.
court.
Yes, well,
Maybe
now that y'all are in
after
business.
commercial.
Oh, you're trying to rush us. Wait, John,
No.
can we talk about you? There are a lot of young players who you love. Coco Gauff
Well, I love Coco,
is
yeah.
one of them. Tell us what you think about the new crop of
Well, the
tennis
new
players.
crop is Coco, obviously,
Yeah.
which would be huge because Serena retired. Venus is, I think, going to retire at some point in the near future. And then you've got Ben Shelton for the guys because it's been 20 years since any male player has won any major. So I think in order tennis to get as exciting as pickleball, dare I say, pickleball, the biggest sport. Wait a minute, what about tennis?
You are so crazy.
But at any rate, this guy I think is going to win some majors. It's going to help because, Roger Federer retired.
Yeah.
Rafael Nadal's been
Yes.
hurt. Djokovic is still winning everything. He's 36, which is pretty amazing for tennis that you're still able to
When
do it
you
at that
see
level.
someone mouth off on the court, when you see someone go at a rep,
I go, that'll cost you $5. Send it to straight to me. I patented that. That's why I love pickleball so much. I can yell
Do you
at
ever?
everybody.
Do you have bad sportsmanship on the court or good sportsmanship?
What do you think?
Bad.
Okay, wait, you guys really are. I can't believe Drew's here.
I'm so glad
shocked.
we could surprise you.
So we're going to stick around. We're going to play a game called Pickle Crawl.
Okay,
right?
this is going to be very interesting. Coming up next.
We're back with sports icons John McEnroe and Drew Brees.
Okay, and since they came all this way to talk about their new pickleball line, we are challenging them to our very own
Pickleball. Oh, Pickle Crawl. Here to tell us how it works is our sour associate. We got Sean. Hey, Sean.
Hi, here's how it works. We'll have two teams, Jenna and John versus Hoda and Drew. Jenna and John, you'll go first. It is an obstacle course, all themed around pickles. So first, both team members will have to eat a full pickle here before moving on to station 2, where you'll have to balance a pickle
When
on
you say eat
yes.
it, what do you mean exactly?
Put the whole thing.
Swallow it?
You can keep chewing while you go through the rest of the course, as long as the pickle is
Just
out of your
don't
hand and in your
choke.
mouth.
Can I walk and hold
Exactly.
it at the same time?
Yeah, as long as you're not, as you're careful, you're not choking. Station 2, you'll have to balance a pickle on a spoon. Both team members will have to hold the spoon, then weave through the cones. Station 3, gentlemen, you'll have to first hit a pickle with a pickleball racket. Paddle into the bucket that our ladies will be holding. Then you'll have to pick up a pickle and throw it in the bucket. Once the second pickle lands in the bucket, time is done.
I'm longing for the days to get on a pickleball.
Best time wins. Jenna and John, you'll go
Good
first.
luck, everybody. Good luck.
Okay, ready, John?
Ready? 3,
I'm competitive.
2, 1, go. All right. Oh, wait. Oh, you got to finish it before you can move on. Finish the pickle.
I thought you said you could just have.
Yeah, but it got to be in your mouth. It's gotta be there. Okay, here we go. All right.
Okay,
Station 2. Balance a pickle on the spoon. Together. Hold the pickle. Hold the spoon together. Oh, start over. Don't drop the pickle. Don't drop the pickle, John. Oh, come on.
The other way, sideways.
There you go.
I'm watching it offhand. I'm watching it offhand.
Wait,
Go
you're
through the
supposed to
cones.
weave. What are
Weave
you
through
doing?
Weave through the cones.
Ready?
Okay, go.
There we go. Okay, good. Look down. Watch the pickle on the floor. Okay, station 3. Jenna, go get the bucket. John, pick up the pickle.
Don't hit me in the face.
There you go.
Do
Catch
not
the
hit me
pickle.
in the face.
Catch the pickle. There we go. Oh, okay, now you gotta throw it. Now throw it. Throw the pickle. Throw a pickle. Catch it.
Yes!
Time.
That was pretty good. Pretty good.
All right, 51 seconds.
51
Drew
seconds.
and Hoda, let me get this pickle out of the way.
We got tight in the beginning.
You
Now
got to
they
be
saw what we
51
did.
seconds, all right? 3, 2, 1, go.
We got this.
Okay, get the pickle in your mouth. Get it all in there. Keep going.
You can't go.
You got to finish. Put it in. Okay.
We're good. We got it.
All right, now put the pickle on the spoon and weave through the cones.
This
Don't
is
drop the
already
pickle.
up there.
Watch the pickle on the floor there. Okay. Weave through the pickle. Here we go. Here we go. Go through the pickle. Okay. Station 3.
Oh, no.
Hoda, get the bucket.
Oh, no.
All right. Let's see.
Oh, no.
Oh, okay. That's all right. Still got time.
Oh, no.
Oh.
You got Drew.
There you go. You got that. Okay, now you got to throw it. Time. Wow. Drew and Hoda crushed.
Crush.
What did we get? What was the
They
time?
got 6 seconds.
What?
36 versus 51 seconds.
51?
Okay.
We don't know. Do we get a prize?
Yeah, do we have a prize? We have the prize?
Yeah, you get a free pickle.
Oh, here we go. It's a mug that
there you
says
go.
I'm kind of a big deal.
You guys, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
You can have this.
Wait, what are your rackets?
I'm still chewing the
Me
pickle.
too. What are your rackets called again?
The owl.
The owl.
Yeah.
They're quiet.
We have
and
some
soft.
owls on our property, so it's just sort of fitting right now. I'm kidding. But it's, yes. It's
Okay, cool.
very quiet.
Yeah, it
Just
is.
like me. Just like me.
John,
Thank you guys.
Best
Thank
to your
you so
family.
much.
Tell everybody hi for us.
Absolutely, I will.
Coming up, a Thanksgiving edition of our Relationship Court. Whose side of the holiday debates will you be on? That's coming up next.
I think you're still carrying.
All right, everybody, quiet down, quiet down. Court is officially back in session. It is time for Hoda and Jenna's Relationship Court
Etiquette Edition. Wow, the queen of the court today is etiquette expert Elaine Swan. Here's how it works. We're going to have folks with a little disagreement each present their side of an argument. After hearing them both out, Elaine will issue a final ruling and some words of wisdom. Each disagreement today is about Thanksgiving. Okay, Elaine, are you ready?
I'm ready. Bring them on. Let's do this. Lee, tell us about our first case, please.
It's the case of the mac and cheese mayhem. Erica and her 21-year-old daughter Naya love spending the holidays together with family. They especially enjoy preparing delicious food, but disagree on who should make one important staple.
This is a very common disagreement.
This is.
Erica, you are going to have 20 seconds to make your case. We'll put 20 seconds on the clock right now. And Erica, you may begin.
Okay.
Macaroni and cheese on Thanksgiving is a major deal for us. Tradition going back generations. Someone literally had to pass away in order for me to be given the crown. So my daughter here, just learning how to make macaroni and cheese, is already trying to change up the recipe with fancy cheeses and healthier alternatives like wheat pasta. Macaroni and cheese is not healthy. It's a tradition.
Oh, wow. That was pretty
go.
convincing,
Let's
Erica.
go.
Let's go to Miss Naya. Naya, got 20 seconds on the clock. All right.
I have been waiting and waiting to get this tradition passed down to me, and she absolutely refuses. I'm just trying to bring fresh ingredients like freshly grated cheese and whole wheat pasta, but she doesn't want that. She wants saturated fat and grease, and I just want the tradition passed down to me for a healthy alternative for Thanksgiving.
Okay, both compelling arguments. I got a follow-up question for each of you. How about this? How about 2 mac and cheeses? Why don't we each have a dish? Is that possible to have 2 separate mac and cheeses, Erica?
No. There's no room for healthy dishes on Thanksgiving. You eat the macaroni and cheese, you fall into a food coma, and then you come back and get another plate. And it's not her turn.
Listen, not her turn. Erica's making a good point now, but Naya, since this is a very important tradition to your mom, what maybe you would make mac and cheese for, a Friday night family hang. Is that something you could do?
No, I will not get my badge of honor until I do Thanksgiving.
Well, I feel sorry for you, Elaine. All right, what's the verdict?
Here's the thing. So, Erica, family traditions are a great thing, and that's the one thing that we recognize about Thanksgiving is keeping those traditions. And the folks who kept the traditions, they're dead and gone, so you really can change it up if you want to. Now, okay, so however, Naya, for you, the thing about it is you want to bring healthy choices to the family, and that's a good thing. It's a great thing to introduce that as a family tradition. But etiquette would dictate that hosting etiquette says that you should prepare something that your guest will enjoy, not necessarily what you would enjoy. And so for that, I'm going to side with Mom. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. So Naya, here's the thing. As far as etiquette is concerned, you have a dietary preference. That is for you. I don't really hear that hostess heart that you're ready to serve other people. Where your mom says, I'm gonna put them to sleep. I'm gonna put them in a coma. That's great. So she's focusing on the guest. So I think you need a little more time to marinate. Make your own and just bring a little bit with you if you want to. But other than that, this is still Mom's time. She knows how to host.
Wow, Elaine dropped the hammer.
You kind of knew Mom was going to win.
Thank you, Erica.
Thank you. She usually does. You can tell.
Yes, thank you so much,
Thank
y'all.
you, guys. We appreciate it.
All right, Lee, can you tell us about our next case?
It's the case of the holiday travel troubles. Tinsley and Ben have been married for 7 years and recently moved to New York. They agree that Thanksgiving is a special day, but don't see eye to eye on how to spend it.
I love our dramatic music. Okay, guys, you each have 20 seconds to make your case. Tinsley, let's start with you.
Yeah. So Ben and I moved to New York a year ago, and our families are back in the Carolinas, and Ben has to work this Thanksgiving, and I don't want to miss out with the family. So I think that I can fly back home for Thanksgiving, and Ben can meet us the day after, but he wants to stick together.
Okay. That's a good one. Ben, let's put 20 seconds on the clock. What is your rebuttal?
So, ladies, I think it's very important that married couples stay together on the holidays. I know I'm working that day, and I will miss her for the first half of the day, but it's only until 4 or 5 o'clock, and then I'll be home. I can help cook. I can help clean a little bit, I promise. And then we can have a nice, relaxing evening for 2 for Thanksgiving, and then go home the next day to see our families. Best of both worlds. And at the end of the day, I just don't want to be by myself on Thanksgiving.
Okay, we've got some follow-ups. This is important. Tinsley, can you arrange to do something special to celebrate the holiday on Friday? Can you call your family and say, hey, guys, can we do a special Friday Thanksgiving in the Carolinas? How about that?
Yeah, I'm sure we can. It's just, it's not the same.
Yeah.
And this isn't the first holiday we've missed because he's had to work.
Yeah, and you don't want to be alone. Okay, Ben, since Tinsley is missing out on her family's tradition, would you be willing to make Thanksgiving really special for her in New York?
Yeah, I think I could come up with an idea or two. Maybe go ice skating at Rockefeller Center. Maybe something surprise under the tree to start the evening off right.
Oh, you already have your tree up.
Well, we're planning on it, and so as long as we're here together, we could do that. And so it depends.
Okay, this is a tricky
yeah,
one.
it is. It's tricky. Okay, Tinsley, of course, family is everything to you, and you certainly don't want to miss your family and spend time with them. And Ben, you cannot get out of work. You have to work.
Yes,
the bedrock of relationship etiquette is that you prioritize the person that you're committed to. And so in this instance, I'm going to side with Ben.
Oh.
Here's why, and here's why. Tinsley, your family is Ben. Your family's been, you've left your family. He's your priority now, and your family actually is secondary. And so what you have to do is focus on what works with you. What I'm hearing is your husband is telling you he does not want to be alone on Thanksgiving. So figure out what can work for the both of you all, but your priority has to be your husband first and then your family second.
What
That's
about
a challenge.
what about yourself, though? Because I feel sorry for Tinsley that she has to hang by herself on Thanksgiving.
She doesn't. No, she doesn't.
5 o'clock.
No, she doesn't. It's like another day at work. Ben is saying he's going to cook. The man said he's going to cook. He's going to help cook. He's going to do whatever
Okay, that
he
means
can.
Ben, you got to start cooking now.
Yeah.
I gotta start early.
I just am going to propose one more thing. Why doesn't Ben fly at 6 o'clock home?
Genius. We'll see though.
Okay, we'll see.
Yeah.
Long as
it's 2 days away.
By the way, whatever you do, stay together. Whatever you do, stay together.
Yes,
Don't
that's
do
right.
separate
Don't
stuff.
do separate.
Okay.
I like that. That's
Okay,
good.
thank you.
All right, thanks, Elaine. And, of course, thanks, you guys. Thanks to all of our participants. If you have a relationship case that you want heard in our very prestigious court, head to hodaandjenna.com. Hit the connect button.
Coming up, okay, we're going to toast this Thanksgiving with some cocktails, also some mocktails right after this.
Yeah, you're right about it. All right, when you think Thanksgiving, you're talking about turkey and mashed potatoes. They come to mind, but mixologist Rob Floyd, he thinks drinks.
Yeah, he is here with some delicious cocktails for this Thanksgiving. Hey, Rob.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm very excited. I'm very grateful and thankful. So I'm here to make some cocktails and become our own favorite bartender.
We love that.
I like
Okay,
that.
so you say that. Talk to us about this cocktail. It's a big punch.
Yeah, a drinksgiving punch so that you're not stuck making drinks over and over again. You can do a large format, something, a cool twist to it.
And this is for the kids. This is a mocktail.
Yeah, it's a mocktail that can be hyped up to have a little fun with it.
So what's our base here?
Our base, so we have a little cranberry there. We've got a little orange here. We've got ginger beer. You can
pour
go
that
ahead
in.
and pour that
That's
right
ginger
in.
beer. Okay.
Absolutely.
And what is this?
That's a little vodka that we can put on the side or in.
Okay.
Now, on the side, it's for the kids and anybody.
Right.
Or you can put it right in, but then you're going to go ahead and put it in.
Why not?
Why not?
Okay.
Okay.
And then we'll do the magic stir.
Okay.
So this is just cranberry juice in here?
And orange juice.
And
right?
orange juice and
Like
a little
half
bit
and
of
half?
lime. Yeah.
Okay.
And then you garnish it with these really cute cranberries.
Yeah, dump them on in. Let's have a little
Okay.
fun with this.
So you just put it in a big bowl, put a ladle in, and you're good to
And
go?
look how pretty you made some
Absolutely.
flour ice.
Yes, so it's really pretty, really fun, easy to make, and then also you're not getting stuck running behind the bar all day. Does that work?
That's real
I
good. By
love
the way,
that.
we should point out again these ice cubes.
How beautiful.
You froze little flowers inside.
Yeah, little nasturtiums, little flowers, so that there's that little bit edible elegance.
Yeah,
to
it's
it.
beautiful. Okay, tell us about this
All
drink.
right. So everybody loves a margarita. Well, this is a ciderita.
Okay.
So we
Cider?
have apple cider pouring into our tequila there.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then we have a little bit of simple syrup and a little bit of lime juice.
Okay.
And
Shake, shake, shake.
oh, you could shake, or we're gonna do a little stir because it's large format. So
Okay.
the magic stir.
So you could
here.
make a whole pitcher of these and just put it on the
Exactly.
side, and everyone can make
pour their own.
Do you do salt and sugar around the
Yeah,
edge?
so I did graham cracker here.
Wow.
Little graham crackers, so it's fun.
what?
It's really holiday.
Fancy.
Oh,
graham
so
cracker.
pretty.
What are you
Awesome.
talking
Okay,
about?
we have to
wait.
keep- Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, talk to us about this one.
All right, so sangria. I love a great sangria. It has a great history to it. So we're doing a little great red wine here. We have bourbon and we have cinnamon simple syrup. So we just add those in.
Got it.
Little club soda on top. And then we are going to garnish away with our fruits here. And this you can throw in a lot of fruit, have a lot of fun with it.
I love Do you put ice in here, or do you have a thing on the side?
If they're moving quickly, I do. Now, if they don't like the sangria, I love that Chardonnay, the Chalk Hill, the Grenache wine. They're great with turkey.
Okay, finally, we're doing a quick martini.
Oh, yes, espresso martini. So we're going to throw in our coffee liqueur there, our vodka.
That's
my
it? 2
favorite
ingredients?
Part. And we have
That's the whole thing?
espresso already in there.
That's
We'll give it a little shake like that. That's where we're dancing.
Yeah.
Little pop. And then we are ready to go ahead and pour it in.
Kind of foamy.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
nice job. And then you give it a little squirt on top.
Yeah, absolutely. A little chocolate, little whipped cream. This is my wife Megan's favorite drink.
Lovely.
If I can get that right there.
You got it.
Yeah.
We hold our breath and
there we go.
That's boom.
Very fancy.
What a beautiful drink.
Wonderful. Thank
Your
you.
wife's proud of you. You nailed it.
She
You
is.
nailed it.
Thank you, thank you. And to get these recipes and more, go to today.com/food.
We'll be back right after this. Nice job.
Great recipe.
We're so happy you hung out with us today. Thank you.
We sure are. Tomorrow, y'all, we have country music superstar Jesse James Decker.
And Seth Meyers and his brother Josh on their popular podcast.
That sounds fun. We'll see y'all tomorrow.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it's worth coming to this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stop with a snap.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
I woke up smiling on my face. No care, no trouble in my way. The sun is shining where I go. That's how I know. Yeah, that's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
I know, we know. We're on. We're just chit-chatting. We're back with Today Food this morning. We're finishing up your Thanksgiving shopping list. We've got easy ideas to help you spend less time in the kitchen. And here's some fuss-free ways to do Thanksgiving appetizers. Ina Garten, I love that you are doing fuss-free.
Well, there's enough to do with Thanksgiving. I don't want to start making little things wrapped in phyllo dough.
I know.
Well, actually, you just don't need to do it.
I love your whole philosophy of Thanksgiving because a lot of times if you're the chef, you're like stuck in the kitchen the whole time, not having fun at your own party.
And exhausted, right? Which
Okay.
no guest wants to see.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
Let's start over here. We're going to start
Oh,
with
okay, over
hors
here.
d'oeuvres. How's
Okay,
that?
good. I'm glad you know what we're doing. Okay, over here we go. Now,
I'm in
hors d'oeuvres,
charge
I'm
here.
dying because I was just eating potato chips. That's why we were laughing.
I can't believe I'm serving potato chips on the Today Show.
I know. But they're Ina Garten, so.
That's the first thing everybody wants,
Okay.
right? So first for hors d'oeuvres, what I do is I just get little plates.
Okay.
And I just put out things that you can buy already done.
So this is like about display.
It really, and it's about good ingredients. Just
Okay.
make sure. So really good olives. Everybody likes good olives,
Yeah.
right? And potato chips. You want to put potato chips in that?
I'm definitely qualified for that. Okay.
And then
All right.
sometimes what I do is I do cucumbers and sausage together.
Now,
which is
everything
really,
you do is thoughtful. So you have put these ingredients in particular. You feel like they pair well together?
You know, each one, whatever people like.
Oh,
I love
okay.
to give people a choice. So, I mean, somebody likes potato chips, somebody likes Marcona almonds.
Yeah.
It's, I mean, these are the sausage we slice like that. And then one thing that I think people really don't know about is Parmesan shards.
Yes.
Is just take a piece of Parmesan and just cut ragged shards of it
Oh, shards,
like that,
okay.
and put them in a bowl. And they're just
Serve it with a shard.
With
oh, we're getting
Yeah,
the wine
shard.
later. Okay.
But
Okay, yeah.
And so you just put them like
Oh,
that
put
in
the
a bowl,
shards in. Oh,
in a
that's
bowl,
nice.
and let people just help themselves.
That's good. And that's a friendly thing to do so they're not struggling over the cheese knife.
Exactly.
Like I always am. It's like
Just
a
like
crime
that.
scene. Okay.
Or you slice salami
All
and
right.
just put it really thin slices of salami with cucumbers together in a bowl.
So now you have these
just
cute
so-
bowls, and you've got this charcuterie board. So now how do you display? You just
I would just put everything up on the board, just like that.
how do the taste?
I mean, it's so good. It's like all of our favorite snacks.
And she makes
Is
a
that
good
your
point about the
dream
potato
dinner?
chips. That's like the most favorite
I could just skip
appetizer anytime.
Thanksgiving and just do these appies, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Okay,
Exactly.
good.
So
And you ever serve Doritos? At least you know I love a Dorito.
If you
Ina.
love Doritos, serve Doritos.
do
That's
you.
the answer.
Okay.
And then we have a little wine tasting. Everybody has all kinds of questions about what wine to serve.
Yes.
White or red, and they're both right.
Oh, okay.
That's the good news.
The answer
I've
is
got-
yes.
Yes. Yes, serve wine. So I've got a little wine tasting. Are you ready for wine tasting?
Of course I am.
Okay. So this is a Chardonnay, and you'll just think about how this
Am I
is for
tasting
you.
this?
You taste
Okay.
that. That's
Am
a
I
Chardonnay.
supposed to swirl and swivel and
Yeah,
all
just
that?
drink
No,
it.
okay.
You should chug it like you chugged that beer last week.
Oh, ooh, don't tempt me. Ooh, that's very
That's
nice.
good. That's really good, isn't it?
It's
So
a
that's
really nice one.
A Chardonnay.
Okay.
And this is like a Puy-Fusé, like a French.
A Puy-Fusé. Okay.
I drink it all day.
Oh, I like the Puy-Fusé.
Isn't that interesting?
Do you guys like the Puy? Oh, you have
Yeah,
red.
sorry.
We have
So
this-
wait,
we have red.
so
This is
I
for
was
us.
wondering, so
Choose
you could
which-
do white or red with turkey. It doesn't really matter.
Or both. Sometimes I just put both on the table.
Okay, that's
So which of the
beautiful.
two did you like
I
better?
think I'm a Puy-Fusé
I am
person.
too.
Oh,
I
you
am
are
too.
too?
I am
Oh,
too.
besties. Okay, what about this?
This is a Pinot Noir.
Okay.
That's a good. It's a good California Pinot Noir.
It's really good.
Oh,
Isn't that
interesting. Gosh.
And this is a Morgon, which is a
Morgon.
French wine. It's like a very light red wine, which is really good with turkey.
It's really, this one is
Oh, I like that one. I guess I'm
That's
into
the one
this
I like.
French wine.
Yeah.
Oh
Isn't
my
that
gosh,
good?
let's go to France.
Okay.
Because we really
I'm
like
sorry,
it.
we have to go now.
Yeah, we're going to France. Bye.
Which one is this?
Which one are they drinking?
What are you drinking?
We don't know.
Katie, do you know?
You're gonna learn.
This is the
It's
California peanut.
fantastic. You should try these French ones.
Try the Morgon.
They're very good.
So
Okay,
that's
just-
hors d'oeuvres and that's wine.
I love
but
that.
dessert.
Okay.
And I was in France once, and the waiters brought this huge long board
Yeah.
with already pre-made things on it. That was so gorgeous, and I thought, why aren't I
Yeah.
doing that at home? So that's what we're going to do. So. What I do is I alternate things that like fruit that have color with things like big shards of chocolate.
Okay.
And then lemon bars. Just line them up in big blocks.
I mean, this beats
And you can
pumpkin
do-
pie every day of the week, doesn't it?
And everybody gets what they love.
Should I put one on there?
You want to put some strawberries
Yes,
down
okay,
here?
all right.
And so
guys
we've got
try any of
lemon
those
bars.
desserts?
We've tried them all.
Amazing.
And
Tried them all.
everything here was store-bought. Absolutely everything.
So
I mean,
do you
go
buy
to a
these like to
bakery?
make it look cute, or what do you
Yeah,
do
what
to
I-
just?
I'll
Oh, you
show
did.
you what
Okay.
I did. What I did was I cut the lemon bars in half because nobody
Oh,
needs
okay.
an entire lemon bar.
Got it.
Right?
Okay. Yeah.
And then you take a little paper cup.
A little,
you can use
okay.
a white one or a brown one.
Everyone needs an entire lemon
And just put put the lemon
Okay,
bar
yeah.
right in it.
See, it's all about display.
All about presentation.
Right. It is.
So now it looks really special, right?
It's so beautiful.
And then we can do cookies.
Always do cookies.
We
The
need
brownies.
more strawberries.
Oh, more strawberries.
And
Okay, got
one
it.
of the keys to this is bountiful.
Okay.
Lots and lots of them.
I love this. Okay, Ina, thank you
And
so
then-
much for giving us
And
permission
then we do
to go to the store.
Exactly. Why not? You know, at the end of the day, you want everybody to have something absolutely delicious
Yes.
to eat, and it doesn't mean that you have to spend the
No.
entire day in the kitchen making it.
And cutting it into little bites.
Look
It's
how
just a
great
good
this
idea.
is.
Okay, perfect.
I know. What are you making for Thanksgiving?
Reservation?
Yay! Oh yeah, we need that one. That
Let's do this. Let's move these down, and we'll
Oh
do
yeah,
the lemon
okay,
tarts
perfect.
at the end.
Okay, I
How's
love
that?
it. It
Great.
looks like an abundance. Beautiful.
Doesn't it look abundant?
Yeah.
And wouldn't you want to have somebody serve that to you for
Yes.
Thanksgiving?
I put it in the wrong place.
That's
Sorry,
okay.
sorry. I know. I know.
You want to put like-minded things together. Otherwise, it looks like a dog's breakfast.
Ina, thank you so much. You can find her ideas and a lot more on our website, today.com/food.
Whether you're hosting or a guest, Thanksgiving can be stressful, from cooking mishaps to spills and cleanup. But with some planning, it can be worry-free. When it comes to cleaning, focus on rooms where guests will be spending the majority of their time.
Start in the kitchen. That's where you're going to spend a lot of your time. Just a quick wipe down of the counters, maybe a quick dusting of the living room if everybody's sitting around in there. Maybe the TV is on, you're watching the parade or some football.
No need to panic over spills. A tip from Real Simple magazine: use salt or shaving cream to remove stains from drinks like red wine from your carpet or shirt.
Have your stain treatment center like at the edge of the kitchen island. Everything you need to treat stains is somewhere in your house already.
Still stumped on how to prep that bird? It's not too late to call the Butterball Turkey Talk Line.
We can walk you through from taking your turkey that looks like this out of the package into something that looks like this in front of me, which is, by the way, a real turkey, cooked to perfection.
To avoid a foul main dish, use a meat thermometer to test and see if the turkey's ready to eat. And remember,
170 degrees in the breast, top of the turkey here, and 180 degrees in the thigh between the leg and the body of the turkey for optimum eating quality and food safety.
How to carve a roast turkey just in time for Thanksgiving.
when you're ready to carve and serve it, check out tutorials on social media or YouTube for advice. With the oven working overtime, remember to use some countertop appliances to prepare your sides.
You can use your Instapot to keep, you can put it on saute setting and it'll keep the gravy warm or keep some vegetables warm for you. Of course, the microwave can keep things warm for you. You can use the air fryer to warm the rolls.
A big highlight this holiday:
my Thanksgiving leftover sandwich. I can't believe someone just ate it.
enjoying leftovers.
Have that pie for breakfast on Friday and Saturday.
From shepherd's pie to sweet potato pancakes, Erin Chase shares ways to transform extra turkey and sides on her $5 dinners blog.
One of my favorites with turkey is like a slider or a grilled cheese even. You're going to do thin slices of turkey, maybe a little cranberry sauce, a little stuffing even.
Set up a leftover station and have your guests help themselves.
Consider sending extra food home with guests using a disposable cupcake tin.
You just put a thing in each of the little cups and everyone gets the right amount and you sort of send them out the door.
And don't be afraid to ask for some help.
I cannot express enough how important delegation is when you're hosting a big holiday affair like this. Get everybody working. They want to help you. They all have their special skills. Put them to the test.
For today, Vicki Nguyen, NBC News.
I love that cupcake tin hack.
It's a great, I don't know how we haven't thought about that
I
before.
know. Well, are you going to make your world famous Brussels
I'm going
sprouts
to make my world famous Brussels sprouts secret recipe.
tomorrow?
Uh-huh.
Okay. All right. If you're in Kansas, stop by Chanel's place.
I don't have what Dylan has. I
No.
mean, you know, with the whole spread
No,
planned out.
17 people headed over to Dylan Dreyer's house.
Welcome back to our Thanksgiving 21 extravaganza. Y'all, we're so excited. This group of chefs, easy suggestions for what you can do today to prepare for the big meal. Let's start with Chef Leah Cohen from Pig and Cow here in New York. Did I get that right?
You got it
All
right.
right, girl. This is a hack. If you're making gravy and we all get stuck, what is a special way that we can make it all good?
So I like to make a roux, which is what thickens a gravy, because everyone, you want that to be like nice and viscous, and you don't want it to just spill all over the plate.
So to make a roux, what goes into it?
Make a roux. So I use chicken fat. You can use any fat. Butter, oil, but I like chicken fat to give it some more flavor, and then flour, and then we whisk in our chicken stock.
Let's
and then
do it.
You can add in, any herbs that you want to infuse the gravy, or you could just go traditional and just do some
Old
salt
school.
and pepper. Yep. And that's it.
That's it. Simple.
Yes.
That's easy peasy.
And you can make your roux in advance the day before.
And just you leave it in the fridge?
Leave it in the fridge, exactly.
All right. Okay, great. And that looks like a delicious meal. That looks real yummy. How come that's brown? Just because?
I don't know.
Okay. Who knows? Nobody. No. All right, guys. Next up, cookbook author and chef Maneet Chauhan, and this is really brilliant because sometimes we want our table to look beautiful, right?
Yes.
And sometimes, quite frankly, we run out of dishes.
Absolutely.
At our house, everything's in the dishwasher. So what should you do?
Well, get some pumpkins, hollow out the pumpkin, and use that as your bowl. I mean, it'll look so beautiful as a tablescape.
Stop.
And you don't have to wash this afterwards.
Just throw it away.
Yes.
But does it leave any kind of pumpkin-y residue on whatever you may be serving?
Not really. What I do is I put just a layer of oil in it, so that acts as a barrier.
Okay.
Yes. And then the seeds that you take out, wash it well, and spice it up. So over here, I have some spices. I have some turmeric. I have some paprika, some chaat masala, some dried mint, some garam masala, and some salt. Put some oil, mix it together, and just put it in the oven for 15 to 20 minutes at 350 degrees.
350? And what do you have? Little hors d'oeuvres?
I know. Or you can use it as a garnish on soups. Or, yeah.
Brilliant.
It's delicious.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. All right, Maneet, thank you. Now to the pit master, Phil the Grill Johnson of Trap House Barbecue. Phil, some people want an alternative. They want the turkey, but they don't want to deal with the whole
Exactly.
turkey. So what do you
or
have?
you might have a small group, right?
Yeah.
So I have a stuffed turkey meatloaf. But what I like about this meatloaf, because it's not pleasing to everybody, it is one bite for like Thanksgiving.
Okay,
I got it stuffed with cornbread stuffing, sage sausage, and then I've got it topped with my barbecue sauce. And this is a cranberry smoked chipotle barbecue sauce that you put on top of it.
Can I ask you the dumbest question in the world? How did you get the stuffing in the middle of that meatloaf?
You know, you have, when you start creating the meatloaf, when you start putting it in a loaf pan, you just kind of create a canoe, and then you take the cornbread stuffing, you just go through your regular, cornbread, and then when you put your sausage in it, stuff it in there. You don't want to pat it down too tight, and then just cover it with your meatloaf. And look, it cuts beautifully.
Let's see.
Oh, look at this.
Come on. And wait, in that barbecue sauce, what's the special stuff that goes in that?
So you got, the good thing is apple jelly. That gives it its sheen. You got a little bit of ketchup, vinegar, molasses, chipotle, onions, garlic. So it's got that nice flavor. And like I said, at the end, you're getting that whole bite of Thanksgiving.
Al, are you totally convinced?
Ready
Get
for that.
on it.
And then we got a side to go with it. We got
Thank
Mariah
you.
Gladstone, founder of Indigi Kitchen. And you got a special trick for kicking stuff up involving garlic.
Yeah, it's really easy to save yourself a lot of time chopping garlic. If you just want to cut your garlic in half like this, drizzle it with a little bit of olive oil. And then we're just going to wrap this up, and you bake it in the oven for about an hour to roast your garlic. It'll soften it up.
It makes it sweeter, too.
It'll bring out all of the nice flavor, and it has all those roasted elements as part of it. And then you have your roasted garlic, and it's really easy to use that to just squeeze on top of your mashed potatoes. It's a little chilly right now.
Won't quite squeeze.
Won't quite squeeze. But you can use it to season your mashed potatoes or like your vegetable dish like that, and that'll just add all of that garlic flavor right into your dish.
That is fantastic, Mariah. Thank you so much. And brings us to tip number 15, sommelier and children's book author Sarah Thomas. Now, we're talking, we're not going to talk wine, but instead kind of a fun way to create non-alcoholic drinks that everybody in the family can enjoy.
That's right. I think it's just as important to be thoughtful about the non-alcoholic beverages as the wine selections.
Sure.
And so this is just a really fun way to introduce new flavors for your kids. That's what Kalamata's Kitchen's all about. It's getting kids to try new flavors. So what I like to do is set out kind of an assortment of ingredients and let kids kind of choose their own adventure. So you start with some juices. Maybe you have some apple cider or lemonade or tart cherry juice. You introduce flavor through spices and herbs. You can either muddle fresh herbs. You can make syrups out of the whole spices. You can add in some ground spice, like allspice or something. And then my favorite part, you add something to make it sparkle, right?
Little fizzy.
Yeah, bubbles make everything better. So like ginger beer, sparkling cider, flavored seltzers. The important thing is like you've involved your kids in something so they're more likely to try it. You've introduced new flavors to something they already love. And now everybody has a special drink to toast with.
And what are the couple of the combos you've got here?
Oh, so my favorite one I think is like pineapple, a little bit of lime juice, allspice, and ginger beer. I also love, I do a tart cherry with some maple syrup and some cinnamon. But you can really just like be creative and have fun with all of it.
That's terrific.
It's fun, right?
Yeah. A little rum in here wouldn't be bad.
I wouldn't say no, but maybe not for the kids.
All right, Sarah, thank you so much. And Chef, thank you so much. Again, you can find everything on our website, today.com/food.
All right, earlier this morning, 21 chefs entered the Today Plaza to celebrate being together again in 2021.
Well, 3 of those chefs are joining us now to share their top last-minute tips and hacks so we can have our best Thanksgiving ever. First up, chef and owner of Pig Beach, our friend, Mr. Matt Abdu. Matt, happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, Mr. Roker.
All right, so what if you can't get your hand on a turkey? Some people wait till the last minute. Myself, I wouldn't be that disappointed. What would you suggest in its stead?
Well, there's tons of options you can do, but I love doing a roasted chicken. If you couldn't get a turkey or there's not that many people coming over this year, want to do something a little bit smaller, go find yourself a chicken, roast in the oven. Everybody loves a good roasted chicken. You can never go wrong with it.
Okay, now so say you got your roasting pan here, but you don't have, what can you do as a hack to keep it elevated?
So if you're cooking at home and you don't have one of these fancy, beautiful roasting pans, but you have some sort of baking dish or baking tray or whatever, you just take some aluminum foil and you just want to take it and twist it up, and you'll make a little rack that you can put your chicken or your turkey right onto, so all the juices will drip down. And then you have room to put all of your carrots onions and celery on the bottom of it.
Oh, nice.
So that when you're roasting your chicken or your turkey, it's nice and propped up so all those juices can drip down really well.
And what about a brine for your a dry brine or a wet brine?
So no matter what you're cooking, turkey, chicken, pork, you want to make a brine for it. It's going to add so much moisture and flavor to it. Super simple ratio. For every quart of water, you have about a quarter cup of sugar and a quarter cup of salt. You just dump all those into the bowl and you whisk them all together until they're nice, until the solution is clear. And then you want to soak your turkey in that brine for an hour per pound to overnight, and then add some fun aromatics. Here we have some bay leaf, peppercorn, some thyme. Put all that in there. You add some garlic, shallots, whatever you want. Make it taste really great, and your brine is ready to go.
Do you like the dry brine?
I love doing a dry brine. For a turkey, though, I like doing the wet brine. I like it to be totally submersed into that. But the dry brine is great for like steaks or like pieces of chicken thighs or legs and things like that.
Okay,
for
now,
me personally.
now for my favorite part, the stuffing.
All right, Marisol, what do we have?
All right, so what do you guys do if you're out of breadcrumbs? Supply chain issues, am I right?
Sure.
Okay, you guys can just use a little bit of soaked bread or box stuffing. And nothing's wrong with a box stuffing. It's on
You
the
just
grocery
zhuzh
store
it up a
shelves for
little
a
bit?
reason. I'll add in some thyme, some cilantro, a little bit of sazon because I'm Latin and that's how we do. Then, you know, if you have some gluten-free guests, you can have them make their stuffing or you could provide oatmeal, rice.
Really?
Instant potato flakes and chicharrón.
Okay.
Pork rinds because
pork rinds.
chicharrones, of course. That's how we do. Now, I got something for you.
Okay.
What's the worst thing that can happen with your stuffing?
You run out of it.
Or it gets mushy.
It gets
Oh,
mushy.
you get mushy.
It gets
Like, you know,
Soft
can I
and
tell you
too
something? My
much
kids
liquid.
just said that yesterday. They think Thanksgiving food is mushy.
Exactly.
I'm like, guys,
Maybe it's just
no, I don't cook, don't even. They just don't like soft stuff.
Maybe it's a chef.
I'm like, I don't cook.
Well,
So
I got a solution for y'all.
Okay.
I call this stuffins. Stuffing muffins.
Okay.
All right. So basically what you do is you're going to get a muffin tin and you're going to grab your favorite stuffing. It can be boxed, it can be homemade, and you're going to put
That's
them.
a cute idea.
And you know what it does?
Stuffing muffin.
It creates crispiness while retaining moisture, but also speeds up that cooking process.
stuffins.
Stuffing.
Wow.
Cleanup.
Impressive.
Very easy. We got a stuffing here for all y'all.
You know
Very
what? I have to say, it's very hard to do new things or for us to see new things on the show. That's new for me.
Well, thank you.
All right.
I'll try it out.
Well, now we have son of a Southern chef himself, Lazarus. What are you
Hi,
going to bring
y'all.
us this morning?
Okay, so if you're having a wet Thanksgiving, which I plan to do, yes, thank you very much. There will be bottles, there will be wine, there will be
Yes,
something
yes.
to drink. But then sometimes we have leftover wine. So
Yeah.
what do you do with that wine? I love to make a next day sangria.
Oh, let's do it. Come on, let me put my stuff down.
Okay, so you pour your leftover wine in here,
Okay.
right? You have some cranberries, you got oranges, you got some fresh mint and rosemary. Put it into your pitcher. Isn't this gorgeous?
It's beautiful.
No, I
and
might
even
take
just
this
the
home.
presentation of
The
it. I feel like your
presentation of
guests
it.
will feel like, you know what I mean.
It's really
Can I try
great for
it?
like the next day. It's light, refreshing. You can add
Well, that's
your
good.
little sparkling water,
Yeah. Lovely.
just like that,
Easy
and then
peasy.
pour it right in.
Ooh, that's good. We only have 1 minute left. Ah! All right, let's squeeze this in.
Okay, so you got leftover wine, you got leftover cranberry sauce.
Okay.
Why not make a glaze?
Oh.
Okay, so you can pour that in. Now we're using pantry ingredients.
Okay.
We've got some nutmeg, some cinnamon. Allspice.
Yes.
Bring it into a pot, right?
Wait, I
Bring it
drank out
down
of that
to,
one.
reduce it to a simmer.
Okay.
All right, save one for me, y'all.
Yeah,
please.
wait.
And then you can pour it on your leftover meats. You can put it on your leftover stuffing or your muffins.
This
stuffing
would make
muffins.
great for the sandwiches the next day.
Oh, exactly.
Oh, my
Exactly.
gosh.
Yum. You guys all get us new things today.
This is good.
Cheers.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving, everybody.
Maricela and Lazarus, thank you so much, guys. You can find all of this morning's Thanksgiving recipes, tips, and hacks on today.com/food.
All right, everyone's wishing you a happy birthday, JBH. Sure. All right.
Let's
all
get to cooking, though. It's also Thanksgiving, okay? So we got to move on.
Yeah,
right?
we're celebrating 2021 together again. We got 21 chefs. They've been out here all morning. We're helping to make your planning a little easier.
Okay,
Yep.
starting us off, we are talking turkey with
Jet
Chef
Tila.
Okay, he's telling
Anthony Scotto's here too, and so
Yes.
is high school. Elizabeth High School.
Okay,
All right,
so
let's
should
get
we
it
start
started.
with turkey?
You got it. You know, turkey's always this balance of like, it's dry on the inside, but you want to keep it crispy
what are
on the
you
outside.
doing with that?
Is that mayonnaise?
No, this is butter. It's
Butter.
seasoned butter. So
Oh,
take butter.
and where you put
Yeah, well, okay, in the turkey. But anyway, you take the butter, put anything you want in the butter, herbs, spices. So take the skin
And you put it
right
in
of the
under the
breast,
skin.
and you can get it all the way down in this pocket. And then you take the rest of it, though, you rub it on top, right? Because you want this crispy
Massage.
skin, massage. but you want
Yes.
the breast not to get dry. And then take that red wine.
Ooh, look at that.
and a
Oh,
cheesecloth. And then for that first hour, cover all the exposed skin.
Okay.
This is going to give you really great color, really good texture.
Oh my
you're
God.
gonna-
And
that's-
yeah,
okay,
that's
cool.
it. That's
Look
how you
how
want to do it.
beautiful it turns
Look at
out.
that, and then a little gravy on the side.
You rock it.
Oh,
All
oh
right,
my
Mr.
gosh.
Side Dish.
Okay, shall we move on to Brussels?
I talk about Brussels for a second because everybody talks about turkey.
Yeah, turkey.
And you always
It's so
wind up
rude.
messing it up. You don't do it more than once a year anyway.
Yes, true that.
Sides are all what it's about.
yeah.
Brussels sprouts,
Yeah.
let's say it's 2 or 3 days ahead of time. You want to get some things out of the way.
Yes.
Brussels sprouts, you're going to brown them on a sheet pan, a little olive oil, salt, and pepper. At that time that you want to heat them up, now
Yes.
you've had them in the refrigerator,
Right.
take them out an hour before.
Okay.
Put them in a pan.
With butter?
A little butter.
Look at that. Is that brown sugar?
A
Yes.
little brown
So
sugar.
hit it, Anthony.
Hit
A
it.
little,
Orange
zest,
Get that.
a little bit of chicken stock.
Yeah.
Heat that back up real quickly. You can put it in the microwave. Done.
We're done. All right, can we move on to dessert? We
Okay,
need
so
dessert.
this is what happens. Sometimes we have a fail, you know? And I
you
woke
talking about Hoda and me?
up one morning
What happened?
and my
You
drunk
cried.
uncle had taken literally an entire thing of the pie.
No.
Yes, shoved it in his
Fistful.
mouth. I woke up. It was nothing but a mess. But anyway, so I took pieces of it
Yeah.
and made it into a trifle. So
Wait,
what
what'd
you
you
do
do?
is you start
Break
with your
it up.
pecan pie.
What?
Exactly.
Wait, what's that?
I mean, okay, this is
What is that?
melted ice cream. So
Melted ice
yeah,
cream?
so instead of slaving and making a creme anglaise, you're just going to melt vanilla ice cream.
Brilliant.
And that's it. Now, if you had some brownie pieces, maybe some chocolate cake, anything else that's just kind of laying around,
Dump it in.
add that. Little chocolate sauce.
Wait,
you could
what?
do caramel if you wanted
I get why your drunk uncle ate this.
And then
this.
we
Look
have
at
the
it.
whipped cream.
Homemade whipped
You
cream.
could even put a little bourbon in this whipped cream if, you know, the drunk uncle. You gotta make sure you
Right.
take care of Randy. Old Randy.
Hey.
Let me tell you something though. When you have all this,
Yes.
a dessert this big, you know what you need?
What?
You need some friends.
More people.
You need a few more friends.
Oh my
We need just a few more friends. Oh my
Farrell and Wendy. By the way, Farrell, her bestie, Jenna's bestie for
come from
100 years.
Texas?
Wendy,
And what is this?
her other bestie and cousin. Everybody's here. What is happening?
Happy birthday!
I mean, what's going on?
I don't know. I can't speak. I have no words left. Y'all, this is my friend Elizabeth.
We love her.
We
got a trucker hat.
Oh, a trucker hat.
Everybody needs a trucker hat.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God.
What?
And you just had a birthday too recently.
Yes, I did.
Oh
Welcome
my
to
God.
40. It's awesome.
Welcome to 40. Y'all, the party is continuing. I want to thank Elizabeth, Jet, and of course Anthony for those tips. Head to today.com/food.
Oh, okay, we need to drink.
We are
We're just days away from Thanksgiving, and this morning in our Make Ahead Monday, we're getting some inspiration to add something new to your holiday meal.
So in collaboration with Instagram, we've been featuring popular food creators to help us get our holiday menus ready. This morning, we are joined by Skylar Bouchard, also known as Dining with Skylar.
Hello, you guys.
She's got a twist on a classic comfort food. Skylar, welcome.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for having me. We are going to get cooking today. You guys are going to be working with me.
So this is something that we could make ahead for, be ready for Thanksgiving.
Absolutely. So we are making vegetable pot pies. You can do this casserole style. You can do it little side style like we're doing in ramekins. Or little mini cast irons.
love it.
It's a lot of
Nice.
fun. And then we're going to make some pear and brie pastries.
It smells
Are you
What's
ready?
the start for this?
All right, so this is onion and fennel we have going with some butter. And we're gonna add some salt because you wanna season every single layer of your dish with some kosher salt, preferably.
Even the concept of layering just sounds yummy to me.
That is, the base of it is so important because we're building all of our flavor.
Diced
so
garlic?
I'm adding some garlic, we're adding thyme, rosemary, and sage.
All the things.
All the things, all the fall things.
This almost starts to smell like the base for stuffing.
Exactly. That's kind of the inspiration here with the sage. We're making it kind of fall themed. We want to hang on to fall a little
And
bit
it's
longer.
veggie because you add veggie broth?
Yes,
Or stock?
yes, that's what
Okay.
we're doing. So we're going to build a roux, and actually, Chanel, I'm going to have you help me. Okay. Al, I know you're a chef.
No, I think Chanel.
Chanel, you got to start. Actually, we're going to start with some white wine here.
Okay.
We're building
Casually
a roux.
or just go for it?
You know what? Casually pour it in.
Okay.
We're going to cook it off as you're pouring it in, and this flour is basically the thickener for our sauce.
that
Without the
smells so
flour,
good.
we have a soup, and we don't want a soup, right?
Well, for the sake of time, I'll
Yeah.
hurry it up there.
All right, yeah, let's add all that veggie stock. And if you're not like a true vegetarian, you can go chicken stock
There
here
you
for
go.
flavor.
Okay.
And
But at least you have
sometimes
this option because there are a lot of people these days who are trying not to eat meat, so you have something for them that's still comfort food-ish.
Absolutely.
You know?
And what's that?
What was that?
So this is my secret ingredient, you guys. This is some veggie stock concentrate paste. So it adds a lot of depth of flavor, and it really boldens the flavor more.
And just some milk?
Some whole milk. We're
Whole
gonna
milk.
just mix that up.
All
So
right.
you're gonna, if you're doing this at home, you do that slowly.
Right.
Let that thicken.
Okay.
Wait, and we're gonna
Hold
add
on.
all of our vegetables. So
In
just
the
pour
pot.
all of them right into the pot.
Are
You'll
these
see-
frozen veggies?
These are frozen veggies.
Oh, so it makes it that much easier.
That
Even
much
better.
easier.
Already
We
prepped.
could blanch them all, and it would take different times for different vegetables.
All right, I'll just
But
play
just
like
for
that all
sake
in
of
one
time, you know, vegetables are actually frozen after they're blanched.
Okay.
So they're all part cooked, and it'll cook evenly and perfectly. So here's our filling, right? We're gonna let that thicken and be
Right.
beautiful. Here we are now. We
I love
have
this.
waited, so we let this come to room temp after it thickened.
Okay.
Because that's just a safer way to do it. We put
Okay.
it in the fridge.
Yep.
Up to 3 days.
Okay.
And now we
So this
scoop it
part's
into
already done,
ramekins.
and you're ready.
Done.
Yep, it's already done. We're gonna scoop it in as our turkey is resting. We have our oven preheated to whatever the pastry instructions
warm.
will say.
Okay.
Al, why don't you help me out here?
Okay.
So we're gonna get a lovely square puff pastry and
Right.
just plop it on. Feel free to stretch it out. This is thawed out, thawed the night before. That's a really important thing to do.
And
We
then
like
you've got
it
an egg wash?
Cooked, yup. And we're gonna slit it.
Oh my God.
You can slit it first or egg wash first.
This might be my new favorite thing.
Yes, I love that for you,
Wait, I can be
Chanel.
vegetarian if I can do this.
Wow.
And then this goes in the oven for how long?
So this goes in,
my
it
God.
depends on your puff pastry. This would probably be 25 minutes. Oh, see, you know, you pulled out all the stops. I'm just
Listen.
gonna slit yours for ventilation. We don't want it to get soggy. It's
That's
a very
right.
important
I
step.
need-
Let the steam
Ow.
escape.
Are
I
you
need
the new
you to try
Salt Bay?
this.
Pardon?
You're Salt Bay.
Get a little Salt Bay.
Listen,
Absolutely.
There you go.
whoever at home, if you like, and that's the thing, you don't even have to be a vegetarian to love this. This
No,
is amazing.
In fact, you could put a
Thank
little rotisserie chicken in
Oh
there.
my God.
Rotisserie, so that's the other thing.
What
you can
about-
use
let's move on.
Thanksgiving
I'll stop eating
leftovers.
it.
And then
in the
vegetable,
filling.
a dessert time?
Exactly. All right, we're all building them today. So you say you have leftover puff pastry. This is a fun little thing. We're gonna come on, Chanel. Al, let's
I'm
get
so
in
busy
here.
eating.
We're gonna layer some pear slices.
Pear and cheese, or
Yeah,
are you
so-
doing two different things?
Two different. No, we're doing pear and cheese. They actually complement each
little
other
sweet
really
and savory.
well.
Okay.
Exactly.
It's like the idea of a little apple and cheese.
Yeah.
That's such a great idea.
And I love a good pear, so we're using Bartlett pears
I think I overdid
and
mine.
some creamy brie. You can use
See how cute hers
camembert.
looks? So no, wait, question. Before we run out of
Ask
time,
me
so
all the
then you just
questions.
do this and then just bake it? It's that simple?
It is that simple. We're gonna add a little honey and a little sea salt.
yeah.
Yep, Honey Bay and
My
Salt
job
Bay
is to try it.
Al Roker right here. Look at that.
Oh, this is nice.
Oh yeah.
So you get the sweet, the
Let me go with
salty.
the salt. Ooh.
Wow, Skylar, this is fantastic.
Yeah, and
Ready?
if you want to jazz it up, you can add some prosciutto as well.
Oh my God.
Oh my
You
God.
like
Are you
it?
kidding me?
No, I'm gonna hear you.
It's like
back in the
having your
studio
meal and
crunching.
dessert at the same time.
Yeah, and this
Oh my
is a
God.
great starter or a great
Ooh.
dessert, so you can
Isn't
do
that
either
amazing?
which way.
Fantastic.
Home run.
Oh, yes.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for having
Head to
me.
today.com/food. Check out our Instagram page at Today Show, where you'll see more from Tyler
Oh my
and
gosh.
other creators.
Back with Today Food, 48 hours now. From now, turkeys will be going in the oven, but there's still time to add some last-minute dishes to your Thanksgiving menu. So here to help us is our friend, Chef J.J. Johnson, the James Beard Award-winning chef behind Field Trip in Harlem and right here in Rockefeller Center. J.J., good morning.
Good morning.
Always good to have you.
It smells good.
It smells good, right? Look at these turkey legs.
These are like state fair turkey legs.
Remember Vicky Wynn said the other day, if you don't want to do a whole turkey, be creative. Now I get it.
So my Aunt Jeannie would make turkey at the table, and everybody in my family fights over the turkey legs.
Yeah.
So right when everybody would be fighting over the turkey legs, she would bring out a pot from the oven of just braised turkey legs and drop them on the table.
Wow. That's smart.
So I think this year you should, if you haven't figured out what to do, you should do some turkey legs. So
all right.
some salt.
Okay.
Okay.
Craig, put some pepper here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Get
Some
to work.
garlic powder.
Okay.
Some onion powder.
Check and check.
Both sides, I'm assuming.
So now you're gonna put this in the pan here
I
for
can
me?
do that, yep.
Yeah?
I'm going to put this huge.
Put it in there.
I know, bigger than my
now,
face.
Now, Aunt Jeannie's turkey legs weren't this big, so I don't know where you get these from.
It's the Today Show, JJ. It's what we do.
Then over here, my twist on it is apples, right? In my house, we have apples are in season.
What
They're
kind of
beautiful.
apples?
These are some Honeycrisp.
Okay. Oh, good. They're in season.
Right? They're in season. So some onions, some garlic, lots of garlic. You're a big garlic fan?
Oh, yeah.
Turn this up. Throw the tomatoes in.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, if you're in a Johnson household, you know, or in any household, I think cognac always floats
Yes.
around.
Plus, when you cook with it, you can sip on it too.
You can sip on it too. So some cognac in here.
Oh, okay.
Yes, all of it. Put it all in there.
And it burns off all the.
And it burns off all the
Yeah.
alcohol.
Yep.
And then what you do is you have these beautiful turkey legs here. We put them back into the
back in.
back in, right?
Wow.
Some turkey stock.
Okay. I find turkey, unless you make it yourself, turkey stock's a little harder to find, right?
Well, no plug intended, but there is a great grocery store, Trader Joe's, that has turkey stock.
okay.
Amazing right now.
Turkey stock?
Turkey stock is great.
Try
Try
this.
Try these. Look at these.
This is good.
Now you know me. I'm a rice
know.
fan.
Yes.
I'm pouring this over top of rice.
All right.
Oh, so you take that and pour it right
Right.
over.
So I'm bringing rice from Field Trip.
I love that.
And I'm putting it right on top.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, so
Grab the leg.
This is a massive turkey.
Oh my God.
massive turkey leg. You can feed 3 people with one leg.
You gotta eat it like this, though, Chanel.
Now, some people tell me you can't bring potato salad to Thanksgiving.
I mean,
But that's a staple on the African American
It
table
is.
during Thanksgiving. I stole this from my mother-in-law.
that's funny because Craig said this looks like his mama's recipe. So go
This is
ahead.
Mama Chapman's potato salad. There's no raisins in the potato salad. though.
No raisins?
No raisins.
No.
So pickled relish.
Okay.
Right?
Oh.
That's some red onions.
Okay.
Some
Is there mustard?
mustard, mayo,
There, okay.
some green peppers. That's her secret. Mama
good.
Chapman, don't come for me now. I'm giving
I
it
know,
out.
you're giving away her
Some
secret.
celery,
Okay.
Celery's
Right?
the key.
and then
There's that crunch.
the key here is white potatoes. Right? So if you're in the supermarket, look for white potatoes.
White potatoes.
Oh, that's good.
And then you want to cook them where they're not al dente, where they're a little bit mushy and a little bit soft,
Mama
and mix it all
Chapman.
together. But what she loves to do is she'll take some of these eggs,
Oh, and
go
put them
right
on
on
top.
top, just like this.
I love this one, a little cracked pepper
Right?
on the top.
And some cracked black pepper.
Mama Chapman.
You'll be good to go. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of my family.
This is great.
And I hope, if you're trying to figure out what to do, but you got to have potato salad
is
on your
doable.
Thanksgiving
I love how
table.
fresh this is, because
It
everything
tastes
can get so like
heavy.
hot and heavy.
Yeah.
He didn't overcook the potatoes.
This is
That's the
fantastic.
secret.
That's what it's about.
JJ, every time you come, you knock it out of the park.
Listen, happy Thanksgiving.
good. Thank you.
Al, I hope you're watching. Happy Thanksgiving
I
to
love
you.
Al, for sure.
Thank you.
For these
Yes.
recipes, head to today.com/food. We'll be right back.
All right, I got to take notes and host this segment at the same time. We're back with Today Food. This morning, we're joined by Erin French, chef and owner of the Lost Kitchen restaurant in Freedom, Maine. Of course, also star of the Lost Kitchen series on Magnolia Network. She's sharing 2 of her favorite Thanksgiving recipes to get us all ready for the holidays. Chef, great to have you here. We've all been talking this morning about turkey is tough. You know, like the light meat is really dry typically. The dark meat people like, some people don't care for it. Savannah and Hoda are here to eat, but walk us through your recipe for turkey.
It's not tough. It's actually so easy, and it really comes down to the brine, baby. It's a lot of brine. So it's,
This is day before sort of stuff,
well,
right?
No, you start this on Monday. So start your brine on Monday. You literally have like very low hands on. So water, sugar, and salt. You get that boiling, and then I like to add in this tea, and this is a smoky Lapsang Souchong tea, which is going to make it nice and smoky, and it's made with black tea that's smoked over pine.
Okay.
And so you remove that, you chill it overnight, and then the next day you're ready just to like throw your turkey in a bag. So you've got the brine here, it's nice and chilled, and you can use a brine bag, or I like to use my big old stock pot if I want to, if I can fit it in my fridge. Cover this with the cold brine.
You know what's good too is the brine cold.
Oh yeah, I know what you're after.
Just to drink. Good.
Chug. It's Thanksgiving. You need it, right?
Yeah.
So you put this
That
in
tastes like
overnight.
beer.
So you've done this on Tuesday. So come Wednesday, this has been in the refrigerator
And
for
it's ready to
24
go.
hours, and it's all seasoned. Because the hard thing about cooking is seasoning. So it's all ready for you. You
Wait,
don't
chef,
have
does
to
the brining, does that help ensure the deliciousness of the meat, or is that just about getting the skin
It's going to
crispy?
be juicy. It's going to be filled with flavor, so it's going to be perfectly salty,
Okay.
perfectly sweet. You've got all that flavor. You pull it out on Wednesday, and
Yep.
you let it dry overnight in the
You can
refrigerator.
see it. It looks
So it's
different.
nice and dry. You're going to stuff it. When you're ready to roast the next morning, you pull it out, and it's ready to go. Stuff in some oranges. Stuff in.
How about stuffing in the
Yes.
cavity? Where are we on that these
I
days?
don't put
No
my
one does that
stuffing in the
anymore?
cavity. No.
Just
no.
We did that growing up.
It's
We
about
put
flavor.
stuffing in the cavity.
We
We would eat
always
it.
did. That's
That's a
exactly
no-no
what-
now?
That's why it's called stuffing.
Right. You don't do, you're not allowed to do that anymore.
Up there.
Can't do that anymore?
Okay. Is that against the law now, Erin, to stuff it up?
I make my stuffing separate. I stuff it with all the things. I want this turkey to be flavorful. So a little apple cider in the bottom, And then I put a little bit of water just to make so there's this nice like steam going on. It's
So there's
like
citrus and there's onions and
all sorts of goodies. And then I'm such a butter fan, but this is where I stray from butter. And I just put olive oil because it
See,
has
I know
a
this is gonna
higher
be good.
smoking point, and it's going to come out just delicious. And you want to bake this in the oven, 350, 13 to 15 minutes per pound for your turkey. So
Is it a far drive for you to get to Long Island?
you're in
Okay.
trouble, but pay attention. So
I would love, I can't make that.
yes.
All right, so this is
165 degrees is what you're looking for. So watch
Okay.
your turkey.
Yep.
So now we're making pie, and this is an unfussy apple pie, because there's nothing worse than just stressing about pie. And you want
Right.
to be with your friends on Thanksgiving, not in your kitchen. So some flour and sugar, a little bit of salt. We pulse this with some nice cold butter, super cold butter, and that's just going to make this delicious crust.
While you're making it.
You just pulse
Chef,
it.
is pie inherently harder? I feel like people make cakes no problem all day, every day, but no one makes pies.
Pie's hard.
Is
Well,
it
you don't have to
difficult?
worry about this one because you can either make your own crust like this, or you can come on down to the grocery store and get some Pillsbury like my
Wow,
mom
that's
used to do.
delicious.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
So this pie just has some sugar, and it's got some almonds and some flour. So this is the base. And you just mix it together. You're gonna lay it out on your flat pie surface so you have no stress.
Wow, try the
and
pie,
then
guys.
It's really good. I just tried it.
you just lay your apple slices down, and then you just sprinkle it with sugar and a little bit of butter.
What kind of apples do you like for pie?
You can use Fuji, you can use Macintosh,
Question.
you can use Cortland's, any of those.
Where's my beer half gone?
What?
Is that you again?
Oh, my
No,
God.
I didn't-
Savannah's been up for 112 hours. And we give her turkey.
Give her turkey, so she's gonna crash
And a beer.
immediately after this. So
So how long is this pie?
you're gonna pop this in the oven for about this is 20 minutes at 400 degrees.
And it's just a little
so
easy
yeah, you
fold,
just
though,
make
right?
this easy fold once you have all
Nothing
of your
too
apples
fancy.
on
You
there.
don't need too much technical
Nothing
skill
too
for
fancy.
that.
So that's all filled with your apples. You make the crust, and then you
More butter on
pop
top?
More butter on top.
Right.
A little bit of sugar.
And how long do you
then
cook that bad boy
about
for?
20 minutes in a nice hot 400 degree
Erin, can I
oven,
just
so-
comment on your turkey and
Yeah,
mashed
please do.
potatoes and gravy? It's heaven.
right.
And the sugar in the brine, I never even heard of, but maybe that's
Yeah.
what gives it
You need
that
a little sweetness,
a little
the
sweetness.
saltiness, and the flavor
It
that
adds a
smoky
little
And nice and juicy,
delicious.
not
What's
the
a quick
dry.
mashed potato trick? Like, why, how are they so creamy? It's
You
on the butter?
need to
Cream?
have a vegetable chinois. Push it through
A
there.
chinois. I
What's
gotta
a
get a
chinois?
chinois? What's a
It's a
chinois?
chinois,
Can I
Very
one-click
fine
that on
sieve.
Amazon?
Very fine sieve, and make your
All
husband.
right, we got a
do it.
one-click chinois, everybody.
Got it.
You can find the recipe at today.com/food.
Okay, so right about now, you're probably rounding out your menu for Thanksgiving, making a grocery list, but do not go food shopping until you see this next
No,
dessert.
because our pal Dono Skian has a beautiful apple crumble cake that your family will devour. And Dono has a new cookbook out called Everyday Cook, Vibrant Recipes, Simple Methods, Delicious Dishes. He is joining us from his kitchen in Dublin, Ireland. Dono, congrats on the new book.
Thank you, ladies. It's good to be back. I hope you're well. I'm missing you in studio.
Well, we miss you too. I know your book seems to make it easy for everybody, which we love, and we can't wait to see this dessert you're going to cook up for us. So what are we going to make?
I'm going to make an Irish apple crumble cake. The book is filled with family classics, and there's a whole dessert baking section in there that celebrates the sort of things we want to cook around this time of the year. So we're going to make up this Irish apple crumble cake, and the first thing you got to do is soften down your apples. So I'm going to take some peeled, cored, and diced apples, pop in a little bit of water. There's a hot pan over here. A little bit of water. They're going to stew out. And we're going to literally, oh, that's a very hot pan over there. We're going to stew them out with a little bit of sugar and basically cook them out until they're really nice and softened down. And what you should be left with is something that looks like this. It's still holding its shape a little bit, but it's gone sweet, soft, and mushy, and gorgeous things are happening in here.
Is there,
Yeah.
I mean, I know there are a million kinds of apples out there.
What
do you
apples
like?
should we use to bake?
I always get nervous when I say this in America, but do you know what a Granny Smith is over there?
Yes,
we love
do.
Granny.
Go with the Granny Smith. It's going to be
Okay.
gorgeous in here. It's crisp, it's tart, but it's still got a bit of sweetness, and it's going to be lovely in this batter. Now, for our batter, I have creamed together some butter and some sugar. I've added my eggs. I've added a little bit of flour in there as well, and we're going to get that stewed apple in alongside a little bit of flour. And now, of course, it's fall. We're thinking of Thanksgiving around the corner. You got to go with a little bit of cinnamon spice in there. So go as heavy as you fancy here. It's really something that works well with apples. And for a little bit of rise, we're going in there with our baking powder. We've got a little bit of flour as well. And basically, you're going to bring that batter together. It's quite a dense but sweet mixture.
Yeah.
And it really is a foolproof recipe. Like a lot of the recipes in the book, this is about getting results and making sure that if you go to the trouble of cooking, you're going to get a seriously gorgeous result. So with this cake batter, once you've mixed that through, the moisture of the apple is going to get in there, the cinnamons, all those great things are going to happen. You're going to pop that into 2 springform cake tins with a little bit of parchment paper. It's going to bake off for about 325 degrees Fahrenheit for about 40 minutes until a skewer is clear. And then you're going to have the 4 ingredients that bring together this cake. So I have my cake that is slightly iced. For our icing, you make up a very simple batter. It's just a buttercream frosting. I pop that on top, but the finishing touches of this are the crumble that we're going to create. So I've just with my fingertips pushed together some flour and some butter. To this, we're going to add some chopped hazelnuts and then a nice bit of sweetness in the form of some brown sugar. So get that in there, get that mixed through, and this is going to go into the oven as well. So you get this gorgeous sweet crumble mixture that's going to go beautiful over the top of that. So that's our topping. Into the oven, get that baked off, and you should have something that's crisp and crunchy and gorgeous place over the top.
You bake that
You
stuff.
bake it.
Ah, okay, got it.
Yes, and it's sweet and it's crisp and it's crunch, and it adds that, because you've got a dense sweet thing going on over here. You're talking about textures and flavors. And the other thing we're going to do is slice up some more Granny Smith, soften it down with some butter and some sugar and a little bit of water, and then you get these beautiful little strands that are going to be part of our decoration on top. But when you have your buttercream frosting, the trick here and what gives a beautiful sweetness is dulce de leche stirred brew. Are you with me, ladies?
Dulce
Are
de
you with
leche.
me?
I love
that.
So what do you do to
So-
make that dulce de leche?
Look at that.
Buy it. Don't make it. Don't even worry about it. Go and buy it in the store. This is Thanksgiving. You're up to your ears already doing things. You don't want to be making dulce de leche. It's an easy one, but at the same time, let's take the shortcuts that we need around this time of year. So we're going to finish the cake with our frosting that's spread over the top. Those lovely little apple strands, they're going to place in and around here, so you get a bite of sweet apple in every single slice. And then we're going to top it off with our finishing layer over the top.
Show us.
So
look at
place that on top, and then literally you build until you have something that looks as phenomenal as this. Now, can you imagine your Thanksgiving table landing that
Donald,
straight
we
on the
really
deck?
can't. That is beautiful.
Oh my God!
You've got it.
Oh, you're cutting it.
Literally.
That's really
Donald,
not
did
nice.
you send us one from Dublin? Just a slice?
Are you telling me it didn't arrive? What's going on?
It must be stuck in the cargo ship thing.
You know what? I'd say Al Rokers has his teeth into it already. I'd say that's what's going on.
Donald, thank you so much. What a lovely
Thank you,
dessert.
Donald.
To get this recipe, you can head to today.com/food, or you can check out Donald's new cookbook. It's called Everyday Cook. It's at today.com.
Thank you, Donald. That looks beautiful. And we'll be back after this.
We're back with Today Food. This morning we are in for a treat. Not only is Harry back doing a cooking segment with me, yay. Erin French is here. She's a legend, isn't she?
For sure, at least a legend. A culinary mastermind from Freedom, Maine. Erin has built a restaurant so popular you have to mail in a postcard and get picked in a lottery.
In a lottery.
To get a reservation, right?
It's called The Lost Kitchen. Erin also stars in a Magnolia Network show by the same name. Hi, Erin. It's so nice to meet you.
Good morning.
Well, Harry made us all fall in love with you when he did that story on you a little bit earlier this year.
Yes, when he came to Freedom.
And I told you right before, during the commercial, I didn't think I could be excited excited about squash.
Oh, okay. Well, we can change your mind because if you like donuts, then you'll like this.
I like donuts, guys. Donut squash.
I want to tell you,
They're already into it.
it's crunchy, it's insane. Go, SG, you're going to love it.
Okay.
Oh,
So, so we're making these squash rings, and yes, Harry, you're right on it. You just want to, delicata squash is great. You can cut them into these little rings. You're going to seed them. If you can't find delicata, another good one would be butternut, and you could just use a donut cutter and
Which
kind of
one
cut
is
up the shape.
delicata there?
Delicata is
That
here, and then
striped
your
one?
butternut
Okay.
here. So you have a couple.
Buddy,
but
how do you get your seeds out?
you just use your spoon, Harry. You can
Yeah.
get right in there, and don't be shy, and take them out. The great thing
like
about
that.
delicata is that the skin is actually edible. So
Oh,
it's
okay.
tender, it's edible. You
don't
can
have to peel
roast it
it.
just
Oh.
like this.
Oh, it's done, ladies and gentlemen.
Very nice.
What you want to do is just drizzle it with a little olive oil, lots of good salt, and then pepper, and then a little bit of fresh nutmeg. So you just want to grate that. That's like the taste of fall. So that goes in the oven.
How long?
Until it's done, about 25 minutes or so.
Okay,
It's pretty easy. So you pop it in the oven, it's done. Then we're going to make this salad. We're basically stuffing this. So we have pears here. And you can use a mandolin, but if you're scared of a mandolin, a good old knife works. It's okay.
I'm scared of all sharp objects.
Don't be afraid. It's pretty simple.
I opened a finger with a mandolin.
Yeah, I've got a few
Not a
scars to
good
show you
idea.
too. So all this is just some fine cut pears, and then in the bowl we have some nice salty feta cheese. There are some dried cherries. You can use cranberries if you want.
Dried
you could use
cherries.
apple if you want.
Okay.
Really? You can add
Yeah.
sub apple in there?
Make it your
I like
own.
the spice from the pear.
Make it your own. It's
Right?
whatever it is. So nice fall flavors.
What's the magic
This is
there?
my secret sauce, and I think I told you about this when you came to Maine. We made this. So this is my secret sauce, which is shallots and rice wine vinegar.
So that's it?
And a little olive oil. But the rice wine vinegar is a little sweet. You macerate the shallots so
Game
they get
changer.
soft.
Total
You didn't pour the whole thing in there, though.
Well,
No.
you kind of just
Okay, you just eyeball it.
You macerate the shallots?
macerate the shallots.
How does one macerate a shallot?
You just add a little acid to it. It softens it. It brings out the flavor. It just makes things not so just oniony in your face. It's just sweetness.
Oh, awesome.
So the next thing we do over here is we're going to fry the squash, and this is really simple. Harry, I'm going to have you make the tempura, which is just a bit
Right.
of flour.
Right.
You're going to whisk this in, and it's just a bit of club soda. So super, super, super simple. And then what you do is you have the squash here, the squash rings. We've just dredged them in a little flour. And then once Harry makes this up, we're just going to get these
Close
right in the
enough.
fry.
What should it look like? Like sort of a
Like,
doughy looking
like a pancake
thing?
batter.
Okay,
yeah, like a pancake batter.
Okay.
So you're just going to get these dredged up, and then we're just going to drop them right in the fryer.
Okay, look, I'm
So we get them
standing
fried.
clear. Wow.
I love anything in a fryer later. You don't have to fry this. If you don't want to go through the mess.
What would you do then?
You could just serve it roasted, and it's fine.
Okay.
Fry it.
Fry it.
Yes,
Okay.
fry it.
But if we want donuts, we want fried.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. You need to go fried. So I grew up in a diner, so give me anything fried.
Yes.
And I'm in. So just kind of just cooking them until they're nice and toasty brown. They'll come out and they'll be beautiful, and they end up.
So this is what we get, our finished.
Guys, I want to watch you.
You just put the beautiful salad right inside
Wait,
it.
please.
Tuck the
Here.
salad
Okay.
inside, and
Here, you need a
then
knife.
top it
Here.
with a little bit
Peanuts.
of these.
So before we go to the
hazelnuts.
pie, can I just say, Finding Freedom, the book, unbelievable read.
Okay.
That's what we talked about last
We did.
April.
We
And
did.
there
We
it is
talked
right
about
there.
it.
Harry, try a
If
bite.
you're looking for a Christmas gift, get one of those.
Yeah.
You'll and lots of Kleenex.
Oh my gosh,
I
stop it
told
right
you.
now.
Let's
Get out of here.
Harry, try it. You're
No,
gonna
it's
die.
so good.
Delicata
You can
squash is the
serve
best
this
squash.
just as like simple, serve it up like this, individual, or if you want to make put it on a platter, you can serve this as
So good.
That is
side dish
beautiful.
Is there an
for
extra
Thanksgiving.
one over there?
Okay.
Wait, there's more.
Pie. We have
Pie.
pie.
Squash pie.
You have to finish with pie, and this is my mom used to make this, and it is like pumpkin pie meets cumulus cloud. It's like fluffy. delicious.
Donuts, clouds, is written all the
Yeah.
sweet
So
stuff.
yummy.
It's very
Okay, so
simple.
what'd you do?
You pre-made pie crust, and then you just make. This is all the flavorings of your typical pumpkin pie, and then the difference is you add a little gelatin to this, and
that's-
you don't have
Gelatin.
To bake it. You don't have to bake it, and you use the egg whites, and then you just let it sit in the refrigerator overnight. It's ready to go the next day. It sets up, and you have this beautiful pie.
Wow, when we get in
Try
here.
it. Get in there.
You just top it.
Quick question.
Cool Whip?
Whipped cream.
What's your pie crust secret?
Okay, pie crust secret: lots of butter, cold butter.
It's delicious. But wait, is that squash? I'm so confused.
So this is squash. So I make this with just roasted squash and make a puree. I mean, you're gonna make puree for.
Wait a minute.
Squash.
Savannah.
So yummy.
That look on your face, are you a squash
I love
convert?
squash. I'm team squash.
That's
No, so
two
Aaron,
ways.
you use the pumpkin spices, but squash.
I roast squash if you want to make it your own, but guess what? You can also use a good can of one pie. If,
There you go.
need to
Okay.
Aaron, this, I gotta say, this is a
Delicious.
10 plus.
Yeah,
Right.
this pie.
Everything.
You sold us on squash.
Light
If
as
you want to
air.
get these recipes, go to today.com/food or send a postcard to Aaron. That's the only way to get to the Lost
my
Kitchen.
God.
Except for you can watch it on Discovery Plus. Thank you, Aaron.
Thank
Great
you.
job. Come
Thank
back.
you.
Okay, a lot of you probably went apple picking over the weekend. And if you're thinking, what am I going to do with all of this fruit? I'm sure you are.
So many apples.
We've got some ideas.
Jet Tila is here leading our Masterclass Monday to teach us all about the different varieties of apples, the best way to use them. Hi, Jet.
Hey, what's happening, Savannah or Jenna, or especially Bob? Anyway,
Bob,
that's
yeah.
a really bad. Yeah.
Exactly.
Sorry, guys.
She's known as Bob.
I'm Bob. You can call me Bob.
Oprah calls her Bob.
Yeah, just Oprah.
Exactly. Well, it's that time of year, right? It's apple time, October, kind of all the way into January. You probably went to pick apples. You saw some at the store. I just want to take you through them on which ones to eat, which ones to cook with, which ones can kind of do both.
Can we just start with cutting and peeling, though? Can we cut and peel first? Because we don't know how to do that.
Absolutely. Let's do that. Everyone should have one a peeler. There's many different kinds. I kind of like the kinds that have a little serration on them. So here's a little bit of serration. So I'm not doing anything fancy. It's like a game for me, right?
Fancy.
I try to do.
That's very fancy.
No, it's not.
Oh, you got a bruiser on that one, though.
And you didn't take the sticker off. I like that you didn't waste time. You're just going straight in.
What do you do if you
why?
get a
I'm also-
bruisey apple like that?
You bake it.
You know what you do? You bake it, very good, or you just cut it off. You take a little piece and you go chip, just like that, and it's gone, right? And it's like a game. I try to make sure I get all, get it all in one, and then my kids can. Yeah, anyway, we compost that. So that's how I cut and peel. Another tip I have for you is the way I get the most out of an apple is I'll peel it, I'll cut it in half, and check out. Here's a really good tip. I take a teaspoon, and I'll actually use the teaspoon to remove the core.
Oh, look
and
at
the
that.
But look at that. Check it out. And I get the most amount of apple that way.
Somebody
I get
just
zero
said
waste.
wow in our studio. Somebody that
Oh,
very
thank you very
rarely
much.
says wow. Anthony, was that you over
yeah.
there?
I actually impressed someone in there. I'll cut this 2 ways today. So we're gonna do. I've made a apple compote, kind of a warm cinnamon brown sugar apples that'll go over a Dutch baby, and then we made a savory situation, making a little bit of stuffing for an apple roulade. But I think we should talk about tasting apples, right?
Okay.
So I break them down into two general categories. Tart and crisp is good for cooking, and you have a Honey Crisp. Not a Honey Crisp, but you have a Granny Smith there, and that's
Granny
green.
Tart
It's one
and
of these
crisp.
green
So Granny
guys.
is what we should cook with, right?
I want you to cook with these, and look, I don't want to tell people what to do. If you love tart, then you do it. But I cook with Granny Smith. This is the best cooking apple. Really crisp, right? Really tight. And then next to you, you'll probably have a Honey Crisp or a Red Delicious.
Yeah.
Granny Smith, tight, tart. Red Delicious, kind of mealy, good for snacking. A snacking apple, and in between there's a Fuji, and there's so many new varieties out there. So
What about a Gala?
that's a Gala is one of the top 5 apples in the world. That's kind of going to go both ways, like a Honey Crisp,
ranks these
but also
apples?
good for snacking. You know what? We kind of just take the info, apples. Jet Tila's appleinfo.com. We kind of just go by sales information, and they also come in these little ones. I put these in my kids' lunchbox every day, so you have a snacking, a big size and a little size. So yeah, another thing you can do is you take the apples, you cook them down, and look what I've made. I've made a pork roulade here, and what I've done is I love apples and pork. So I've taken the apples, I've taken cranberries, some dressing there, and I'm show you how that works. So here's the piece of pork loin. You take the pork loin, and here's the dressing that I made, and you basically either cut the pork loin into a sheet, or you can actually just use a mallet if that's easier for you. You want to leave a little room on the edge, and all we're going to do is I like to use parchment paper, so I don't really have to be making too much contact. And look, I'm just lifting and rolling, lifting and rolling, and I haven't even touched the pork. Check that out. So you tie that. You tie that with a little bit of butcher twine.
This is fancy.
I brown, I roast. It's really not that hard. The nice thing, and then you make one of those situations. Another really fun deal is I actually take the apples and I cut them bigger and then just butter, like butter and brown sugar and cinnamon makes
Yeah.
everything more delicious.
I love a Dutch
and then-
baby too.
Oh, and you've
Dutch
never had a
babies are
Dutch baby,
delicious.
guys?
Yeah, I love a Dutch
It's
baby.
bas-
It's just like a large pancake.
So take your Dutch baby. It actually poofs up in the oven really big, and then I'm gonna take the apple. Look at that! Look at that apple. The warm
Even
apple
over
there.
ice cream though, that'd be
Yes,
good too, right? You had me with Dutch baby, Jet. This looks so delicious.
And then you know what? How you finish is always really important. So a ton
I
of
agree with
powdered
you.
sugar, ice cream, whipped cream.
Yes.
There it is. Go out, pick
Jet-
apples, eat apples, find a new variety every day, and then play with it and eat it.
Thank you, Jet.
Thank
we
you so
will.
much.
This morning on Today Food, quick and easy cooking is the name of the game. Mark Bittman is the best-selling author of over 30 cookbooks, and now he's out with a revised version of How to Cook Everything Fast, with all the recipes in the book, which everybody's raving about, by the way.
Thank you. You're my favorite host.
I
What
love
can
it.
I say?
Yay! All right, so we're gonna make ham
okay,
biscuits.
drop biscuits.
Drop
You
biscuits.
think they're hard? Most people do.
I do.
They're not.
I mean, dough and all that's a lot.
Right, dough. So dough is flour and baking powder and
All right,
baking
fine.
soda and salt and pepper.
Okay.
You need chilled butter.
Okay.
That's the secret.
Check, check, and check.
Could be frozen even,
Okay.
really. And you just want to.
Which blade are you using?
You
Are
just
using
want to use the
blade?
regular
So that's how
steel
you know
blade.
Dylan knows something. She's like, which blade are you using? I'm over here like, okay, just push on.
Kind of chop that up.
All right.
And then you put.
Do you have
This
to
is
have all these?
buttermilk.
Do you have to have a
I mean, you could do this by hand, but we are trying to talk easy,
30
right?
minutes?
So.
All right, fair. I actually have one. You don't have one of those? No, I'm proud of myself. I have one.
And then you do
It's a
this
food processor.
until it looks like this.
Okay, done.
And then you could use an ice cream scoop. You can use 2 spoons
I like
to
this
shape
way.
these,
Yeah.
but I do this.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't have to roll it out or
You
get
don't have to do
So
anything.
that's
That's
the
why
thing, I
they're
think
called drop
I
biscuits.
assumed it was, having to knead it and all that.
Drop biscuits. And you want to keep them small because
They
they cook
expand.
faster
Mm.
and then they stay beautifully crisp like
Okay.
this on the outside.
Okay.
This is just a mixture of mustard and jam,
That's
apricot
fantastic.
jam,
Wait, you
chutney,
mix mustard and jam?
and then you get this.
How is that, guys?
That's fantastic.
So
I mean,
good?
they're raving
The ham
about
is-
it.
They are raving.
So
What
you
made
do.
Mustard, is that a thing? Mustard and jam?
Yeah, it's
Bittman
a
made it a
thing.
thing.
It's a thing.
That's
All
the
right.
Bittman sauce.
Any kind of ham or no?
Well, any kind of good ham. Okay, so now we're going to move on to the next thing.
I'm going to try this while you start on that. So the next
Oh
thing we're
yeah,
going to make is apple.
good,
something.
good. You eat a biscuit. So
Oh!
I know, right?
Eat a biscuit.
This
That was
is-
good when you smack somebody's arm. I
it's
apologize.
good, right?
So good. All right, what do we make?
So this is diced apples. I like to leave the skins on actually, but these are off. But Honey Crisp and Golden Delicious, but they can be any mixture.
Okay.
And you're going to saute those. So the idea of this is it's an apple crisp in 2 pans.
Okay.
So much easier and faster.
Okay.
While that's cooking, you add a little water so it doesn't
Just a
burn.
little bit of butter and that's it, right? Or no?
While that's cooking, we make like an apple crisp topping.
How do we do that?
So let's do it in the right order.
Okay.
Oats
Check.
To the butter. Nice.
this is a fair amount of butter.
I
you
know, it looks so
Oats,
It's not low fat.
walnuts,
Walnuts. Okay.
coconut,
Okay.
Coconut.
That's what it is.
brown sugar.
You guys didn't
Brown
see the
sugar.
taste of coconut in there?
We're having another biscuit.
This is,
What is that? Cinnamon?
yep.
All right.
And just a little
Woo!
bit.
Got that one. A little bit of salt.
And then just cook that until it's crisp, until it's like that.
Okay, this is what it's
So
gonna
that's
look like.
basically
Let me show you.
granola, right?
Baked or
I bet you this by itself is delightful.
I bet it is.
Oh, have you tried this by itself?
I'm sure he has.
Yes.
This is dangerous. Before I even get to the apple on top,
That's the problem. I
That's
make an
good.
apple crisp and I just eat all
Oh,
the
that's
crisp.
good. All right,
And
so
this
after you
is,
do that,
yeah, you know, we're gonna eat this afterwards,
Mark, that's
so we got to
fantastic.
do this.
Okay.
And so you wind up with something that looks like this,
this.
or something that looks like this.
What am I making there?
Can I try it now?
It's your
How long
show,
do
you know.
How long do you do that?
I mean, this is like 5 minutes,
Oh, so it
7.
really is quick.
Yeah, yeah. We're gonna cook this.
You got 30 cookbooks?
So, this is why you have 30 cookbooks.
Do you know what would go so well with that cup of coffee you're having right now?
Okay, I know. A breakfast taco?
What?
No. A slice of warm, buttery apple pie.
There is nothing more classic or comforting this time of year. So we asked Maya Camille Broussard, she's the owner of Justice of the Pies, to share her best pie making tips. Take a look.
We have 3 cups of flour. Then we're going to add some granulated sugar, some kosher salt, and we also need 16 tablespoons of really, really cold unsalted butter. And we're going to cut the butter into the flour. What you want to see is pea-sized shaped pieces of butter. And that butter is going to steam into the crust and puff up, and that's going to make it flaky. I always start off with a little bit of water, and then I add as I go along. All right, so once all of that comes together, then we essentially create a disc. And the disc is about 13 ounces. We're going to wrap it in a plastic wrap and put it in the fridge to chill for 1 to 2 hours. Just a little bit of flour on top. Roll away from your body. Lift it up and roll away. And then you're going to turn it. When you lift it up and turn it and roll away from your body, you're making sure that the crust doesn't stick to the countertop surface. Now you have to make the apples. So I have about 6 or 7 apples that I've sliced, cored, and peeled. We're going to put in cinnamon, ginger, and nutmeg, granulated sugar, cat light brown sugar, all-purpose flour, and then I'm going to work that in with my fingers, or you can use a silicone spatula or a very large spoon. Then I'm going to add in some lemon juice. I'm going to take 1 tablespoon of butter, put it into my saucepan, and then I cook the apples until they are fork tender. So we have our pie shell that is lined with 1 disc of our crust. I'm going to take the apple pie filling, and we're just going to simply put it into the pie shell. Now I've got my crust that I rolled out earlier, and I am just going to simply roll that on top of the pie crust. See how easy that was? Then we're going to take the edges and we're going to roll and tuck, roll and tuck. And then I take my finger and I'm going to push like this. So push to crisp your pie crust. Then I'm going to take a knife and I'm going to cut some bits on top of the pie crust. It's a very important step because your pie crust, because of the butter, is going to pop up and it needs space to release the steam. So that's a very important step. But this is my favorite step that I love to do, which is the last step before I pop it into the oven. I have 1 egg, and then I'm going to have 1 tablespoon of water, and then I do an egg wash. So once I've done the egg wash, I am going to place it on a baking sheet and put it in the center rack of the oven. Another tip that I really don't want you to miss is to place it on a baking sheet so it can catch all of the juicy juices that may fall. I don't like to clean my oven, so I much rather clean a baking sheet than to clean my oven. So I have a beautifully glazed egg wash pie, and then when I take it out of the oven, boom! It looks like this. It's beautiful, golden, delicious, golden brown apple pie. The best you'll ever have.
Well,
just ate a whole apple pie before 10:54.
Worth it, Maya. Worth every calorie. To get Maya's recipe, head to today.com/food. We'll be back right after this.
Delicious.
is peak apple season, folks. So we're going to celebrate this morning with 2 delicious apple treats this Superfood Friday. Today, nutrition and health expert Joy Bauer is going to show us how to make apple fritters and also a fun spin on caramel apples. Joy, always good to see you. Take it away.
Hey guys, first let me say I love apples so much. They're crispy on the outside, juicy on the inside. Depending upon what variety you have, they bring all sorts of different flavor profiles, right? And they're loaded with nutrition. So we're going to start with a healthified version of apple fritters. And I'm holding an apple here. The first thing you do is you're going to core it right down the middle, turn it sideways, and we're going to slice it into thin, I would say about 1/8 of an inch pieces. They're circles. Let me show you what this looks like, just like this. And so here I have a pancake batter. And so I'm using a whole grain, but you can use any kind that you have in the house. And
neither did I.
So I'm going to dip it right in.
Oh, that's easy.
Whoops. Right? And oh my goodness, hold on a minute. I got to get another piece. Here we go.
Joy Bauer's just like us.
I know.
Joy Bauer messes up. And so all you're going to do is put it right in a heated skillet, and you let them sit for about 2 minutes on each side. And you have 2 options here. You can either make, I'm going to show you, I have a skillet right over here. You could make pancake-like pieces. You could see the apple peeking through over here. Or if you want to poke the whole of the apple, you could make it more so like a little apple ring. And now, after they're all done, I'm going to bring you over to my island because I'm going to show you how to put the icing on the cake, or I should say the icing on the fritter. Yes.
Does it cook?
Yes.
When you do it 2 minutes on each side, the apple still cooks enough?
Yes, and this is what I would tell you, and that's a great point, Chanel. If you take a bite and you find that the apple is a little bit too firm, just lay them out on a plate and put it in the microwave for about 30 to 60 seconds, because ideally what you want to get is this doughy goodness on the outside and a gushy, soft, sweet apple on the inside. Yeah, and that's what they look like. So now I take a little bit of melted butter, and all I'm going to do is spread it on the top and a little bit of sugar, or you can use sugar substitute if you want to pull back in a little bit of ground cinnamon. And that's it, guys. It makes a great big bunch, and it's really delicious.
And
I hope everybody loves
Joy,
them.
you also have your own take on, and I'm not surprised, caramel apples. You make a caramel sauce at home?
I am so excited about this recipe, and it's a caramel sauce you could feel really good about because I cleverly use dates. I'm taking dates, which have natural sweetness. You put them into the blender. There's no corn syrup in this, and you don't need the stove either, which makes me very excited. So I add a cup of boiling water, and what that's going to do is soften up the dates. You let it sit for about 15 minutes. Again, it's going to make the dates much easier to blend. Then you remove about half a cup of water. It doesn't have to be an exact science, just some water. And I put in some maple syrup, a little bit of vanilla extract, just about 1 teaspoon. And then this is really nice. If you could find it, this is just maple extract or maple flavor. You whirl this up. I'm just going to show you what this looks like. This is caramel sauce. This is caramel sauce. And now we're making sheet pan caramel apples because we're going to take this over the top. So this is what it looks like when it's done.
Beautiful.
But you line your apple slices up, and then all you do is you put the caramel sauce over the top and all sorts of toppings, chocolate chips, melty chocolate. Look, I have coconut in the middle. You could do walnuts, pecans. I mean, it's a party.
It looks delightful.
It's a party.
Thank you, Joy. For the recipes,
Exactly.
folks.
Bye, guys. Mwah.
Have a great weekend. As always, it's today.com/food.
Alejandra Ramos is here with comfort foods to warm us up as it gets cold. This mushroom kind of freaks me out.
It's kind of fun, right?
Yeah,
I love
it's a
this.
yummy one.
It's a yummy mushroom. What's great about this is you can use any kind of mushroom. So you can use the classic button mushrooms or go for something a little bit fancy like an oyster or shiitake. You can get the mix.
Mix it up.
Yeah, and so all you want to do is you kind of want to do a nice little rough chop on these, right? Doesn't have to be anything
They break down quite a
perfect.
bit when you cook
They
them.
break down a lot. So you're going to see all these mushrooms are going to go in there, but that heat is going to pull out all of that water.
Okay.
Also, when you're adding, like a little bit of olive oil and salt, that pulls out all that water.
Okay.
So
What do you have in here?
Here is we've got some carrots, some onions, and some celery, basically the base of your dish. Then you add your mushrooms in, right? And I'm going to cheat. I'm not going to do all of them right now because It does need time to cook
Yes.
down. And then once those mushrooms cook down a lot, then you add the garlic. You
I
don't
think I've overcooked my garlic because I think I've been putting it in with it.
Exactly. You don't want to do the garlic at the top because then it can burn and it can get bitter, and then that flavor is going to be in
you
the
can't get rid
whole
of it.
the dish.
And, and Chef, this is like very hearty, right? So it's good for fall.
Yeah, it's a great fall dish, and what I love about it, it's like mushrooms they're meaty, right? So they're really satisfying, and I love that they're just really filling. And you can add other things to it too. So if you've got leftover rotisserie chicken, or you want to add a little bit of Italian sausage to it, go ahead and do that. I love it vegetarian. I think it's fantastic.
And it's all in one pot.
Once the veggies are cooked, you add some flour. This is going to help
I was
thicken
wondering.
it. Yeah, so that's what it is. That's going to thicken it. So, Dylan, if you want to give it like a little bit of a mix there.
Okay, so
Then we're
flour.
doing some chicken broth.
Chicken broth.
And then you can do, this is optional, but you can do a little, like a little sherry or a little brandy.
okay.
It adds a nice flavor to it, right? And this is just going to create
that
this
smells
great,
yummy.
I mean, it already smells great, right? It
Yeah.
smells like fall. It smells like
does.
cozy times. And then you're going to add some great herbs.
Okay.
So here we've got some chopped up rosemary, some sage, some thyme, all those wonderful winter herbs. And then this is my little favorite trick. So this is nutmeg.
Okay.
A whole nutmeg. You can buy the
I was just
ground.
buy it in the thing.
I know you can do. I mean,
Yeah, but
totally
it's
go
fun
for
when you-
it.
and it
I
lasts
know.
forever
It's
when
fun.
buy
You
it
like
this.
grate it in. That goes right in.
Okay.
And it adds this wonderful little sort of touch of like subtle warmth to it.
Oh, we got a minute left.
Yeah, okay, so it gets really nice and thick, and then you put your puff pastry right on top. Everything is in the
Can we
pot
try
that you
this?
cook it in.
Can we try
Please
this?
try it in. Yeah.
Talk to us
Store-bought
about the
puff
dessert
pastry.
too, though.
Just pop
So
it
the
on top.
same
Yes.
pastry?
Exactly. So yeah. So then over here, now I've got a dessert version. So you can use either store-bought pie crust or puff pastry.
Okay.
And this is an apple pie empanada. I grew up eating empanadas for everything. We basically just put everything in dough.
Yeah.
Right. Tom,
No,
you
I was going to say,
understand?
and this dish is like, think of a McDonald's apple pie, but
Yes.
way
Yep.
better.
Exactly.
Very similar, very
Yes,
similar.
Exactly.
God.
So there you go. It's like
Okay.
a little. It's
The
a McDonald's
herbs in
apple pie
this
with a
take
Latin
this
twist.
to another
Next
level.
level.
Doesn't it just totally elevates
my
those
goodness.
flavors?
Do not go food shopping until you see this next
No,
dessert.
because our pal Dono Skian has a beautiful apple crumble cake that your family will devour.
We can't wait to see this dessert you're going to cook up for us. So what are we going to make?
We're going to make an Irish apple crumble cake. The book is filled with family classics, and there's a whole dessert baking section in there that celebrates the sort of things we want to cook around this time of the year. So we're going to make up this Irish apple crumble cake. And the first thing you got to do is soften down your apples. So I'm going to take some peeled, cored, and diced apples, pop in a little bit of water. There's a hot pan over here. A little bit of water. They're going to stew out. And we're going to literally, oh, that's a very hot pan over there. We're going to stew them out with a little bit of sugar and basically cook them out until they're really nice and softened down. And what you should be left with is something that looks like this. It's still holding its shape a little bit, but it's gone sweet, soft, and mushy, and gorgeous things are happening in here.
Is there,
Yeah.
I mean, I know there are a million kinds of apples out there.
What
do you
apples
like?
should we use to bake?
I always get nervous when I say this in America, but do you know what a Granny Smith is over there?
Yes,
we love
do.
Granny.
Go with the Granny Smith. It's going to be
Okay.
gorgeous in here. It's crisp, it's tart, but it's still got a bit of sweetness, and it's going to be lovely in this batter. Now, for our batter, I have creamed together some butter and some sugar. I've added my eggs. I've added a little bit of flour in there as well, and we're going to get that stewed apple in alongside a little bit of flour. And now, of course, it's fall. We're thinking of Thanksgiving around the corner. You got to go with a little bit of cinnamon spice in there. So go as heavy as you fancy here. It's really something that works well with apples. And for a little bit of rise, we're going in there with our baking powder. We've got a little bit of flour as well. And basically, you're going to bring that batter together. It's quite a dense but sweet mixture. And it really is a foolproof recipe. Like a lot of the recipes in the book, this is about getting results and making sure that if you go to the trouble of cooking, you're going to get a seriously gorgeous result. So with this cake batter, once you've mixed that through, the moisture of the apple is going to get in there, the cinnamons, all those great things are going to happen. You're going to pop that into 2 springform cake tins with a little bit of parchment paper. It's going to bake off for about 325 degrees Fahrenheit for about 40 minutes until the skewer is clear. And then you're going to have the 4 ingredients that bring together this cake. So I have my cake that is slightly iced. For our icing, you make up a very simple batter. It's just a buttercream frosting. I pop that on top, but the finishing touches of this are the crumble that we're going to create. So I've just with my fingertips pushed together some flour and some butter. To this, we're going to add some chopped hazelnuts and then a nice bit of sweetness in the form of some brown sugar. So get that in there, get that mixed through, and this is going to go into the oven as well. So you get this gorgeous sweet crumble mixture that's going to go beautiful over the top of that. So that's our topping. Into the oven, get that baked off, and you should have something that's crisp and crunchy and gorgeous place over the top.
You bake that
You
stuff.
bake it.
Ah, okay, got it.
Yes, and it's sweet and it's crisp and it's crunch and it adds that, because you've got a dense sweet thing going on over here. You're talking about textures and flavors. And the other thing we're going to do is slice up some more Granny Smith, soften it down with some butter and some sugar and a little bit of water. And then you get these beautiful little strands that are going to be part of our decoration on top. But when you have your buttercream frosting, the trick here and what gives a beautiful sweetness is dulce de leche stirred cream. Are you with me, ladies? Are you with me?
I love that.
So what do you do to make that dulce de leche?
Look at that.
Buy it. Don't make it. Don't even worry about it. Go and buy it in the store. This is Thanksgiving. You're up to your ears already doing things. You don't want to be making dulce de leche. It's an easy one, but at the same time, let's take the shortcuts that we need around this time of year. So we're going to finish the cake with our frosting that's spread over the top. Those lovely little apple strands, they're going to place in and around here, so you get a bite of sweet apple in every single slice. And then we're going to top it off with our finishing layer over the top.
Show us.
So
look at
place that on top, and then literally you build until you have something that looks as phenomenal as this. Now, can you imagine your Thanksgiving table landing that straight on the deck?
Can't. That is beautiful.
Okay, here's a question. Do you have somewhere between 2 and 10 random pumpkins laying around your house right now?
I have 2. Well, okay, do not throw them away. Cook with them instead. Here to show us how to make a delicious roast pumpkin ramen. Doesn't that sound incredible?
Sounds yummy.
The author of Mission Vegan, Danny Bowen. Hi, Danny.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
So pumpkin,
Good to see you.
I feel like either you make pumpkin pie or you throw it away. That's right. Yeah.
Well, I love this trick. This is the easiest dish. I love making this at home for my son.
Okay.
It's a good way to get him to eat pumpkin that's not just pumpkin pie.
Okay.
And word is that you like pumpkin seeds.
I love pumpkin seeds.
Pumpkin seeds, okay?
Yes.
So I want to show you a trick with how to clean to get the seeds out. This is a smaller pumpkin. That's like a kabocha.
Is that one that you cook? Can you cook with all pumpkins?
You can cook with most any pumpkin.
Okay.
Any decorative gourd, you can cook with it. Just depends on how long it's been sitting out.
Good.
Cut it
when they're caved in, don't
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
When you cut it in half, you'll see these seeds here. A good trick to get the seeds out is to kind of make an outline around where it is here, and then just use a spoon and scoop them right out. Right?
Oh, look, that's easier than I thought it was.
So you're going to scoop all the seeds out
and get all that hair and all that business. Okay.
And then so from here, what we're going to do is we're gonna season this. So I'd like to do a little bit of olive oil, and this is a good.
By the way, it smells amazing in here.
Thank you. This is a great trick for roasting pumpkin. Season it with a little bit of olive oil and salt, and then leave the skin on it. That's gonna create a little jacket in the oven, and it's gonna steam inside of this,
Oh,
right?
so you just steam it in the oven for how long?
So at 375 for about 45 minutes.
And you paint
until
it
it's
with
like
that.
just tender.
Okay.
And
Ooh,
then
look at this thing.
I mean, I thought that was dough earlier.
what happens is it steams in this jacket and it becomes like a custard. Feel how soft
Oh
that
my
is?
gosh.
And this recipe is amazing because what I do is I get a little bit of olive oil and garlic, get it really nice and soft, and like get it fragrant.
And do you
throw
throw
this
it
right in there. The
with
skin
the
on this
skin?
one, yeah, the skin on this pumpkin.
break it up or
yeah,
just-
go ahead, break it up there.
Oh my gosh, that is smells.
Okay.
So this is the base for our ramen, and this is going to create, much like this is actually, a lot of
Very
ramen have a lot of
satisfying.
viscosity from a lot of bones, and like,
Yeah.
this is all vegan, so the pumpkin's going to give a lot of body flavor. So that's all done. You season that. This is a little bit of mushroom seasoning or like a soup bouillon. If you have like instant ramen, if you have an instant ramen packet, you can throw that in there.
Okay.
A little bit of that, a little bit of
Salt.
salt. A little bit of soy sauce.
Soy. Okay.
And then water. You want to cover this with water. Let that
So
just
that it kind of
cook
boils?
away. Yeah.
Look at that.
And then once this comes to a boil, let it simmer for about 5 minutes.
And
it's
then
good to
take
go.
it off. That's it.
So I'm going to show you how to make one of my favorite chili pastes. Right now at the farmer's market, there's really amazing chilies still. These have just been roasted.
Are these spicy?
Some of them are spicy.
Okay.
Do you like spicy?
You sure?
Yeah. That was a kind of
Do you
a
take the
maybe
seeds
sure.
out or you leave them all?
What I do is I roast them and sound like the same as the pumpkin. Olive oil, salt, roast them until they're soft, and then throw them under the charbroiler and get them kind of broiled up. So then
So all the seeds, all the hot stuff stays
everything stays in. A little bit of vinegar.
When you cook for your son, do you take some of the seeds out or no?
So when I cook for my son, I give him a little bit. You know, I like to he likes to
Slowly
experiment with
introduce.
chili.
How old is he?
He's almost 9.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, his
I'm
name's
coming over to
Nino.
eat. I have a 9-year-old too.
So this will go in there. You blend that till it's soft.
Okay.
And so for the actual ramen, really, really simple. You get it this is our broth. It's been cooked. You add some noodles in here. You add some spinach or some greens. Once the noodles are cooked and the greens have wilted, it looks like this.
Spicy.
Do you want a little bit of spice or any spice or no?
I think did they put spice in? No.
I didn't put any yet, but here's extra pumpkin seeds. If you like, if you have pumpkin seed oil, you can put pumpkin seed oil in there. If not, olive oil.
Oh my God, that
Isn't it great?
Danny, that's
I
so
get why your
yummy.
kids would love this. I'm
Yeah.
gonna take some home.
Oh my God, that's so
My
good.
gosh.
And get spinach too.
Yeah, delicious.
love it.
Thank you, Danny. And for this recipe and more, go to today.com/food.
It is Superfood Friday, and this morning we're going all in on fall. Today, nutritionist Joy Bauer is here to serve up 2 must-haves for the season. Good morning.
Hey, Joy.
Good morning, guys. Oh my gosh, I have 2 fabulous fall recipes, and these are things that typically we get out in restaurants. So I'm excited to show you how simple they are. And we're starting with a hearty harvest bowl.
What
And
goes
it's
into it as a base?
5 steps here. The first step is a leafy green base. Next, and it could be any kind of leafy greens, any mesclun mix or arugula or kale or spinach, they're all good for you. And next we have our grains. So I'm putting in quinoa, but you can use wild or brown rice. You could use whole grain noodles. Anything goes because you are the boss of your bowl. Next, it's all about the roasted vegetables. So I did some seasonal picks. I have sweet potato, Brussels, and red onion. But broccoli florets can go in there, cauli.
And what's your trick to roasting them?
High heat, 425 for about 25 minutes. And all I do is I mix them with a little bit of extra virgin olive oil, salt and pepper, and sometimes fresh thyme because, you really want to feel those fall flavors. And next is the Yeah, so I'm, again, sticking with the season. I have sliced apples. Sometimes I do pear. If you don't want to slice, you can chop. It's a little bit easier to eat. Or you could throw in some raisins or even like dried cranberries. And, of course, the protein. So here I'm doing grilled chicken, but this could also be salmon. It could be sliced eggs. You could do lentils, shrimp, anything goes. And a little bit of garnish, again, seasonal, some pumpkin seeds. I have here almonds, pomegranate seeds. And on Instagram and on today.com, I gave a recipe for a light balsamic vinaigrette and a lemon vinaigrette that you could pour over it. But again, so easy. I'm just going to hold this up before.
Because it checks off all the boxes of things you'd want to eat.
Yes.
Yum.
It's your food pyramid in a bowl.
Beautiful and hearty and nourishing.
Okay.
The best of everything.
Yeah. All right. Now is this your favorite?
Well, I'm dead set against the pumpkin spice. But Joy's got something, a latte that actually has pumpkin in it, which is my big complaint. There's never really any pumpkin.
Joy saves the day.
Al, I'm like hoping I'm on a mission to make a PSL lover out of you. So here's the thing, like if you're like me and so many people just become obsessed during October with these pumpkin spice lattes, instead of getting them out most days during October, if you end up making this version I'm going to show you, at the end of the month, you're going to save about $100 and 4,000 calories. I mean, that's pretty huge.
Okay.
And it's easy. So I'm starting with just 3/4 cup of milk. I have almond milk here, but this works with cow's milk. It works with soy milk, coconut milk, any milk goes. Here's the real pumpkin. It's canned pumpkin puree, and I'm just adding in 2 tablespoons. Whoops, this is my vanilla extract. Almost had a little, whoa, crash. So vanilla extract.
It looks good, though.
Here's a little bit of maple syrup and my pumpkin pie spice. Now, let me show you on the stove. We're just going to simmer this up.
Right.
Gonna make the whole thing. Simmer it up. It's gonna look like this. It comes together very quickly. And you pour it into your mug. And I'm gonna add either 1 ounce of espresso, or I'm putting brewed coffee in, just 1/4 cup. And because everything's better with a little bit of whipped cream, guys, I'm going to give it a
There
swirl.
you go.
You know what? I think you're right, Al.
I would give that a
Yeah,
shot. I really love that.
to try that.
Joy, thank you so much.
That looks
We're going
great.
to try that. Can't wait.
And again, for these recipes, you can always head to today.com/food. That looks yummy. I'm so happy because somebody who's with us, we have not seen in person in such a long time. You're sure to show us one of his favorite one-pot recipes straight from his new cookbook. It is the Emmy-winning host, Daddy CO, author of Naturally Delicious Dinners.
Do you get the theme over here?
Yeah, we're with you.
Pumpkin is the hero ingredient here, and it's so easy. And what you want to start with, it's a pumpkin mac and cheese.
This is basically a pumpkin spice mac and cheese.
We didn't get your true opinion on the mac and cheese with the raisins.
We'll get to that at the end. We're going to talk about the end because I have an opinion about that. But what we want to start with, guys, this is a roux. Okay? Do you know what a roux is?
Yes,
It's just
of course,
butter
New
and
Orleans.
flour. You
Yes.
want to mix them together because you don't want to have raw flour in there. But a roux is a thickening agent, and there's 3 different stages of color when you cook a roux. When you cook it for a little bit of time, it's a white stage. It's called a bechamel, and then it gets darker and darker. The longer you cook it, the less of a thickening agent it is.
Yeah.
For mac and cheese, you want it thick.
So you want to just cook it for a second.
A little bit. Look at the swap out right here. It's just this beautiful
Is that
white,
perfect? Kind of
creamy
foamy.
color right here.
Okay.
So very important step to do this. And then the next step in a mac and cheese. By the way, you can make this actually gluten-free and dairy-free too.
Oh, dairy-free
that's
cheese?
good.
So instead of you could use like a vegan butter instead, and then like an unsweetened.
Yeah, you have to make sure it's
almond
unsweetened.
milk.
If you use a vanilla almond milk, it's not going to taste
We're
the
gonna
same.
add a little bit of just warm milk.
What
you don't
kind of
want to
milk
use
is
cold
that?
milk, just regular whole milk.
Okay.
And just
cheddar
cheddar?
cheese, and we're gonna stir this together.
Make that cheddar sauce.
And get this all to melt and have it be really good. Do you want to add some salt?
Sure.
Here you go.
Excuse
Here's some
me, I didn't
salt
mean to
right
disrupt
here.
your roux.
That is nutmeg. So what we're going to do is you want to use fresh fresh nutmeg if you can.
This makes it like pumpkin spice, kind of.
This is the big difference because it's such an easy dish. This is where a spice actually makes a huge difference, and just a little bit of fresh nutmeg.
How do you know when you have enough?
Just a little bit. Just I would say 10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Yeah, but you can smell it already,
And then
right?
is this like the canned pumpkin?
Yeah, pumpkin puree.
One whole can of pumpkin puree.
Libby's is my favorite.
Goes right into this one, and that's it. I love to use the whole can because what do you do with like?
I know.
half a
The
can?
leftover.
Oh, and then we
Now
have
what?
one more ingredient. We
No,
have,
you did not.
We have raisins.
No, you did not.
And then this goes into the trash.
Danny, thank you.
Adding raisins.
Danny, I knew you were my favorite. Thank you.
Adding raisins what?
That was the most horrific thing that I've seen.
It was.
It's like, why not? Let's add whipped cream to it while we're at it.
Just because it's on TikTok does not mean we have to do it, right?
Just because it's never been done doesn't mean it needs to be done.
Well, just because it's going viral on TikTok doesn't mean we need to do it. It makes you sick.
Like here's some chocolate dipped, pickles. Now we add our cooked macaroni, and what I love about this, you can use a gluten-free pasta.
Do you cook it al dente?
Nobody likes al dente.
Well, you
Danny.
want to because you cook it here.
You cook it al dente because you're gonna bake it.
Everybody says that, but don't you hate?
Yes,
pasta
but if you're
that's a little
cooking it
crunchy?
twice, you want to start hard to make soft.
You don't want the pasta to fall apart.
Thank you, Danny.
And we choose
Danny
something
and I
like
are on the same page today.
we choose like a macaroni. We choose something that has some texture to it, so it
Like
holds
that.
onto the
I
sauce.
like this. Is like a rigatoni.
We only have a couple of seconds.
Oh, what?
Let's eat.
Okay, I'm gonna pour it into the cast iron. And over here, you can
Here,
do it
Jenna,
in a
come
big
on over
cast
here.
iron pan, or you could do it in little mugs, just like that.
These are cute.
I
these
like
little
the
guys.
mugs.
Me too. How is it? Yummy.
Listen, this
Oh,
has just
Danny.
enough flavor to feel festive.
And you taste the
without
pumpkin.
I picked this
But it's
over the
not
raisin.
sweet. It's not sweet. It has like a nice earthy texture to it, a little sweetness,
This is
savory.
delicious.
Danny, you're the
Double
best.
it, triple it.
Danny, it's so good to see
Danny,
you, honey.
we love
See you
you.
too.
Come back and see us soon. For these recipes, head to today.com.
This is chef and TV host Elena Besser. She has not one, but two desserts that we can make ahead of time. Elena, good morning to
Good
you.
morning, my
Good morning,
pals.
good
Always
morning.
great to be with
Pumpkin mini cheesecakes.
you. You know it.
Yum.
It's always fun when you have an individual dessert portion, and mini versions
sure.
of desserts just bring me so much joy. So we are changing up the traditional graham cracker crust, and we are using ginger snaps to add that autumnal flair. So we have some brown sugar, we've got our ginger snap cookies, and we are going to pulse this on up in a food processor.
Ooh, can I
until,
pulse? I love to
yes,
pulse.
please do.
What do you got over there? What is that, butter?
Yes, and we've got some melted butter. Feel free to get after that. And then once it is all night, keep on going. Yeah. And once it is fully the consistency of sand, Okay. You're going to stream in.
Greg's really having a good time.
You're doing great. You're going to stream in that melted. No, you're doing
Keep going, Greg. Keep going.
Stream in that melted butter. And it's going to end up looking like wet sand. Then you portion it into the little ramekins.
Exactly.
And you take a glass and press it down to create this little crust. Chanel, if you want to try
Honestly,
that
I
out,
could just
you
eat
can.
this by itself.
I thought that was brown sugar.
It's a little brown sugar
like brown
plus
sugar.
ginger snaps.
Oh, that's good.
Right,
Right?
This is by
Delicious,
itself.
right?
So you do that.
And so you do that, you pop that into the oven for about 10 minutes to set, and then we're gonna start on our filling. So
Okay.
we have cream cheese, we have brown sugar, we've got white sugar in here, and we are
Other
going.
side.
Yeah, I keep doing that.
I know, it's
What's the
KitchenAid,
deal?
Elena. It's a
What's the
KitchenAid.
deal? I love KitchenAid. They're the best. And we're going to whip this on up. Then we're adding in all of our other flavorings. So we've
Great.
got the cinnamon.
Eggs
That's
going?
a warm
We got
flavor.
our eggs.
That's
There
a
we
warm
go.
flavor.
We have
Oh.
one
Wow.
Hey!
One more, let's go.
Wow.
Hey!
Look
One
at this
more.
executive chef right
There
here.
we go. Hey!
Oh, man, oh,
In my
man.
kitchen at home.
Look at that. Skills. I love it. And then we're adding a little
Chanel's
bit
like, you
of
can
kosher
crack
salt. We're adding in some vanilla extract. And this wouldn't be a pumpkin cheesecake unless we had our pumpkin puree. So you
True.
could also swap out sweet potato if you want. You pop that in here. You end up having this delicious mixture.
Yum.
Wait, where do you get that? Is that in a can?
Yeah, you can get it in a can.
Okay.
Let's save the time, you know.
I know.
And then we are pouring it into all of our ramekins. It's a nice, thick,
I love a good
delicious batter. Same. Who doesn't love a good ramekin?
Well,
Pop that in,
plus you
and
can
then
control your portion.
we are going to bake it in the oven. And this is the fun, really chefy moment here.
okay.
And this is what's going to give us that luxurious, creamy texture. We are going to add in water
Why?
to the bottom. This creates a water bath. So what happens is, instead of that cheesecake cooking too quickly, it's going to slowly poach it, so you get that really delicious creamy texture.
I gotta get your food.
But wait, there's more.
There's Wait,
there's
We
more?
also
We're gonna start eating.
have
It was
some
so yummy.
please start eating it. We have some brown sugar and butter. We've got pumpkin seeds. We have pecans or pecans, however you
All of
say
it.
it. And a little bit of salt. Mix it up. We're making a brittle.
Oh, my.
We
That's
have
really
this
good.
This is
brittle.
ridiculous.
And we're topping it with some whipped cream that is sweetened with maple syrup.
I wasn't
to
expecting
continue
this.
the fall flavor.
It's
Isn't
so
this
soft.
fun?
Yeah,
Here's
it's a
the thing.
pump. It's like a
Each
pumpkin
layer
pie.
is yummy on its own. Like
Oh,
even
yeah.
that right there is yummy.
Oh, I'm
Like,
so, and it's fun to just snack on the brittle because it
That's
comes
what I
in these
mean.
nice
Wait, we
big
didn't talk about
pieces.
the crumble.
Oh, we have to talk about the crumble.
Okay.
So crumble is such an easy dessert that you can make really far in advance. You can make all of these in advance, by the way. This you can store in the fridge for up to a week, unmold, and serve it. And then with the crumble, you could make this and
there's
freeze
more.
it. Wrap it on up. This is cranberry and apple crumble. You
my
bake it in the
gosh.
oven, let it cool completely, wrap it up, put it in your freezer, and then right before you're serving, pop it into the oven at 350 degrees. You're gonna put tin foil over it, pour some melted butter over it to reheat it, and then serve it a la mode because always ice cream.
Is there some lemon something in here? Or what's
There's
going
some
on?
lemon, there's a little orange. If orange isn't your thing, you can just omit the orange.
this is
but
great.
I'm happy you guys like it. Crumble's so easy, it's so delicious, it's a crowd pleaser. And what I love about it, not very many dishes. You make it in the
Cast iron,
skillet,
yeah.
you pop it on the table, it looks stunning.
Welcome back, and it's time for Make Ahead Monday. You know I'm not a huge fan of the pumpkin spice. Canned pumpkin, that's another story. If you've got some leftover from the holiday, our good buddy, Chef Ryan Scott, has 2 creative ways to use it. Good morning, Ryan.
Morning.
Hi, guys. Man, I miss you guys. How are you?
Miss you. But you're going to make up for it by helping us make some souffle pumpkin pancakes. That sounds so good.
Al, what's really cool about this recipe is you can make this with a box mix. So I take 1 cup from a box mix that everybody has at home, and you can make your souffle pancakes just from a little bit of canned pumpkin. So here's the thing, because the holidays, a lot of people think canned pumpkin, I don't want to cook with it anymore. Let me show you 2 ways of cooking with it. First and foremost, these pancakes, which you guys saw in the little teaser here, get a little pecan crumble on top, which are really simple to do. So what I did was I took some pecans, I boiled them with a little bit of powdered sugar over the top, some pumpkin pie spice, and then I baked them for about 15 minutes. Then let's go ahead and make this mixture. So you guys, look in here. I've got eggs, milk, pumpkin pie spice, the canned pumpkin, and a little bit of sugar and milk.
Okay.
And then what I do is I mix the whole thing up with 1/2 cup of pancake batter. There is your leavening agent. There's your flour, your baking
Pancake
soda,
batter
powder,
or
salt.
pancake mix?
Yes. Pancake mix, D. Thank you very much. It's the one from the box.
Pick up.
It's the it says very light and fluffy mix. So whatever you have at your house, whatever the box mix is, I'm not promoting them. You just go like that. So guys, what you do is now you mix this together with your pancake mix and eggs and pumpkin batter. And once this all comes together, I took 4 egg whites and I beat them to make sure they're souffled. These guys go inside here. You fold the whole mix together, and then you come over to my pan. Now check this out. A lot of people always ask how to do pancakes perfectly. I take a little bit of Al's Aquanet and mine here, okay? And we put this right on top, and we spray this, and then I take a ice cream scooper. Yeah, I wipe it out. So I wipe it out because I don't want the pancakes to have little blotchy flour spots, fat spots in there. So that way you just kind of wipe it out, and then you take it and just go like this, and you've transferred a little box that is a classic box that would get a store into pumpkin pancakes. Then I put them on a roasting rack to let them cool down for a second. That way they don't keep steaming on the bottom, because there's nothing worse than have a pancake that's super beautiful and then it steams and then it's wet and then it's not a nice thing.
Okay, Ryan, you got something with bacon.
Yeah, Al, I knew I was with you today, buddy. I got you, okay? So what I have here, guys, is some potatoes. I took some potatoes and I boiled them with salted water, and then I roasted pumpkin out of a can. And what I did from there is I took these potatoes, I transferred them out, I put them inside my mixer. Then I cooked bacon and sage, which is right here, Al, crispy on the side. And this bacon and sage is going to go inside my pumpkin potato puree that you guys do for the holidays. I don't know about you all, but I have a Southern grandmother and an Italian grandmother, and the leftover bacon fat is going to go right inside the mixer with sour cream, butter, eggs, and the potatoes.
Can
These
I use
guys
leftover
come together.
potatoes, like leftover mashed potatoes?
Dylan, I made these last night, and all I did was just reheat them. So
There you
boiled
go.
potatoes, mashed potatoes, whatever you got. These go in the mixer with a little bit of bacon, love. You know, it's the beginning of December tomorrow. You know,
Yeah,
we'll
we're all
watch the
gonna
wait
gain
a little
weight
bit
this
later, okay? And then you just take this, guys, and you mix it up real quick. It comes together, and you can make potato pancakes that have a little bit of pumpkin in them.
That's so
all the good
great.
suspects, right? Super easy. And then because this is for Al, I put extra bacon.
You're
right
the
on
man,
top.
Ryan. Thank you so much. We miss you, my friend.
Thanks,
Can't wait
Ryan.
to see you.
Love you guys.
All right.
Miss
For
you
more
too.
on these recipes and so much more, go to today.com/food.
We are back on this Superfood Friday with the latest trend that's taking over the internet. I'm sure you've seen videos of people making these butter boards all over your feed.
So, of course, you know, everyone wants to try it. And today, nutrition and health expert Joy Bauer is here. But you have a special spin on it. At first, I was like, okay, no way you're making a butter board. And I was right. This first one is a little bit more of a Mediterranean board.
Yeah, I think you're going to love this. So we're putting a healthy spin on the trend. And this first one, to your point, I'm calling a Mediterranean hummus board, and it's starting with hummus. So here I have 2 cups of hummus, and it can either be store-bought, or if you're super motivated, you could make your own. And then you spread it out onto a board. Now, my board is about 19 inches. So if you want to scale this down, it's very easy to just use a smaller amount of hummus, and you can make a single portion or maybe split between 2 people. But I love this because you could also bring it to a host that's having a party. I mean, it's a big statement, right? And you see how easy
Already
it is to
made,
just
Joy,
spread
or
it
would
out.
you make it there?
Well, you could do either, Al, because I'm going to show you how lickety-split this comes together. So after it's spread, now you're going to add all of these yummy toppings. So I have here some smoky paprika because I just love the taste of that. And I'm adding, these are just canned sliced black olives over the top. So the idea is we're building all of these layers of yummy, nutritious Mediterranean goodies. And now we have some chopped onion, and now I'm going to put on a lot of greens. Here I'm doing chives and I'm doing some scallions, but you could do cilantro or parsley. Really, anything goes. And then lastly, to top it off, and Al, this I would do when you get there to the party, a little bit of extra virgin olive oil. And then you just surround it with sturdy scoopers. So I love using yeah, because you don't want them to droop. So I have here a lot of sliced cucumbers and, of course, some whole grain crackers. And I also have
Sliced up peanut butter. That'd be good.
endive spears. This is great over here. And guys, look at these, bell peppers. I got large bell peppers, but also the little baby bellas. And you could put that all over. And you've got this gorgeous, gorgeous, colorful bowl that just came together in a couple of minutes.
And then
I love this one.
And now, Joy, you've got a sweet board.
Oh, it's yummy. I'm really excited to share this one with you. So we're taking a very different direction here, and we're going to do an addictively sweet dessert bowl. It's a spread, or it could be a board. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to make a pumpkin peanut butter. We're leveling up peanut butter, which already has a lot of heart-healthy fat. And all I'm doing is I'm adding equal parts. So this is about half a cup of creamy peanut butter. If there's nut allergies in the house, you could swap in any other nut butter. And this is 100% pumpkin puree. And I add this together. Now I'm going to sweeten it up because it is a dessert.
I just looked over my shoulder thinking they would roll some in, but that didn't happen.
I wish. A little bit of, that's maple syrup. You could also use brown sugar, or if you want to go in a no added sugar direction, you could certainly use one of the stevia or the monk fruit blends.
Could you use a little honey?
And then,
yeah, honey would be good too.
You could absolutely use honey.
Joy, make her recipe.
And you know what? I tried it with honey. To me, I preferred the maple syrup, and I also preferred the brown sugar.
It's your
but
recipe. You
definitely
do
with honey. Yeah, but you could absolutely use honey for honey lovers for sure. So you keep stirring. This is nice and smooth. Now let me show you what it looks like. You're gonna love it. And over here, I've loaded up my board with, again, sturdy scoopers. So here we have apple slices. It's pear season, so I have pears and also graham crackers. We gotta go for the graham crackers.
I'm making this as a snack for my kids today.
All right, thank you, Joy.
So good. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
Very
delicious.
doable. I gotta get some pumpkin.
I look forward to you coming back in the
Grab
studio.
2 and just bring some for me.
Bring in some of these treats.
For these recipes, just head to today.com/food.
We know, we're on. We're just chit-chatting. We're back with Today Food this morning. We're finishing up your Thanksgiving shopping list. We've got easy ideas to help you spend less time in the kitchen. And here's some fuss-free ways to do Thanksgiving appetizers. Ina Garten, I love that you are doing fuss-free.
Well, there's enough to do with Thanksgiving. I don't want to start making little things wrapped in phyllo dough.
I know.
Well, actually, you just don't need to do it.
I love your whole philosophy of Thanksgiving because a lot of times if you're the chef, you're like stuck in the kitchen the whole time, not having fun at your own party.
And exhausted, right? But
Okay.
you know, guest wants to see.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
Let's start over here. We're going to start
Oh,
with
okay, over
hors
here.
d'oeuvres. How's
Okay,
that?
good. I'm glad you know what we're doing. Okay, over here we go. Now,
I'm in
hors d'oeuvres,
charge
I'm
here.
dying because I was just eating potato chips. That's why we were laughing.
I can't believe I'm serving potato chips on the Today Show.
I know, but they're Ina Garten, so.
That's the first thing everybody wants, right? So first for hors d'oeuvres, what I do is I just get little plates.
Okay.
And I just put out things that you can buy already done.
So this is like about display.
It's about good ingredients. Just make sure. So really good olives. Everybody likes good olives,
Yeah.
right? And potato chips. You want to put potato chips in that?
I'm definitely qualified for that. Okay.
And then
All right.
sometimes what I do is I do cucumbers and sausage together.
Now,
which
everything
is really,
you do is thoughtful. So you have put these ingredients in particular. You feel like they pair well together?
You know, each one, whatever people like.
Oh,
I love
okay.
to give people a choice. So, I mean, somebody likes potato chips, somebody likes Marcona almonds.
Yeah.
It's, I mean, these are the sausage we slice like that. And then one thing that I think people really don't know about is Parmesan shards.
Yes.
Is just take a piece of Parmesan and just cut ragged shards of it like that,
okay.
and put them in a bowl. And they're just
Serve it with a shard.
With
oh, we're getting the wine later. Okay.
But bump.
Okay, yeah.
And so you just put them like
Oh,
that
put the
in a bowl,
shards in. Oh, that's nice.
and let people just help themselves.
That's good. And that's a friendly thing to do so they're not struggling over the cheese knife.
Exactly.
Like I always am. It's like
Just
a
like
crime
that.
scene. Okay.
Or you slice salami
All
and
right.
just put it really thin slices of salami with cucumbers together in a bowl.
So now you have these
just
cute
so-
bowls, and you've got this charcuterie board. So now how do you display? Just
I would just put everything up on the board, just like that.
how do the taste?
I mean, it's so good. It's like all of our favorite snacks.
And she makes a good point about the potato chips. That's like the most favorite
I could just skip
appetizer anytime.
Thanksgiving and just do these appies, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Okay,
Exactly.
good. And you ever serve Doritos? At least you know I love a Dorito,
If you
Ina.
love Doritos, serve Doritos.
do
That's
you.
the answer.
Okay.
And then we have a little wine tasting. Everybody has all kinds of questions about what wine to serve.
Yes.
White or red, and they're both right.
Oh, okay.
That's the good news.
The answer is yes.
Yes. Yes, serve wine. So I've got a little wine tasting. Are you ready for wine tasting?
Of course I am.
Okay. So this is a Chardonnay, and that's and you'll just think about how this
Am I
is for
tasting
you.
this?
You taste
Okay.
that. That's
Am
a
I
Chardonnay.
supposed to swirl and swivel and
Yeah,
all
just
that?
drink
No, okay.
You should chug it like you chugged that beer last week.
Oh, ooh, don't tempt me. Ooh, that's very
That's
nice.
good. That's really good, isn't it?
It's
so
a
that's
really nice one.
A Chardonnay.
Okay.
And this is like a Puy Fusé, like a French.
A Puy Fusé. Okay.
I drink it all day.
Oh, I like the Puy
Isn't
Fusé.
that interesting?
Do you guys like the Puy? Oh, you have
Yeah.
red.
Sorry,
we have
So
the-
wait,
you have red.
so
This is
I was
fantastic.
wondering, so
Choose
you could
which-
do white or red with turkey. It doesn't really
Or
matter.
both.
Or both.
Sometimes I just put both on the table.
Okay, that's
so
beautiful.
which of the two did you like
I
better?
think I'm a Puy Fusé
I am
person.
too.
Oh,
I
you
am
are
too.
too?
I am
Oh,
too.
Besties. Okay, what
so
about this?
This is Pinot Noir.
Okay.
That's a good. It's a good California Pinot Noir.
It's really good.
Oh,
Isn't that good?
interesting. Gosh.
And this is a Morgon, which is a
Morgon.
French wine. It's like a very light red wine, which is really good with turkey.
It's really, this one is
Oh, I like that one. I guess I'm
That's
into
the one
this
I like.
French one.
Yeah.
Oh
Isn't
my
that
gosh,
good?
let's go to France.
Okay.
Because we really
I'm
like
sorry,
it.
we have to go now.
Yeah, we're going to France. Bye.
Which one is this?
Which one are they drinking?
What are you drinking?
We don't know.
Katie, do you know?
You're gonna learn.
This is the
It's
California peanut.
fantastic. You should try these French ones.
Try the Morgon.
They're very good.
So
Okay,
that's
just-
hors d'oeuvres and that's wine.
I love
but
that.
dessert.
Okay.
And I was in France once, and the waiters brought this huge long board
Yeah.
with already pre-made things on it. That was so gorgeous, and I thought, why aren't I
Yeah.
doing that at home? So that's what we're going to do. So. What I do is I alternate things that like fruit that have color with things like big shards of chocolate.
Okay.
And then lemon bars. Just line them up in big blocks.
I mean, this beats
And you can
pumpkin pie every day of the week, doesn't it?
And everybody gets what they love.
Should I put one on
You
there?
want to put some strawberries
Yes,
down
okay,
here?
all right.
And so
guys
we've got
try any of
lemon
those
bars.
desserts?
We've tried them all.
Amazing.
And
Tried them all.
everything here was store-bought.
Okay.
Absolutely everything.
So
I mean,
do you
went
buy
to a
these like to
bakery.
make it look cute, or what do you
Yeah,
do
what
to
I,
just?
I'll
Oh, you
show
did.
you what
Okay.
I did. What I did was I cut the lemon bars in half because nobody
Oh, okay.
needs an entire lemon bar.
Got it.
Right?
Okay. Yeah.
And then you take a little paper cup.
A little,
you can use
okay.
a white one or a brown one.
No one needs an entire lemon
And
bar.
just put the lemon
Okay,
bar
yeah.
right in it.
See, it's all about display.
All about presentation.
Right, it is.
So now it looks really special, right?
It's so beautiful.
And then we can do cookies.
Always do cookies.
We
the
need
brownies.
more strawberries.
Oh, more strawberries.
And
Okay, got
one
it.
of the keys to this is bountiful.
Okay.
Lots and lots of them.
I love this. Okay, Ina, thank you
And
so
then-
much for giving us
And
permission
then we do
to go to the store.
Exactly. Why not? You know, at the end of the day, you want everybody to have something absolutely delicious
Yes.
to eat, and it doesn't mean that you have to spend the entire day in the kitchen making it.
And cutting it into little bites.
Look,
It's
look how
just a
great
good
this
idea.
is.
Okay, perfect.
I know. What are you making for Thanksgiving?
Reservation?
Yay! Oh yeah, we need that one. now.
Let's do this. Let's move these down, and we'll
Oh
do
yeah,
the lemon
okay,
tarts
perfect.
at the end.
Okay, I
How's
love
that?
it. It
Great.
looks like an
Do you want-
abundance. Beautiful.
Doesn't it look abundant?
Yeah.
And wouldn't you want to have somebody serve that to you for
Yes.
Thanksgiving?
I put it in the wrong place.
That's
Sorry,
okay.
you're tight. I know. I know.
You want to put like-minded things together. Otherwise, it looks like a dog's breakfast.
Ida, thank you so much. You can find her ideas and a lot more on our website, today.com/food.
Whether you're hosting or a guest, Thanksgiving can be stressful, from cooking mishaps to spills and cleanup. But with some planning, it can be worry-free. When it comes to cleaning, focus on rooms where guests will be spending the majority of their time.
Start in the kitchen. That's where you're going to spend a lot of your time. Just a quick wipe down of the counters, maybe a quick dusting of the living room if everybody's sitting around in there. Maybe you have the TV is on, you're watching the parade or some football.
No need to panic over spills. A tip from Real Simple magazine: use salt or shaving cream to remove stains from drinks like red wine from your carpet or shirt.
Have your stain treatment center like at the edge of the kitchen island. Everything you need to treat stains is somewhere in your house already.
Still stumped on how to prep that bird? It's not too late to call the Butterball Turkey Talk Line.
We can walk you through from taking your turkey that looks like this out of the package into something that looks like this in front of me, which is, by the way, a real turkey, cooked to perfection.
To avoid a foul main dish, use a meat thermometer to test and see if the turkey's ready to eat. And remember,
170 degrees in the breast, top of the turkey here, and 180 degrees in the thigh between the leg and the body of the turkey for optimum eating quality and food safety.
How to carve a roast turkey just in time for Thanksgiving.
when you're ready to carve and serve it, check out tutorials on social media or YouTube for advice. With the oven working overtime, remember to use some countertop appliances to prepare your sides.
You can use your Instapot to keep, you can put it on saute setting and it'll keep the gravy warm or keep some vegetables warm for you. Of course, the microwave can keep things warm for you. You can use the air fryer to warm the rolls.
A big highlight this holiday:
my Thanksgiving leftover sandwich. I can't believe someone just ate it.
enjoying leftovers.
Have that pie for breakfast on Friday and Saturday.
From shepherd's pie to sweet potato pancakes, Erin Chase shares ways to transform extra turkey and sides on her $5 dinners blog.
One of my favorites with turkey is like a slider or a grilled cheese even. You're going to do thin slices of turkey, maybe a little cranberry sauce, a little stuffing even.
Set up a leftover station and have your guests help themselves.
Consider sending extra food home with guests using a disposable cupcake tin.
You just put a thing in each of the little cups and everyone gets the right amount and you sort of send them out the door.
And don't be afraid to ask for some help.
I cannot express enough how important delegation is when you're hosting a big holiday affair like this. Get everybody working. They want to help you. They all have their special skills. Put them to the test.
For today, Vicki Nguyen, NBC News.
I love that cupcake tin hack.
It's a great, I don't know how we haven't thought about that
I
before.
know. Well, are you going to make your world famous Brussels
I'm going
sprouts?
to make my world famous Brussels sprouts secret recipe.
Tomorrow?
Uh-huh.
Okay. All right. If you're in Kansas, stop by Chanel's place.
I don't have what Dylan has. I
No.
mean, you know, with the whole spread
No,
planned out.
17 people headed over to Dylan Dreyer's house.
Welcome back to our Thanksgiving 21 extravaganza. Y'all, we're so excited. This group of chefs, easy suggestions for what you can do today to prepare for the big meal. Let's start with Chef Leah Cohen from Pig and Cow here in New York. Did I get that right?
You got it right.
All right, girl. This is a hack. If you're making gravy and we all get stuck, what is a special way that we can make it all good?
So I like to make a roux, which is what thickens a gravy, because everyone, you want that to be like nice and viscous, and you don't want it to just spill all over the plate.
So to make a roux, what goes into
it?
it?
Roux. So I use chicken fat. You can use any fat. Butter, oil, but I like chicken fat to give it some more flavor, and then flour, and then we whisk in our chicken stock.
Let's
and then
do it.
You can add in, any herbs that you want to infuse the gravy, or you could just go traditional and just do some
Old
salt
school.
and pepper.
Yep.
And that's it.
That's it. Simple.
Yes.
That's easy peasy.
And you can make your roux in advance the day before.
And just you leave it in the fridge?
Leave it in the fridge, exactly.
All right. Okay, great. And that looks like a delicious meal. That looks real yummy. How come that's brown? Just because?
I don't know.
Okay. Who knows? Nobody. No. All right, guys. Next up, cookbook author and chef Maneet Chauhan, and this is really brilliant because sometimes we want our table to look beautiful, right?
Yes.
And sometimes, quite frankly, we run out of dishes.
Absolutely.
At our house, everything's in the dishwasher. So what should you do?
Well, get some pumpkins, hollow out the pumpkin, and use that as your bowl. I mean, it looks so beautiful as a tablescape.
Stop.
And you don't have to wash this afterwards.
Just throw it away.
Yes.
But does it leave any kind of pumpkin-y residue on whatever you may be serving?
Not really. What I do is I put just a layer of oil in it, so that acts as a barrier.
Okay.
Yes. And then the seeds that you take out wash it well, and spice it up. So over here, I have some spices. I have some turmeric. I have some paprika, some chaat masala, some dried mint, some garam masala, and some salt. Put some oil, mix it together, and just put it in the oven for 15 to 20 minutes at 350 degrees.
And what do you have? Little hors d'oeuvres?
I know. Or you can use it as a garnish on soups. Or,
Brilliant.
It's delicious.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. All right, Maneet, thank you. Now to the pit master, Phil the Grill Johnson of Trap House Barbecue. Phil, some people want an alternative. They want the turkey, but they don't want to deal with the whole
Exactly.
turkey. So what do you
or
have?
you might have a small group, right?
Yeah.
So I have a stuffed turkey meatloaf. But what I like about this meatloaf, because it's not pleasing to everybody, it is one bite for like Thanksgiving.
Okay,
I got it stuffed with cornbread stuffing, sage sausage, and then I've got it topped with my barbecue sauce. And this is a cranberry smoked chipotle barbecue sauce that you put on top of it.
Can I ask you the dumbest question in the world? How did you get the stuffing in the middle of that meatloaf?
You know, you have, when you start creating the meatloaf, when you start putting it in a loaf pan, you just kind of create a canoe, and then you take the cornbread stuffing, you just go through your regular, cornbread, and then when you put your sausage in it, stuff it in there. You don't want to pat it down too tight, and then just cover it with your meatloaf. And look, it cuts beautifully.
Let's see.
Oh, look at this.
Come on. And wait, in that barbecue sauce, what's the special stuff that goes in that?
So you got, the good thing is apple jelly. That gives it its sheen. You got a little bit of ketchup, vinegar, molasses, chipotle, onions, garlic. So it's got that nice flavor. And like I said, at the end, you're getting that whole bite of Thanksgiving.
Al, are you totally convinced?
Ready
Get
for that.
on it.
And then we got a side to go with it. We got
Thank
Mariah
you.
Gladstone, founder of Indigi Kitchen. And you got a special trick for kicking stuff up involving garlic.
Yeah, it's really easy to save yourself a lot of time chopping garlic. If you just want to cut your garlic in half like this, drizzle it with a little bit of olive oil. And then we're just going to wrap this up, and you bake it in the oven for about an hour to roast your garlic. It'll soften it up.
It makes it sweeter, too.
It'll bring out all of the nice flavor, and it has all those roasted elements as part of it. And then you have your roasted garlic, and it's really easy to use that to just squeeze on top of your mashed potatoes. It's a little chilly right now.
Won't quite squeeze.
Won't quite squeeze. But you can use it to season your mashed potatoes or like your vegetable dish like that. And that'll just add all of that garlic flavor right into your dish.
That is fantastic, Mariah. Thank you so much. And brings us to tip number 15, sommelier and children's book author Sarah Thomas. Now, we're talking, we're not going to talk wine, but instead kind of a fun way to create non-alcoholic drinks that everybody in the family can enjoy.
That's right. I think it's just as important to be thoughtful about the non-alcoholic beverages as the wine selections.
Sure.
And so this is just a really fun way to introduce new flavors for your kids. That's what Kalamata's Kitchen's all about. It's getting kids to try new flavors. So what I like to do is set out kind of an assortment of ingredients and let kids kind of choose their own adventure. So you start with some juices. Maybe you have some apple cider or lemonade or tart cherry juice. You introduce flavor through spices and herbs. You can either muddle fresh herbs. You can make syrups out of the whole spices. You can add in some ground spice, like allspice or something. And then my favorite part, you add something to make it sparkle, right?
Little fizzy.
Yeah, bubbles make everything better. So like ginger beer, sparkling cider, flavored seltzers. The important thing is like you've involved your kids in something so they're more likely to try it. You've introduced new flavors to something they already love. And now everybody has a special drink to toast with.
And what are the couple of the combos you've got here?
Oh, so my favorite one I think is like pineapple, a little bit of lime juice, allspice, and ginger beer. I also love, I do a tart cherry with some maple syrup and some cinnamon. But you can really just like be creative and have fun with all of it.
That's terrific.
It's fun, right?
Yeah. A little rum in here wouldn't be bad.
I wouldn't say no, but maybe not for the kids.
All right, Sarah, thank you so much. And Chef, thank you so much. Again, you can find everything on our website, today.com/food.
All right, earlier this morning, 21 chefs entered the Today Plaza to celebrate being together again in 2021.
Well, 3 of those chefs are joining us now to share their top last-minute tips and hacks so we can have our best Thanksgiving ever. First up, chef and owner of Pig Beach, our friend, Mr. Matt Abdu. Matt, happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, Mr. Roker.
All right, so what if you can't get your hand on a turkey? Some people wait till the last minute. Myself, I wouldn't be that disappointed. What would you suggest in its stead?
Well, there's tons of options you can do, but I love doing a roasted chicken. If you couldn't get a turkey or there's not that many people coming over this year, want to do something a little bit smaller, go find yourself a chicken, roast in the oven. Everybody loves a good roasted chicken. You can never go wrong with it.
Okay, now so say you got your roasting pan here, but you don't have, what can you do as a hack to keep it elevated?
So if you're cooking at home and you don't have one of these fancy, beautiful roasting pans, but you have some sort of baking dish or baking tray or whatever, you just take some aluminum foil and you just want to take it and twist it up, and you'll make a little rack that you can put your chicken or your turkey right onto, so all the juices will drip down. And then you have room to put all of your carrots, onions, and celery on the bottom of it.
Nice.
So that when you're roasting your chicken or your turkey, it's nice and propped up so all those juices can drip down really well.
And what about a brine for your a dry brine or a wet brine?
So no matter what you're cooking, turkey, chicken, pork, you want to make a brine for it. It's going to add so much moisture and flavor to it. Super simple ratio. For every quart of water, you have about a quarter cup of sugar and a quarter cup of salt. You just dump all those into the bowl, and you whisk them all together until they're nice, until the solution is clear. And then you want to soak your turkey in that brine for an hour per pound to overnight, and then add some fun aromatics. Here we have some bay leaf, peppercorn, some thyme. Put all that in there. You add some garlic, shallots, whatever you want. Make it taste really great, and your brine is ready to go.
Do you like the dry brine?
I love doing a dry brine. For a turkey, though, I like doing the wet brine. I like it to be totally submersed into that. But the dry brine is great for like steaks or like pieces of chicken thighs or legs and things like that.
Okay,
for
now,
me personally.
now for my favorite part, the stuffing.
All right, Marisol, what do we have?
All right, so what do you guys do if you're out of breadcrumbs? Supply chain issues, am I right?
Sure.
Okay, you guys can just use a little bit of soaked bread or box stuffing. And nothing's wrong with a box stuffing. It's on
You
the
just
grocery
zhuzh
store
it up a
shelves for
little
a
bit?
reason. I'll add in some thyme, some cilantro, a little bit of sazon because I'm Latin and that's how we do. Then, you know, if you have some gluten-free guests, you can have them make their stuffing or you could provide oatmeal, rice.
Really?
Instant potato flakes and chicharrón.
Okay.
Pork rinds because
pork rinds.
chicharrones, of course. That's how we do. Now, I got something for you.
Okay.
What's the worst thing that can happen with your stuffing?
You run out of it.
Or it gets mushy.
It gets
Oh,
mushy.
you get mushy.
It gets
Like, you know,
Soft
can I
and
tell you
too
something? My
much
kids
liquid.
just said that yesterday. They think Thanksgiving food is mushy.
Exactly.
I'm like, guys,
Maybe it's just
no, I don't cook, don't even. They just don't like soft stuff.
Maybe it's a chef.
I'm like, I don't cook.
Well,
So
I got a solution for y'all.
Okay.
I call this stuffins. Stuffing muffins.
Okay.
All right. So basically what you do is you're going to get a muffin tin and you're going to grab your favorite stuffing. It can be boxed, it can be homemade, and you're going to put
That's
them.
a cute idea.
And you know what it does?
Stuffing muffin.
It creates crispiness while retaining moisture, but also speeds up that cooking
stuffins.
process.
Stuffing.
Wow.
Cleanup.
Impressive.
Very easy. We got a stuffing here for all y'all.
You know what? I have to say, it's very hard to do new things or for us to see new things on the show. That's new for me.
Well, thank you. I
All
hope
right.
you'll try it out.
Well, now we have son of a Southern chef himself, Lazarus. What are you
Hi,
going to bring
y'all.
us this morning?
Okay, so if you're having a wet Thanksgiving, which I plan to do, yes, thank you very much. There will be bottles, there will be wine, there will be
Yes,
something
yes.
to drink. But then sometimes we have leftover wine. So
Yeah.
what do you do with that wine? I love to make a next day sangria.
Ooh, let's do it. Come on, let me put my stuff down.
Okay, so you pour your leftover wine in here,
Okay.
right? You have some cranberries, you got oranges, you got some fresh mint and rosemary. Put it into your pitcher. Isn't this gorgeous?
It's beautiful.
No, I
and
might
even
take
just
this
the
home.
presentation of it.
The
I feel like your
presentation of
guests
it.
will feel like, you know what I mean.
It's really
Can I try
great for
it?
like the next day. It's light, refreshing. You can add
Ooh, that's
your
good.
little sparkling water,
Yeah.
just like that,
Easy
and then
peasy.
pour it right in.
Ooh, that's good. We only have 1 minute left. Ah! All right, let's squeeze this in.
Okay, so you got leftover wine, you got leftover cranberry sauce.
Okay.
Why not make a glaze?
Oh.
Okay, so you can pour that in. Now we're using pantry ingredients.
Okay.
We've got some nutmeg, some cinnamon. Allspice.
Yes.
Bring it into a pot, right?
What I
Bring it
drank out
down
of that one.
to, reduce it to a simmer.
Okay.
All right, save one for me, y'all.
Yeah,
please.
wait.
And then you can pour it on your leftover meats. You can put it on your leftover stuffing or your muffins.
This
stuffing
would make
muffins.
great for the sandwiches the next day.
Oh, exactly.
Oh my
Exactly.
gosh.
Yum. You guys all get new things today.
This is good.
Cheers.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving, everybody.
Carousel and Lazarus, thank you so much,
Yes.
guys. You can find all of this morning's Thanksgiving recipes, tips, and hacks on today.com/food.
All right, everyone's wishing you a happy birthday, JBH.
Happy
All right.
birthday.
Let's
all
get to cooking, though. It's also Thanksgiving, okay? So we got to move on.
Yeah,
right?
we're celebrating 2021 together again. We got 21 chefs. They've been out here all morning. We're helping to make your planning a little easier.
Okay,
Yep.
starting us off, we are talking turkey with
Jet
Chef
Tila.
Okay, he's telling
Anthony
us.
Scotto's here too, and so
Yes.
is high school. Elizabeth High School.
Okay,
All right,
so
let's
should
get
we
it
start
started.
with turkey?
You got it. You know, turkey's always this balance of like, it's dry on the inside. You want to, but you want to keep
Wait,
it crispy
what
on
are
the
you
outside.
doing with that?
Is that mayonnaise?
No, this is butter. It's
Butter.
seasoned butter. So
Oh,
take butter.
and where you put it?
Yeah. Well, okay, in the turkey. But anyway, you take the butter, put anything you want in the butter, herbs, spices. So take the skin
And you put it
right
in
of the
under the
breast,
skin.
and you can get it all the way down in this pocket. And then you take the rest of it, though, you rub it on top, right? Because you want this, this crispy
Massage.
skin, massage. but you want
Massage,
the,
yes.
the breast not to get dry. And then take that red wine.
Ooh, look at that.
then
Oh,
a cheesecloth. And then for that first hour, cover all the exposed skin.
Okay.
This is going to give you really great color, really good texture.
Oh my
you're
God.
gonna-
And
that's-
yeah.
okay,
That's
cool.
it.
Look
That's how you
how
want to do it.
beautiful it turns out.
That, and then a little gravy on the side.
You rock it.
Oh,
All
oh
right,
my
Mr.
gosh.
Side Dish.
Okay, shall we move on to Brussels?
I talk about Brussels for a second because everybody talks about turkey.
Yeah, turkey.
And you always
It's so
wind up
rude.
messing it up. You don't do it more than once a year anyway.
Yes, true that.
Sides are all what it's about.
yeah.
Brussels sprouts,
Yeah.
let's say it's 2 or 3 days ahead of time. You want to get some things out of the way.
Yes.
Brussels sprouts, you're going to brown them on a sheet pan, a little olive oil, salt, and pepper. At that time that you want to heat them up, now
Yes.
you've had them in the refrigerator,
Right.
take them out an hour before.
Okay.
Put them in a pan,
With butter?
a little butter.
Look at that. Is that brown sugar?
Yes.
A little brown
So,
sugar.
hit it, Anthony.
A little,
Orange
zest,
Get that.
Yeah.
a little bit of chicken stock.
Yeah.
Heat that back up real quickly.
Boom.
You go put it in the microwave. Done.
We're done. All right, can we move on to dessert? We
Okay,
need
so
dessert.
this is what happens. Sometimes we have a fail, you know? And I
Are you
woke
talking about Hoda and
up
me?
one morning
What happened?
and my
You
drunk
cried.
uncle had taken literally an entire thing of the pie.
No.
Yes, shoved it in his
Fistful.
mouth. I woke up. It was nothing but a mess. But anyway, so I took pieces of it
Yeah.
and made it into a trifle. So
Wait,
what
what'd
you
you
do
do?
is you start
Break
with your
it up.
pecan pie.
What?
Exactly.
Wait, what's that?
I mean, okay, this is
What is that?
melted ice cream. So
Melted
it's,
ice
yeah,
cream?
so instead of slaving and making a creme anglaise, you're just going to melt vanilla ice cream.
Brilliant.
And that's it. Now, if you had some brownie pieces, maybe some chocolate cake, anything else that's just kind of laying around,
Dump it in.
add that. Little chocolate sauce.
Wait,
you could
what?
do caramel if you wanted.
I get why your
to.
drunk uncle ate this.
And
Look at
then
this.
we
Look
have
at it.
the whipped cream.
Homemade whipped
You
cream.
could even put a little bourbon in this whipped cream if you know the drunk uncle. Gotta make sure you
Right.
take care of Randy. Old Randy.
Hey.
Let me tell you something though. When you have all this,
Yes.
a dessert this big, you know what you need?
What?
You need some friends.
More people.
You need a few more friends.
Oh my
We need just a few more friends.
Oh my God.
Farrell and Wendy. By the way, Farrell, her bestie, Jenna's bestie for 100 years. Wendy,
What is this?
her other bestie and cousin. Everybody's here. What is happening?
Happy birthday!
I mean, what's going on?
I don't know. I can't speak. I have no words left. Y'all, this is my friend Elizabeth.
We love her.
We
got a trucker hat.
Oh, a trucker hat.
Everybody needs a trucker hat.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my
What?
God.
What?
And you just had a birthday too recently.
Yes, I did.
Oh
Welcome
my
to
God.
40. It's awesome.
Welcome to 40. Y'all, the party is continuing. I want to thank Elizabeth, Jet, and of course Anthony for those tips. Head to today.com/food.
Oh, okay, we need to drink.
just days away from Thanksgiving, and this morning in our Make Ahead Monday, we're getting some inspiration to add something new to your holiday meal.
So in collaboration with Instagram, we've been featuring popular food creators to help us get our holiday menus ready. This morning, we are joined by Skylar Bouchard, also known